Deserted island, living with the campus beauty. Cruise ship disaster, Chu Yang and a group of campus beauties stranded on a deserted island. What was expected to be a miserable situation turns out to be quite the opposite. Each of these beauties is extraordinary. Chapter 1, Stranded on a Deserted Island. The sunset painted the beach in hues of gold, waves crashed gently on the shore, and cacti dotted the landscape. Chu Yang looked at the picturesque scenery before him, but he had no leisure to appreciate it. Instead, he felt a deep sense of melancholy and fatigue as he lay on the sand. This was a deserted island, isolated and barren, a vast expanse in the middle of the sea. Chu Yang was a junior at Shanghai University. Just a few days ago, the entire school had gone out to sea to celebrate the anniversary. Unfortunately, a day ago, the cruise ship encountered problems and ultimately met with disaster. The entire cruise ship sank into the silent depths of the ocean. Fortunately, Chu Yang was lucky. He had been swept onto this deserted island by the waves after falling into the water. He had no idea what had happened to the others or if anyone had survived. Thinking back to the events of the previous day made Chu Yang feel a chill run down his spine. Lying on the beach, he took a moment to recover his strength. The fatigue that had enveloped him began to lift. Surviving this calamity must mean good fortune awaits, he mused to himself. After a while, Chu Yang got up from the sand. Since he was on this deserted island, he needed to figure out how to survive. Having gone a day without food, his immediate priority was to find something to eat to replenish his energy. Not knowing what dangers lurked deeper in the island, Chu Yang could only search along the beach for any leftover food. Suddenly, a faint sound drifted from the surface of the sea, startling Chu Yang into alertness. Someone was calling for help. Following the weak voice, he spotted a figure floating on the water, a woman. From the sound he had heard, it was clear that she was very weak and was starting to sink beneath the waves. "Hold on. I'm coming to save you." Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yang dashed into the water toward the woman. With all his strength, he managed to pull her out of the sea and drag her onto the shore. Exhausted, Chu Yang lay sprawled on the sand, gasping for air. The fatigue that had already weighed him down now felt even more overwhelming. "I can't give up now. I must hold on," he silently urged himself. Taking a few deep breaths, Chu Yang gritted his teeth and rose from the beach, glancing at the woman beside him, who lay face down and completely still. Had something happened to her? Seeing that she wasn't moving, panic gripped Chu Yang's heart. He quickly turned her over to check her condition. It was him. When Chu Yang recognized the woman's face, he was momentarily stunned. The woman had exquisite features and fair skin, with an alluring figure that, despite her unconsciousness, couldn't hide her stunning presence. Chu Yang's surprise wasn't solely due to her beauty. He recognized her as Liu Qing, a fellow student from their university, and someone from the same department as him. Additionally, Liu Qing was nicknamed the Ice Snow Beauty, the campus flower of their department, and a rich girl from a prestigious family. She had countless admirers and was considered a goddess in many people's eyes, dream material, so to speak. Naturally, Chu Yang was one of those admirers. However, he was just an ordinary student from a rural background, with no remarkable traits or influential connections. Compared to Liu Qing, they belonged to entirely different worlds. Surviving this disaster must mean good fortune. Could this be my blessing? Chu Yang thought to himself, looking at Liu Qing. However, he quickly snapped back to reality. Now was not the time for idle thoughts, he needed to save her. He reached out to check Liu Qing's nose for breath. There was a faint pulse, but she was extremely weak, her face pale. Her stomach was distended, likely from drinking seawater while floating in the ocean. Chu Yang knew a bit about first aid for drowning. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation was essential to expel the seawater she had swallowed. He crouched down in front of Liu Qing, crossing his hands in front of her. This position allowed him to feel a delicate warmth emanating from her body. But Chu Yang had no other thoughts as he began to press down firmly. After several moments, Liu Qing coughed up several large gulps of seawater, and her previously pale complexion started to improve. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she gradually opened her eyes. "You're finally awake." Seeing Liu Qing's face return to its normal color, Chu Yang smiled. Upon hearing his voice, Liu Qing's gaze fell on him, her expression initially dazed. Gradually, she seemed to remember that someone had pulled her up from the sea. "Were you the one who saved me?" Liu Qing asked, her voice light and melodious, but it carried a hint of coldness. Chu Yang didn't take her icy tone to heart. After all, her nickname as the Ice Snow Beauty had come from her demeanor. Yes, it was me who pulled you ashore. Chu Yang nodded, smiling as his mood brightened significantly. Earlier, he had been alone on this deserted island, but now, at least he had company, and a very remarkable company at that, one of their department's flowers. Thank you. Liu Qing's cold tone softened slightly as she began to express her gratitude, but the next moment, she suddenly felt a strange sensation coursing through her body. Looking down, her expression turned frostbitten as she realized that Chu Yang's hands were pressing against her chest. Where are you putting your hands? Pervert. Liu Qing shot Chu Yang a frosty glare. Originally, Liu Qing had felt grateful for being saved by him, but in an instant, she labeled him as a shameless rogue in her mind. Chu Yang realized something was off, his hands were still resting on her chest. He quickly regained his senses and withdrew his hands, stepping back a few paces. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you, I was just trying to save you from drowning. He hurriedly explained. However, Chu Yang's explanation did little to change Liu Qing's impression of him, and she continued to glare at him icily. Minutes passed before Liu Qing finally averted her gaze, looking toward the sunset sinking into the sea. Her expression suddenly grew contemplative, mixed with a hint of panic and unease. Seeing Liu Qing lost in thought, Chu Yang, maintaining a distance from her, sat down on the sand. A sense of confusion washed over him. What was Liu Qing thinking right now? Chu Yang knew full well that they were stranded on a vast deserted island, devoid of any signs of life. They didn't even know where they were, and escaping this place would likely not be easy. Episode 002, Fire by Friction. Under the setting sun, the night gradually enveloped the land, and a wave swept in, bringing with it a chill of sea breeze. Chu Yang couldn't help but shiver. Although it was summer and the daytime temperatures were scorching, being by the sea meant the temperature fluctuated greatly, and it could get quite cold at night. Chu Yang glanced at Liu Qing, who was in no better condition than him. Her clothes were thin, and her graceful figure curled up tightly, shivering as droplets of water dripped from her long hair, evoking a sense of pity. After a moment, Chu Yang stood up. Liu Qing noticed his movement and quickly looked over. Where are you going? Liu Qing asked, her cold voice tinged with a note of unease, as if fearing Chu Yang might leave. In fact, her concern was valid, they were the only two people on this unknown deserted island. If Liu Qing were left alone, she would surely feel overwhelmed. Even though Chu Yang had been labeled a shameless rogue in her mind, he still provided her with a sense of safety in this desolate place. Noticing the tremor in Liu Qing's voice, Chu Yang couldn't help but smile. So even the ice goddess could feel fear. It made him feel somewhat relieved, after all, she was still a woman. I'm going to find some dry wood to make a fire, so we can stay warm tonight. Besides, you're probably hungry too, I'll look for some food as well. Chu Yang said casually. With that, he prepared to head towards the edge of the island, as only the interior would have dry wood suitable for fire. Additionally, he had seen a few coconut trees near the beach, which would be a great natural source of water. Wait! As Chu Yang had taken a few steps, Liu Qing called out to him. Turning around, he looked at her curiously. Is there something else? Liu Qing hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip, standing up and jogging over to him. I'll go with you. I can help a little. Hearing Liu Qing's words, Chu Yang secretly smiled. He knew her little secret, she was afraid to stay alone. However, he chose to remain silent about it and nodded in acknowledgement. All right, let's go together. As the two figures stretched long under the lingering sunset, night soon fell. The sky was filled with stars, and the moonlight poured down over the rolling waves. Despite the desolation, the scenery remained picturesque. Yet beneath this beautiful exterior lay unseen dangers, of which no one knew. Chu Yang and Liu Qing returned to the beach and found an open area with a large rock. Chu Yang placed a handful of dry wood on the ground, while Liu Qing stood by idly, observing him with raised eyebrows. How are you going to start a fire without a source? This, to Liu Qing, seemed like a serious and crucial question. Chu Yang looked at her, a bit speechless. Don't you know there's a method called fire by friction? Huh? You can start a fire by friction. That's a piece of cake. Chu Yang responded with a smug expression. The next moment, he squatted down by the edge of the large rock and pulled out a bundle of dry, fluffy leaves from his clothes, rolling them into a ball that resembled a makeshift bird's nest. Then, he took a piece of dry wood and secured the fluffy leaves on top of it. Finally, it was time for the most critical step. Chu Yang picked up a small stick, about the thickness of his thumb, from the pile of wood. One end of this stick had already been sharpened with a stone, allowing for greater friction to help ignite a fire. While starting a fire by friction might be a daunting task for others, it was not difficult for Chu Yang. Growing up in the countryside, he had used this method with friends as a child to cook fish and sweet potatoes. As he expertly rotated the sharp stick, the sound of friction began to fill the air. After a few minutes, wisps of smoke suddenly billowed from where Chu Yang was working. Yes, it worked. Seeing the smoke, Liu Qing's eyes widened as she watched Chu Yang with newfound admiration. Feeling a sense of pride from Liu Qing's admiration, Chu Yang stopped rubbing and carefully lifted the smoldering leaves, gently blowing on them until a flame flickered to life. He then placed the flame onto the dry wood he had prepared, and it grew larger, illuminating both him and Liu Qing. Under the glow of the fire, they both felt a sense of warmth. Liu Qing noticed the fire and seemed to relax considerably, sitting down near the flames. A smile broke out on her previously icy face. Seeing Liu Qing's smile caught Chu Yang off guard. The ice goddess had always been cold and distant in his impression. Many shared this sentiment. It was rare to even catch a glimpse of her, let alone see her smile. But now, the ice goddess smiled warmly in front of him. After a moment, Chu Yang's gaze wandered down from Liu Qing's pale neck. Her t-shirt, wet from the sea, clung tightly to her body, accentuating her alluring curves. The sunlight revealed her long, fair legs, which she casually stretched out by the firelight, making her even more enticing. Chu Yang couldn't help but swallow hard. After all, he was a normal young man full of vigor, and this was the first time he had encountered such a scene. Naturally, his body had a normal physiological reaction. However, he quickly averted his gaze. If Liu Qing noticed, he would undoubtedly earn another label as a shameless rogue. Focusing his eyes straight ahead, he tried to maintain a serious demeanor, as if nothing had happened. Liu Qing, unaware of Chu Yang's thoughts, suddenly turned to him, her face bearing an expression of apology, and her coldness softened considerably. About earlier, I misunderstood you. I was in the wrong. While searching for firewood, Liu Qing had been secretly observing Chu Yang and found that he was indeed not the shameless rogue she had thought. In fact, if he were truly that type, he could have taken advantage of her while she was unconscious. Also, thank you for saving me. Liu Qing expressed her gratitude again. Chu Yang knew exactly what she was referring to. He added more dry wood to the fire and waved his hand toward Liu Qing. It's nothing, we're classmates, after all. We should help each other. Chu Yang replied generously. In truth, he didn't feel wronged at all, he hadn't taken the matter to heart. Are you also from Jianghai University? Liu Qing asked, surprised by what Chu Yang had said. Episode 003, Intermittency. 2 days ago, there were over 1,000 people on the ill-fated ship. Besides the students and faculty from Jianghai University, there were also other tourists and faculty from different universities. Liu Qing realized that Chu Yang must have also ended up on this deserted island after the cruise incident, just like her. What surprised her even more was that Chu Yang was also a student at Jianghai University. In the next moment, Liu Qing looked Chu Yang up and down. Which department are you in? Computer science, the same as you. How come I haven't seen you before? Liu Qing was even more astonished. What a coincidence. Not only are we from the same university, but we're also in the same department. There are several hundred people in the computer science department. It's normal that you haven't seen me, Chu Yang replied with a smile, unbothered. Liu Qing nodded in agreement. Indeed, every department at their university had at least a few hundred students. While it was possible they had crossed paths, it was unlikely they knew each other well. Well, maybe this is fate. I'll introduce myself first. My name is Chu Yang, he continued, looking at Liu Qing. Liu Qing politely nodded at him. Hey, I know you. You're Liu Qing, the goddess of our computer science department, the dream girl for many. Chu Yang interrupted Liu Qing's self-introduction. However, as soon as he spoke, he quickly swallowed his words, feeling a bit guilty and lowering his head. He thought to himself, that was close. Almost revealed that she's also my goddess, Liu Qing had been listening carefully to Chu Yang, and upon hearing his name, his guard dropped significantly. It was clear now that Chu Yang was indeed in the same department, otherwise, he wouldn't know her name. What were you going to say earlier? Suddenly, Liu Qing recalled that Chu Yang seemed to have something more to say. Feeling a bit embarrassed at Liu Qing's inquiry, Chu Yang sighed. I was going to say, I also think you're very beautiful, even more so than those celebrities. With that slick compliment, Liu Qing shot Chu Yang a glare, but a hint of color flashed across her face. Clearly, she appreciated Chu Yang's flattery. By the way, since you came to this deserted island, have you seen anyone else? After a moment, Liu Qing's expression shifted back to seriousness as she asked Chu Yang earnestly. This was the most pressing question on her mind. Now that they were on an unknown island, the urgent task was to find a way to leave. If there were others on the island, they could work together to find a solution. No. When I pulled you up from the sea, I had just arrived on this island myself. Chu Yang shook his head. Hearing this, disappointment washed over Liu Qing's face. This meant that it was just the two of them on the island. Don't worry, we'll definitely find a way to leave. With over 1,000 people on that cruise and such a huge incident, the rescue team will be here soon. Seeing the disappointment on Liu Qing's face, Chu Yang tried to comfort her. In truth, he was also trying to motivate himself. Liu Qing wanted to leave this unknown island, and he felt the same way. The key now was to not lose hope, even if there was only a glimmer of hope, they had to hold on. Yeah, let's hope, Liu Qing nodded. Just as Liu Qing finished speaking, her stomach let out a loud growl of hunger. Embarrassed, Liu Qing shot a glance at Chu Yang, who merely smiled in response. She probably hadn't eaten anything for a whole day, just like him. I just picked up a ripe coconut, you should hydrate first, Chu Yang said, picking up a stone to crack open the dark coconut before handing it to Liu Qing. Initially, Chu Yang had planned to climb the coconut tree to grab a few coconuts, but the trees were far too tall, and he was feeling a bit fatigued. Fortunately, there were many ripe coconuts lying under the trees, so he chose one that looked intact. Thanks. Liu Qing accepted the coconut without hesitation, eagerly drinking from it. She downed most of the coconut water in one go, instantly quenching her thirst. While she still felt a bit hungry and thirsty, she knew that Chu Yang was likely in the same situation. The next moment, Liu Qing handed the coconut back to Chu Yang. You drink the rest. Chu Yang took a large gulp, finishing off the remaining coconut water. He didn't even notice what it tasted like but felt a wave of relief wash over him afterward, as if he had shed a heavy burden. Taking a deep breath, he glanced sideways and noticed a hint of red creeping up Liu Qing's cheeks, even her fair neck was blushing. Oh, are you okay? Chu Yang instinctively thought, could there be something wrong with the coconut water, ? He quickly asked her. No, I'm fine, Liu Qing replied, lowering her head. There was a hint of panic in her voice as she subtly glanced at the coconut in Chu Yang's hands. Chu Yang felt a bit puzzled, but then it dawned on him, he suddenly understood. The coconut only had one opening, and since Liu Qing had just drunk from it before handing it to him, he realized with a jolt that he had indirectly shared something intimate with her. Oh, I didn't mean to. It was an accident. Chu Yang quickly explained to Liu Qing. His heart raced wildly, after all, she was the goddess of their department. The thought of having indirectly shared a moment with her made it impossible for him to stay calm. Chu Yang would have been fine not mentioning it, but now that he had brought it up, it was all too clear. The redness on Liu Qing's face deepened, and she lowered her head even further. For a moment, the atmosphere became awkward. I'll go get some food. Chu Yang felt a bit embarrassed and quickly got up, walking over to the pile of dry wood he had dragged back earlier. He soon immersed himself in his tasks, knowing that their food for the night would come from this pile of wood. Picking up a sharp stone, Chu Yang split a piece of dry wood that was about the thickness of his arm and somewhat rotten and soft. The center of the dry wood was hollow, and once broken, it revealed several white, peanut-shaped things inside. Turning back to the fire, he placed the white items on the ground. Chu Yang then found a large stone to put in the fire to heat it up. They had no pots or pans, so he had to make do with the big stones. What is this? Though Liu Qing still felt a bit awkward facing Chu Yang after their earlier incident, she was also curious about what he was doing. This will be our food for tonight, and it's quite delicious, Chu Yang said, glancing at Liu Qing without giving too many details, keeping her in suspense. Delicious food. Liu Qing's curiosity piqued, but her expression showed disbelief. In this deserted island, where there was nothing, Filling their stomachs was already a challenge, how could there be any gourmet food? Haven't you heard? High-end, delicious ingredients often require only the simplest methods to prepare. Chu Yang said confidently. He looked at the stones in the fire, which were getting hot. Feeling it was about time, he placed the white items in the center of the stone. They quickly began to sizzle, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. As Liu Qing caught the whiff of the roasting meat, her eyes lit up. But the next moment, when she focused on the sizzling stones, her expression changed entirely. What is this? These are bugs. Episode 004, The Lore of Unexpected Delicacies. The smell of roasting meat around them grew increasingly intense, but when Liu Qing looked at the food on the stones in the fire, her eyes widened, and her face turned pale, for the food on the stones was nothing but wriggling worms. The white worms squirmed under the high heat, transforming into a yellow-brown color that resembled tiny meatballs. Seeing this scene made Liu Qing's stomach churn violently. Are we really going to eat this? She asked, covering her mouth and looking at Chu Yang with a tremor in her voice. Chu Yang was not surprised by Liu Qing's reaction, as he had anticipated it. He nodded and said, "Yes, this is our food for tonight. Don't underestimate these worms, they are high in protein and taste pretty good." As they cooked, the worms turned a golden brown, and they began to resemble little meatballs. Chu Yang picked up a cooked worm and handed it to Liu Qing. "Why don't you give it a try?" he said. Seeing the food Chu Yang offered, Liu Qing instinctively recoiled several steps, shaking her head like a wave. "No, I'm not hungry right now." But right after she spoke, her stomach audibly protested with growls. Clearly, Liu Qing was not genuinely uninterested in food, rather, she found it hard to accept that these worms could be considered food. For most people, the sight of worms is indeed difficult to stomach, and even more so for a pampered girl like Liu Qing. In truth, she was resolute, she decided she would rather starve than eat these worms. "Fine, I'll eat first," Chu Yang said, noticing Liu Qing's reluctance. He took a bite of the cooked worms to set an example. Chu Yang was truly hungry, and he devoured several worms at once. They were crispy, with a hint of pine nut flavor, and the taste was surprisingly good. After eating a dozen or so with delight, Chu Yang felt his strength returning, although he was still quite hungry. However, at least the worms provided a temporary nutritional boost. Liu Qing watched Chu Yang eat with enjoyment. Despite her strong resistance, her stomach continued to grumble in protest. After swallowing hard, Liu Qing finally succumbed. "How does it taste?" she asked. "You can find out for yourself," Chu Yang replied, pointing at the remaining worms on the stones. This was also a deliberate gesture by Chu Yang. If she didn't eat something, she wouldn't last long. Liu Qing's stomach growled again, and before long, she was back at the fire, her trembling hands reaching for a golden worm from the stones. With her eyes tightly shut, she placed it in her mouth. Her brows knitted tightly as she grimaced in discomfort. But in the next moment, Liu Qing's eyes shot open wide. The taste was actually quite pleasant. Having made her first attempt and discovered the deliciousness of the worms, Liu Qing quickly finished off the remaining ones. "Not bad, right?" Chu Yang chuckled, noticing Liu Qing's satisfied expression. Liu Qing wiped her mouth, feeling embarrassed as she recalled her earlier resistance. "It wasn't as bad as I imagined." Chu Yang shook his head, laughing, "You were just pretending. Your expression while eating gave you away. You could have just said it was delicious, the law of deliciousness never goes out of style. How did you know these worms were edible? And how did you catch them?" Liu Qing shifted the topic, her interest piqued by Chu Yang's knowledge. He seemed to understand quite a lot, which was a secret worth noting. Chu Yang feigned seriousness as he responded, "Well, it's not a big deal. To people like you from wealthy families, it seems impressive, but for someone like me from the countryside, it's just ordinary. Didn't you hear the saying that children from poor families grow up early?" To him, these wilderness survival skills were mere childhood games. Climbing trees and fishing in the sea were basic skills. What was so special about it? His serious demeanor earned him an eye roll from Liu Qing. However, she didn't genuinely have any complaints about him. In fact, she found Chu Yang to be a pretty decent person compared to the playboys who used to pursue her. On this deserted island, Chu Yang brought her a sense of safety. "Hey, have you thought about what we should do next?" Liu Qing asked, taking the initiative. "Let's just take it one step at a time. If all else fails, we might have to become a pair of tragic lovers on this deserted island," Chu Yang replied with a touch of melancholy, but his tone was more playful. Who wants to be your tragic lover? Under the moonlight, the two gradually warmed up to each other, exchanging laughter. To any passerby, they would appear as a young couple enjoying their time together. As they chatted, Chu Yang and Liu Qing grew closer, and Liu Qing began to trust him more. Chu Yang realized that Liu Qing wasn't as cold as the rumors suggested. But just as their conversation became more lively, they suddenly heard rustling sounds from nearby, causing both to tense up. From the edge of the dark forest, a pair of green eyes emerged. A wolf! Chu Yang's expression darkened. How unlucky could he be to encounter a wolf on the first day? Wolves are pack animals and can hold grudges. What do we do now? Liu Qing panicked. Don't worry, wild beasts fear fire. It won't dare to approach. Chu Yang took a deep breath, fixing his gaze on the wolf. He gripped the makeshift weapon he had crafted to bolster his courage. The wolf howled, its green eyes glowing as it slowly approached Chu Yang and Liu Qing. They could see that it was a thin black wolf, more accurately, a skeletal black wolf, likely a lone one. Chu Yang considered that he might stand a chance. However, he was more anxious than anything else. Liu Qing clutched Chu Yang's arm tightly, completely unaware that the pile of meat before her had been squashed. With a howl, the black wolf charged at them. At that moment, Chu Yang pushed Liu Qing aside and hurled his torch at the wolf. The blinding light startled the black wolf, and Chu Yang seized the opportunity to strike its injured leg with the stone he held. The wolf howled in pain, backing away while limping and maintaining its distance. The two survivors watched as the black wolf retreated, panting heavily. Chu Yang was soaked in sweat, completely drained. Chu Yang, are you okay? Liu Qing rushed to him, concern etched on her face. Chu Yang waved her off, assuring her he was fine. But there are likely more ferocious beasts deeper in this forest. Our lives are going to get difficult. What should we do? Liu Qing asked, her voice trembling. We can only pray for rescue to arrive quickly. The wolf won't return soon after being wounded. Take the opportunity to rest and regain your strength. What about you? Liu Qing asked. I'll keep watch. Once you're rested, you can take over, Chu Yang replied. Okay. With that, Liu Qing curled up next to the fire, her body relaxing as she quickly drifted off to sleep. Chapter 5, It's interesting. Chu Yang saw that Liu Qing had fallen into a deep sleep, and he shook his head without saying anything. He knew she was genuinely exhausted. Chu Yang didn't disturb her. Instead, he found a sturdy wooden stick to use as a weapon for self-defense. Under the bright moonlight, he sat quietly, gazing at the churning waves of the sea, lost in thought. Liu Qing's earlier words reminded him that they needed to think about their next steps. 2 days had already passed since the incident, beyond the crucial golden time for rescue. With the grey wolf lurking, Chu Yang sighed and muttered to himself, shaking his head inwardly. He knew that waiting for rescue was virtually hopeless. The golden rescue window was typically only 48 hours. Beyond that, especially at sea, the chances of survival were nearly impossible. After that time frame, rescuers generally gave up hope. Now, they could only rely on themselves. In his heart, Chu Yang prepared for the worst. If rescue did come, it would be great, but if not, he had to learn to survive on his own. Gradually, he began to formulate a plan. As time passed, the sky at the seaside turned pale with dawn, and the sun rose, revealing a beautiful scene of blue waters and flocks of seagulls. The waves and sea breeze painted a picturesque landscape that felt refreshing to the soul. The scenery here was something many people dreamt of. Perhaps some people often fantasized about getting close to nature or had wishes to do so, but living on a deserted island without any water source made survival a challenging ordeal. Chu Yang, wake up! A high-pitched scream echoed over the sea. Following the sound, he saw Liu Qing, nearly submerged in the water, continuously splashing him to wake him up. Huh? What happened? Hearing Liu Qing's shout, Chu Yang, who had been sound asleep, jolted awake, completely bewildered. Not only was Liu Qing almost entirely in the water, but he realized he was also in the same situation. Are we not on the shore? When did we fall into the sea? HMPH. Shouldn't you be the one asking that? Weren't you supposed to keep watch? Chu Yang felt embarrassed. He had indeed been on guard throughout the night, but, by midnight, he hadn't woken Liu Qing. However, in the early hours, he couldn't hold on any longer. Thinking that it was already late and there wouldn't be any danger, he decided to take a short nap. Who knew that he would fall into a deep sleep instead? The waves had become too strong, and Chu Yang decided it was best to get back to the shore. He shook off his confusion and seriously said to Liu Qing, "The waves are too strong, we should get back on land first." Liu Qing understood the urgency and nodded. "Give me your hand, we'll go together." Taking a deep breath, Chu Yang prepared to swim ashore, extending his hand toward Liu Qing. With the waves crashing down, one person's weight was limited, but by sticking together, they could reduce the risk of being swept away. Moreover, Chu Yang was worried about Liu Qing's safety. After a moment of hesitation, Liu Qing eventually reached out her hand, and they clasped hands, their fingers intertwined. Chu Yang felt her hand was soft, delicate, and weak. This was his first time holding hands with a girl, especially with someone he had only just met a day ago, his goddess. It was something that had only existed in beautiful fantasies until now, but here it was, a reality. Liu Qing kept her head down, allowing Chu Yang to hold her hand tightly. Inside, Liu Qing felt her heart racing, like a small drum, as it was her first time holding hands with a boy, especially with someone she had only known for less than a day. After a considerable effort, they finally made it back to the shore. Both were soaked, and Chu Yang gasped for breath, feeling utterly exhausted. His strength had already been drained due to a lack of food and water, and the short swim only added to his fatigue. Liu Qing was in a similar state, her chest rising and falling. But her gaze remained fixed on the hand that Chu Yang was still holding. "Can you let go now?" Liu Qing's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of feminine shyness. Hearing her, Chu Yang suddenly realized he was still gripping her delicate hand tightly. He quickly released it, feeling embarrassed as he scratched his head. "Oh, the situation was special," he explained, smiling at Liu Qing. However, when he looked at her, he froze, feeling a jolt, as if he had been electrocuted, and warmth rushed to his face. The words he had prepared to say evaporated in an instant. Liu Qing looked utterly captivating, or more accurately, he had stumbled upon a sight that was inappropriate for children. She wore a form-fitting t-shirt that had become almost glued to her body due to the seawater, revealing her smooth skin quite clearly. Perhaps because of the sea's drenching, her t-shirt was now quite disheveled, and her ample figure was nearly fully on display. Though there was the constraint of her undergarment, it was still a striking contrast against her skin, and with her breaths coming in waves, the scene was overwhelming, causing the heat to rise in Chu Yang's cheeks. "Is it beautiful?" A voice rang in his ear. Chu Yang felt a chill run down his spine, but still lost in the stunning image, he blurted out, "It's beautiful." In the next moment, he felt as if he were in an ice cellar, suddenly jolting back to reality. He looked up to see Liu Qing glaring at him with icy eyes. Episode 006, I said it. Are you still watching? Liu Qing coldly scoffed at Chu Yang, "I thought you were different from other men, but it seems you're all the same." In the next moment, Liu Qing quickly covered her chest with her hands. Faced with Liu Qing's cold remark, Chu Yang felt a bit embarrassed, like a thief caught in the act. He hurriedly averted his gaze. Fortunately, Chu Yang had thick skin and could bear the awkwardness. He convinced himself he hadn't done anything wrong, he had simply looked, just making a mistake that all men could make. Oh, didn't I say, the ospreys cry, on the islet by the river, the graceful lady, the gentleman cherishes her. Hey, that doesn't seem wrong, right? Chu Yang defended himself. Liu Qing gave Chu Yang a major eye roll, when did I ever say that? Chu Yang scratched his head again, realizing he hadn't actually said those words, but he thought, does it count if I say it now? He coughed awkwardly to ease the tension. Liu Qing shot Chu Yang a few glances but didn't say anything further. This was just a small episode, and she didn't genuinely blame him, instead, she felt a strange sense of attachment to Chu Yang. Shaking her wet hair, Chu Yang turned his gaze to the waves crashing on the beach. Looking down at the shoreline, Chu Yang finally understood what had happened and why they woke up in the waves, the tide had risen. I was careless. I didn't think about that last night, he said with a bitter smile. He felt somewhat relieved that he realized it early, otherwise, if the rising tide had swept them into deeper waters, the consequences would be unimaginable. The campfire is gone, what should we do now? Liu Qing asked Chu Yang. At this moment, Liu Qing truly didn't know what to do next. Through last night's experience, Chu Yang had learned it quite a bit, and in a way, Liu Qing had begun to see him as her anchor. Without a source of fire, that's manageable, but the most important thing now is to find a safe campsite and to look for food and water, Chu Yang said seriously. Finding a secure campsite, food, and a water source were now the three critical issues they needed to resolve. None could be neglected. If they lacked any of these three essentials, they likely wouldn't survive. Chu Yang felt an intense thirst and hunger. He was starting to feel lightheaded. Liu Qing remained silent, but her expression grew serious, understanding the gravity of their situation. Next, Liu Qing looked at Chu Yang, hoping he could think of a solution. Let's wait here for a bit. After the tide goes down, we can start looking for a safe campsite, Chu Yang suggested. Once the tide recedes, they would likely find some fish, shrimp, or shellfish left behind, temporarily solving the food issue. They would then only need to tackle the problems of finding a campsite and a water source. Liu Qing nodded, showing no objection. Let's follow your lead, she agreed. The two sat on the beach for about half an hour before the tide finally receded. Chu Yang looked at the coast to his left and pointed, let's head in this direction. It wasn't that Chu Yang had spotted something, he was simply following his instincts. At this moment, aside from his gut feeling, there didn't seem to be any other method. Liu Qing was curious about why Chu Yang chose that direction, but she kept her thoughts to herself and followed behind him as they headed toward the left side of the beach. Before long, the morning turned into noon under the blazing sun. What had felt like a refreshing autumn morning had suddenly turned into a scorching summer heat. After half a day of walking along the beach, Chu Yang and Liu Qing still hadn't found a safe campsite. Apart from the dense forest on the island, the beach was almost at the same level as the sea. While everything seemed fine now, if the tide rose again, this place could be submerged at any moment, making these shores unsafe. Of course, even though they hadn't found a safe spot, they hadn't returned empty-handed. Both of them had gathered a variety of fish, shrimp, and shellfish, which had been left on the shore as the tide receded. This was their only food at the moment. I can't go on anymore, I'm really exhausted, Liu Qing exclaimed, staggering and collapsing onto the sand. The fish and shellfish in her hands scattered around, and her face looked pale. Chu Yang sat down beside her, licking his chapped lips, feeling equally drained. Though they had found some food at the receding tide, their fruitless search for a secure campsite had left them feeling very discouraged. But that wasn't the most critical issue. The real problem was that, under the scorching sun, they were both on the verge of dehydration. At this point, they craved water, even more than food or anything else. I want to sleep. I want to drink water, Liu Qing murmured weakly, gazing at the churning sea. She felt an overwhelming urge to jump into the water and scream. Not just Liu Qing, Chu Yang felt a similar impulse, a strong one. But they both knew they couldn't do that since seawater was undrinkable and wouldn't quench their thirst. They both understood the basic common knowledge: drinking seawater would only accelerate their dehydration. If worse comes to worst, I have a simple but somewhat difficult to accept method, Chu Yang said through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, Liu Qing felt like she had grasped a lifeline. What method? In her panic, she hadn't quite caught the second half of Chu Yang's sentence. I saw in a movie that in extreme situations where water is scarce, and no sources can be found, to survive, one can use the water in their body. Eh? Survive? The water in your body. Liu Qing murmured weakly. What do you mean? The next second. Suddenly, Liu Qing understood what he meant by the water in your body, and her face went pale in shock. No way. Absolutely not. I'd rather die of thirst. Liu Qing shook her head furiously. The water in your body referred, quite obviously, to human urine. In the face of hunger, Liu Qing could grit her teeth and accept it, but drinking that? Absolutely impossible. In this situation, we have no other choices. To survive, we have to choose this method, Chu Yang said through clenched teeth. To be honest, he found it hard to accept too, but right now, they had no alternatives and no water source. Not drinking meant they would face death. Liu Qing trembled, biting her lip, caught in a frantic struggle. Episode 007, Water in the Backpack. The sun blazed overhead, and the temperature kept rising. Even the sea breeze carried a scorching heat. Chu Yang and Liu Qing were almost baked dry in these conditions, and they couldn't hold out much longer. No way, I absolutely refuse to drink water from my body. Even as she neared her breaking point, Liu Qing still couldn't accept this idea. Chu Yang didn't respond to Liu Qing because she was dehydrated and didn't even have the strength to speak. In the hazy distance, it seemed that Chu Yang was beginning to hallucinate. Hey? I think I see someone by the beach. No, wait, it looks like two people. They are tilting their heads, trying to see if there are any coconut trees around, but they didn't find any. He vaguely noticed two figures lying on the sand. Chu Yang didn't think it was real at first, believing he was just imagining things. I think I see them too, Liu Qing said weakly, following Chu Yang's gaze. Huh? What? Chu Yang was startled by Liu Qing's words. It didn't seem like a hallucination after all. After a moment, Chu Yang focused his eyes and, about 200 meters away on the beach, he indeed saw two figures lying down, and they appeared to be two girls. The two girls were lying motionless on the sand, and it was unclear if they were alive or dead. There are really people here, Chu Yang confirmed to Liu Qing. If they had seen other people half a day ago on this deserted island, both Chu Yang and Liu Qing would have been thrilled. But now, they couldn't feel happy at all because they were struggling to survive themselves. Without a water source, they wouldn't even make it through today. Should we go over and take a look? Liu Qing gritted her teeth and sat up. Both Liu Qing and Chu Yang had the same thought, but she still wanted to check if those two were alive. Okay, Chu Yang nodded. Although he didn't have much strength, the distance wasn't too far, and there was no harm in taking a look. After a while, the two of them staggered toward the figures. The 200-meter distance wasn't far by normal standards, but for the dehydrated Liu Qing and Chu Yang, it took them several minutes to walk. Indeed, the two figures on the beach were girls about the same age as Chu Yang and Liu Qing. One had long hair, and the other had short hair. The long-haired girl wore a white dress, had an elegant figure, an oval face, and delicate features. Although she was somewhat less attractive than Liu Qing, she was definitely a beauty. The short-haired girl had a heavy layer of makeup on her face, but her clothing was extremely revealing, very short shorts and a cropped top, leaving almost everything exposed except for her private parts. One was conservative, while the other was bold. Both girls were wet, and their stomachs were slightly swollen. Chu Yang guessed they must have just arrived at this beach and were likely washed ashore by the previous waves. They look familiar, they should be from our university, Liu Qing said, scrutinizing the two girls. Chu Yang didn't find it surprising since half of the people on the cruise were from Jiang High University. It wasn't unusual for Liu Qing to recognize them as well. It's her. In the next moment, Chu Yang's gaze fell on the short-haired girl, causing his entire body to shudder, and his expression changed slightly. You know her? Liu Qing asked curiously upon seeing Chu Yang's reaction. Chu Yang nodded, then shook his head. Oh, sort of. His face looked a bit grim. Liu Qing was quite surprised to learn that Chu Yang actually knew the girl. Just as Liu Qing was about to ask more, she noticed that Chu Yang was walking toward the short-haired girl with a glint in his eye. Chu Yang looked like a hungry wolf that had spotted a delicious meal. Liu Qing noticed his behavior and was taken aback. What are you thinking at a time like this? She thought Chu Yang had some ulterior motive upon seeing the short-haired girl's revealing outfit. Chu Yang glanced back at Liu Qing, forced a bitter smile, and thought, I'm about to die of thirst, how could I have any bad thoughts? Even if he did have any bad thoughts, it wouldn't be about her, and he wouldn't do that in front of Liu Qing. Without the energy to explain himself, Chu Yang half-squatted in front of the short-haired girl and retrieved a backpack from under him. It was a men's hiking backpack, likely not belonging to the girl, possibly washed ashore along with the waves. But now was not the time to ponder whose backpack it was. Chu Yang saw what was inside. The backpack was partially open, containing some clothes, a few loaves of bread, and, importantly, 2 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water. What did Chu Yang need the most right now? It was undoubtedly water, and this was like a lifeline for him. Water. When Liu Qing saw the water in the backpack, her eyes lit up, and she rushed to Chu Yang's side. Her expression was almost identical to how Chu Yang looked earlier, like a hungry wolf spotting food, seeing light in the dark. Yuan Lan, was it because of the water earlier? Liu Qing recalled the previous incident, realizing she had misunderstood Chu Yang. Her face turned slightly embarrassed. Besides water, did you think I had some bad intentions? Chu Yang teased Liu Qing while rolling his eyes. Now that he saw the water, Chu Yang felt much better inside. At least they didn't have to resort to the difficult method he had mentioned before. Liu Qing was also staring at the mineral water in the backpack, her eyes wide with hope. Seeing this, Chu Yang took a bottle of water from the bag and handed it to Liu Qing. As for the other bottle, he didn't touch it. Seeing Chu Yang's action, Liu Qing had a rough idea of what he was thinking. He must want to keep the other bottle for emergencies. In fact, this was true. Although they were desperately short of water now, Chu Yang needed to consider the time ahead. Unless absolutely necessary or if they couldn't find any other water sources, that other bottle of water would be their lifesaver. At that moment, Liu Qing looked at Chu Yang and felt touched. In times of hardship, true feelings are revealed. Chu Yang's situation was no better than hers. But at this moment, she thought only of herself. In a state of hunger and thirst, Liu Qing couldn't hold on any longer. She opened the bottle cap and started drinking deeply without caring about her image. Episode 008, Two Girls. In one breath, Liu Qing drank over half a bottle of mineral water. After replenishing her fluids, she felt a wave of relief wash over her and handed the remaining water to Chu Yang. "Here, you take the rest," she said, before hurriedly turning to check on the two girls. Chu Yang couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Liu Qing's flustered demeanor after she handed him the half-empty bottle of water. It seemed like they were about to have another indirect contact moment. A few seconds later, Chu Yang gulped down the remaining water, and his dehydrated body instantly felt revitalized. "Chu Yang, come quickly. They are still alive," Liu Qing shouted after examining the two girls. Hearing her words, Chu Yang hurried over. The two girls were indeed alive, but their condition was dire, their breathing was weak, and they were at risk of dying at any moment. Especially concerning was the short-haired girl, who had a severe gash on her thigh, bleeding dark blood from the wound. "Chu Yang, you need to save them." Liu Qing was at a loss, having never encountered such a situation before. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Yang nodded seriously. "Well, since they are still alive, we can't just stand by and do nothing," he thought. "First, you need to bandage her wound," he instructed, pulling a piece of clothing from the backpack and handing it to Liu Qing. The short-haired girl's condition was critical, and they needed to stop the bleeding immediately, otherwise, she would lose too much blood. "After that, we can perform CPR," he added. "Got it." Liu Qing nodded, taking the clothing and starting to bandage the short-haired girl's wound. Meanwhile, Chu Yang half-squatted in front of the long-haired girl. The wet, white dress clung tightly to her body, revealing her stunning figure, which was impossible to overlook. She had an enviable hourglass shape that made Chu Yang feel a rush of heat. "This is definitely the best figure I've ever seen in a woman," he thought, though he also recognized that while her beauty might not outshine Liu Qing's, her figure was indeed more impressive. Shaking his head to clear his mind, he reminded himself that now was not the time to be distracted by thoughts like that. He needed to focus on saving lives. After several seconds, Chu Yang regained some clarity and began to assess the long-haired girl's condition. It didn't seem too serious. She appeared to be unconscious due to inhaling seawater, just like Liu Qing had been earlier. As long as he could expel the seawater, she should wake up. "I'm sorry," he whispered, glancing one last time at her exquisite body before preparing to perform CPR, crossing his hands and placing them on her chest. Just as he was about to start, the long-haired girl began to cough violently, expelling a mouthful of seawater. She had awakened and slowly opened her eyes. "Where am I? Am I still alive?" Her first words upon seeing Chu Yang. "You're lucky, you're still alive," he replied. "Did you save me?" she asked, eyeing him warily. Then she sat up, and upon realizing her wet dress was almost transparent, her face turned bright red. "Oh, no, I didn't save you, I just happened to find you here on the beach," Chu Yang explained. As she surveyed her surroundings, the long-haired girl asked, "What is this place? You must also be one of the people from the cruise ship, right?" "I am." "This is a deserted island," he informed her. "What do you mean a deserted island?" The long-haired girl's face went pale, fear and despair flashing across her features. Chu Yang remained silent, understanding her reaction. He felt the same way when he and Liu Qing discovered they were stranded on a deserted island the previous day. "Chu Yang, come quick!" Liu Qing's urgent voice interrupted his thoughts. He rushed over, and the long-haired girl turned her gaze toward Liu Qing, who was now visible alongside them. Seeing other women besides Chu Yang brought her some relief. "Huh? What's wrong?" Chu Yang asked as he reached Liu Qing's side. Upon glancing at the unconscious short-haired girl, Chu Yang's calm expression darkened significantly. Liu Qing noticed his change in demeanor, curiosity piqued. It seemed that Chu Yang had some special connection with this girl. Despite her curiosity, Liu Qing didn't press him further. Instead, she quickly explained, I bandaged her wounds and tried CPR, but she's still not waking up, and her breathing has gotten weaker. Chu Yang checked the short-haired girl's condition. She was incredibly pale and cold, with shallow breaths. Compared to the long-haired girl, the short-haired girl's situation was more severe, likely due to both the prolonged exposure to seawater and potential infection from her wound. Quickly. Let's try artificial respiration, Chu Yang suddenly said. Although he wasn't a medical professional, he knew a bit about first aid techniques. If artificial respiration didn't work, they would be out of options. Artificial respiration. Liu Qing's eyebrows shot up in alarm. But I don't know how. You should do it. Come on, the situation is urgent. You need to do it. Chu Yang urged. Just as he was about to explain that it was also his first time, Liu Qing's objections interrupted him. Chu Yang's face fell at the thought of having to perform artificial respiration on the short-haired girl. If it had been anyone else, he wouldn't have hesitated, but the fact that it was her made him reluctant. Sigh, it's for the sake of saving her. Just bear with it, he thought, trying to reassure himself. Episode 0092 Department Beauties. After a while, Chu Yang half squatted down. Although the short-haired girl's face was covered with traces of heavy makeup and her appearance was not as good as Liu Qing and the long-haired girl just now, she was not very ugly. She had a good figure with short shorts and a short top. However, Chu Yang was not interested in the appearance of the short-haired girl at all. He straightened his face, pinched the girl's lips tightly with both hands, and opened her mouth. Although it was Chu Yang's first time, he was also very good at it. After doing all this, Chu Yang took a deep breath and lowered his head to her mouth. Half a minute passed, and the short-haired girl still didn't move. 1 minute, 2 minutes, a full 5 minutes passed. Chu Yang was so tired that sweat broke out on his forehead, but the short-haired girl still didn't mean to wake up. This was his only reward. The short-haired girl's breathing gradually became much stronger. Seeing that the short-haired girl still didn't wake up, Chu Yang was ready to give up. It was not that she didn't want to call, but that he had tried his best. For the last time, Chu Yang was ready to try one last time. If it still didn't work, he was ready to give up. However, just when Chu Yang lowered his head and put his mouth to mouth, the short-haired girl suddenly opened her eyes without any warning. The two looked at each other. Chu Yang didn't expect that the short-haired girl would suddenly wake up. He kept the mouth-to-mouth posture and was stunned for a moment. Time seemed to stop at this moment. With a snap, a dull slap sounded. Chu Yang was slapped by the short-haired girl, and his face was burning. Chu Yang, who was originally stunned, woke up at this time. He stood up and glared at the short-haired girl. Why did you hit me? I hit you lightly. How dare you take advantage of me? Do you know who I am? The girl also stood up the next moment. She was furious and stared at Chu Yang fiercely, as if she wanted to eat him. Chu Yang touched his burning face, and his expression darkened. He felt wronged more than anything else. It was fine that he didn't get any benefit for saving people, but now he was considered to be taking advantage of others and was slapped for no reason. I was saving you just now. It was okay to be slapped, but Chu Yang didn't want to be wronged. He explained in a calm voice, thinking that he should not have done this thankless task earlier. HMPH, are you a man? You dare to do it but not to take responsibility? HMPH, you took advantage of me and were caught, so you argued that you were saving me. Do you think I will believe your nonsense? TSK. The short-haired girl snorted arrogantly. In the eyes of the short-haired girl, Chu Yang was taking advantage of her. You are unreasonable. Chu Yang was very annoyed when he heard what the short-haired girl said. However, Chu Yang didn't want to continue to entangle with the short-haired girl, so he turned around and prepared to leave. Come on, stop right there. You took advantage of me and want to leave like this. There is no such good thing in the world. The short-haired woman kept yelling. Chu Yang looked at him and seemed to be determined not to give up what happened just now. What do you want? Chu Yang's voice darkened. Although Chu Yang was calm on the surface, he was really angry in his heart. My classmate, you really misunderstood. You were in a coma just now. He was indeed saving you. I can testify to that. Liu Qing, who was standing by, saw that Chu Yang was wronged by the short-haired woman, and the short-haired woman was still determined not to give up, so she quickly stood up to explain. When the short-haired woman heard what Liu Qing said, she realized that in addition to Chu Yang, there were two other women present. HMPH, you testify. TSK, you are all in the same group. Who knows if you are deliberately shielding her? For Liu Qing's explanation, the short-haired girl did not change her opinion of Chu Yang. Liu Qing raised her eyebrows. Now she also felt that the short-haired girl was not only unreasonable, but also extremely unreasonable. Xu Nao. At the same time, Liu Qing also looked at Chu Yang, a little curious. Didn't they know each other? Well, I can also testify. At this time, the long-haired girl standing aside also stood up and spoke. He also saw clearly what happened just now. I don't know them. I just woke up like you and met them. You have been in a coma just now. The situation is a bit dangerous, so I gave you artificial respiration. The long-haired girl spoke truthfully. Chu Yang glanced at Liu Qing and the long-haired girl, and the anger in his heart was reduced a lot. Fortunately, the long-haired girl and Liu Qing are now testifying, otherwise she would not be able to clear herself even if she jumped into the Yellow River today. The short-haired girl heard the long-haired girl's words, and her arrogance was restrained, but she still glared at Chu Yang fiercely. Humph. Well, even if I was in a dangerous coma just now, doesn't he know the difference between men and women? And you are all here, I think she is just anxious. The short-haired girl still has a bad face. Chu Yang shook his head with a gloomy face. It's not that he has never seen unreasonable people, but this is the first time he has met such an unreasonable person. Now Chu Yang also regretted it. If he had known this, he shouldn't have been soft-hearted just now. The reason why I asked him to save you just now is because only he knows how to give first aid. Artificial respiration. Liu Qing said indifferently, and there was also some meaning of defending Chu Yang in her tone. Humph, this lady doesn't care about her uncle. The short-haired girl was cold and weird. Humph. Liu Qing's face turned cold. This person really went too far. Okay, now is not the time for us to quarrel. Since we can meet at the same time on this deserted island, it is also a kind of fate. We should build a reasonable team and find a way to leave here. The situation became more and more serious, and the long-haired girl stood up again and spoke. Eh? What? Hey, this is a deserted island. The short-haired girl heard what the long-haired girl said, looked around, and her arrogant expression suddenly changed. The energy of scolding a shrew just now was also twisted down. The long-haired girl saw that she had calmed down, her expression had relaxed, and then her eyes looked at Liu Qing and Chu Yang again. Apart from you, is there anyone else on this deserted island? Chu Yang shook his head at the long-haired girl. Liu Qing's originally cold expression softened a lot for the long-haired girl. We were also washed up on this deserted island like you. Apart from you, we have not met anyone else. Are you also from Jianghai University? The long-haired girl nodded and looked at Liu Qing and asked. Chu Yang was unfamiliar, but he seemed to have some impression of Liu Qing. Yes, we are both from the computer department of Jianghai University. When the long-haired girl heard what Liu Qing said, a touch of joy flashed across her face. This is such a coincidence. I am also from Jianghai University, but I am from the finance department. My name is Xu Qing. Hearing that Liu Qing and Chu Yang are both from Jianghai University, the long-haired girl was very happy and introduced herself quickly. So you are Xu Qing, no wonder there were some rumors just now. Liu Qing nodded suddenly. When Chu Yang heard the long-haired girl's self-introduction, he was stunned and thought to himself that this was such a coincidence. It was not because this Xu Qing was also from Jianghai University, but because of this Xu Qing's great name. She had heard of Xu Qing, the beauty of the finance department before. Now she actually met the beauty of the two departments at the same time and was on the same deserted island. This luck was too good. Episode 010 Xu Qing and Xiaolin. Chu Yang had never thought that he would have any intersection with Xiahua one day, but he didn't expect that after being stranded on this deserted island, he would actually meet both of them at the same time. Both Liu Qing and Xu Qing are goddesses in many people's minds. Looking at the short-haired girl who was still glaring at him fiercely, Chu Yang couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. The only flaw was that there was another him. It was really a big spoiler. You are all from Jianghai, and so am I. My name is Xiaolin. The short-haired girl heard the conversation between Liu Qing and Xu Qing and hurriedly introduced herself. She didn't expect that we were so destined to meet on this deserted island. Shu Qing smiled even more happily after hearing Xiao Lin's self-introduction. Now she felt like meeting an old friend in a foreign land. As for Liu Qing, she just glanced at Xiao Lin. Liu Qing couldn't stand Xiao Lin's indiscriminate and unreasonable behavior just now. Then Shu Qing also noticed something, glanced at Chu Yang, and quickly began to change the subject. Liu Qing stood with Chu Yang and began to introduce Chu Yang. He is also from Jianghai University. His name is Chu Yang. He is in the same department as me. Hello. Shu Qing smiled gently and greeted Chu Yang. Chu Yang also smiled at Shu Qing and nodded in response. Oh, Chu Yang? Well, why is this name so familiar? It seems that I have heard it somewhere. The short-haired girl on the side heard Chu Yang's name, looked at Chu Yang with disdain, and stared at Chu Yang with vicious eyes, as if she wanted to eat him. Looking up and down, Xiao Lin didn't seem to know this person, but why did he feel so familiar with Chu Yang's name now? Well, where did he hear it before? Xiao Lin frowned and said secretly. Chu Yang was being stared at by Xiao Lin all the time. He felt uncomfortable all over. He was a little nervous in his heart, as if he was afraid of being recognized. But the next moment, Chu Yang saw Xiao Lin frowning and looking puzzled, and knew that he didn't recognize him, so he was relieved. It hurts so much. At this moment, just as Xiao Lin was about to continue thinking about where he had heard the name Chu Yang, a sharp pain came from his leg, and Xiao Lin also screamed at this time. Liu Qing, Shu Qing and Chu Yang heard Xiao Lin screaming, and looked over quickly. It turned out that his wound had split again. The wound that Liu Qing had bandaged just now was bleeding again, and the blood stained the clothes that bandaged the wound red. The next moment, Xiao Lin's face turned pale, and he staggered to the ground. Xiao Lin, what's wrong with you? Shu Qing saw Xiao Lin fall down, and walked over nervously, squatted down and called him. Xiao Lin did not respond and did not move. Liu Qing saw this scene and hurried over to see what was going on. Although he didn't like Xiao Lin, at least he was like them, stranded on this island, and he was a college classmate. He seemed to be unconscious again. Liu Qing saw Xiao Lin's situation and raised his eyebrows. Is he in trouble? Shu Qing was a little flustered and nervous in the face of such a situation. Liu Qing didn't say anything, but looked up at Chu Yang, and Shu Qing also looked at Chu Yang. Why are you looking at me? I'm not a doctor. Chu Yang shrugged at Shu Qing and Liu Qing and spoke. As for Xiao Lin, Chu Yang didn't even look at him. He had just slapped him without knowing the truth, and he even accused him of taking advantage of him. Chu Yang didn't bother to pay attention to him. It's not that Chu Yang is stingy, but that people like him don't deserve sympathy. What should we do now? Will his life be in danger? Shu Qing became even more flustered. Liu Qing glanced at the motionless Xiao Lin, and suddenly sighed, then looked at Chu Yang again, with a look of help in his eyes. Liu Qing was really afraid that Xiao Lin would get into trouble, and he was a little reluctant. After receiving Liu Qing's look of help, Chu Yang hesitated for a while, and finally walked over, half squatted down to take a brief look at Xiao Lin's condition, and then looked at the wound that was bleeding. Chu Yang knew what happened. He was fine now, but he was just unconscious due to excessive blood loss. However, halfway through, Pu Yang suddenly changed the subject, saying that although he was fine now, if the bleeding was not stopped, he might die from excessive blood loss. So serious? Shu Qing's face was shocked, and Liu Qing's face also changed. He didn't expect Xiao Lin's injury to be so serious. After thinking for a moment, Liu Qing said that it was getting late. Why don't we take him back to the valley first? Chu Yang hesitated for a while and nodded. After all, this was a life. If Xiao Lin was left here alone, even if he didn't lose his life due to excessive blood loss, he would probably become food for other wild animals. The sunset gradually fell. Xiao Lin was unconscious and couldn't walk by himself, so he had to be carried by Chu Yang. Chu Yang was very reluctant, but there was nothing he could do. Chu Yang and his group returned to the valley. Originally, there were only Chu Yang and Liu Qing in this valley, and now there were two more. It was indeed a good thing to meet other people on the deserted island, but Chu Yang couldn't be happy at all now. One more person meant that they needed more food, and now they hadn't found any water source. At present, they only had the bottle of mineral water that Chu Yang found in his backpack on the beach. This valley is so beautiful. Shu Qing looked at the scenery in the valley and couldn't help but exclaimed. At the same time, Shu Qing was also a little fortunate. Fortunately, I met you, otherwise we really don't know what to do tonight. Thank you. Oh, don't be polite. We are not only classmates, but also stranded on this deserted island together. In the future, we should help each other and find a way to leave here. Liu Qing is very enthusiastic about Chu Qing. He has been with Chu Yang for the past 2 days. Although Chu Yang is reliable, there are differences between men and women, and many things are inconvenient. Now that Chu Qing is added, he will have another partner to enter the valley in the future. Liu Qing brought Chu Qing to a small cave, which was also their bedroom. Chu Yang also entered the small cave with Xiao Lin on his back, and then put Xiao Lin on the ground very rudely. For such a willful woman who doesn't know right from wrong, Chu Yang naturally won't have any sympathy for her. Chu Yang really has no strength. He originally had an injury on his back, and it was good enough that he could grit his teeth and carry him back. Oh, I didn't expect this guy to be so heavy. Looking at Xiao Lin, who was still in a coma, Chu Yang grinned and complained in the letter. Episode 011. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Sitting in the small cave to rest for a while, Chu Yang felt that his physical strength had recovered a little, and the pain of the guard's injury was much better. Is your injury serious? Liu Qing saw that Chu Yang's face looked a little bad, and hurried over to ask with concern. It's okay, it's okay. Chu Yang smiled and replied to Liu Qing. Chu Yang was very proud of Liu Qing's concern. Shihua's concern is not something that everyone can get. Really? I saw that Liu Qing was still very concerned, and walked behind Chu Yang to check his injuries. After he was really okay, he was relieved. Well, it's good that you're okay. I said it's okay, it's just a flesh wound. Chu Yang turned to Liu Qing and said, then stared at Liu Qing intently. Liu Qing was stared at by Chu Yang, and she felt shy all of a sudden. Why are you looking at me like that? After staring at Liu Qing for several seconds, Chu Yang showed a meaningful smile and said, you care about me so much, do you have any ideas? When Liu Qing heard Chu Yang's words, she became nervous all of a sudden, but she recovered quickly and glared at Chu Yang. Oh, stop being so conceited, who has any ideas about you? I just care about you more because your injury was caused by saving me. Well, okay, I thought Chu Yang sighed, but he stopped talking halfway, which made Liu Qing want to know what Chu Yang wanted to say, so he asked, what else did you think? Since you know that my injury was caused by you, I thought you wanted to marry me to show your gratitude. Chu Yang shook his head and sighed. When Liu Qing heard Chu Yang's words, her heart was beating wildly, and a blush could be seen on her fair neck. However, Liu Qing's abnormality soon recovered, and she gave Chu Yang a big eye roll. HMPH, you are thinking very beautifully. Chu Yang laughed happily. Of course, he was not serious about what he said just now, he was just teasing Liu Qing. Liu Qing saw Chu Yang laughing and rolled his eyes at him again. He was really relieved at this time. At this time, Chu Yang still had the mind to joke with him, which also meant that he was really fine. But the next moment, Liu Qing suddenly lowered her head, and a hint of disappointment flashed across her beautiful eyes, as if she was disappointed that Chu Yang's words just now were a joke, not a serious disappointment. Hey, why do you look so bad? Chu Yang saw that Liu Qing was a little abnormal, his face changed, and he came forward and spoke seriously. Liu Qing heard Chu Yang's words and shook her head in panic. It's okay, I'm fine. I was just thinking whether the black wolf would come back to this valley. So you are worried about this? Chu Yang didn't notice Liu Qing's expression. Then Chu Yang gave Liu Qing a reassuring extension. Don't worry, the black wolf will not appear again, at least not in the short term. Chu Yang was very sure about this. The black wolf was already seriously injured, and his injury was even more serious. In other words, even if the black wolf came back, its attack power would definitely not be strong after being seriously injured. If it dared to appear again, it would be courting death. It's just right to hunt it as food and use its meat to make a pot of wolf meat soup. Do you still have the sense of crisis from last night? Liu Qing was still a little worried about what happened last night. He was still in shock. Suddenly, he remembered the sixth sense that Chu Yang mentioned. Although this thing was a little unrealistic, if it was at other times, Liu Qing would never believe it. But after what happened yesterday, Liu Qing also felt it was very magical. Now on this deserted island again, Liu Qing would rather believe it than not believe it. Now I don't feel any uneasiness. Chu Yang shook his head and said seriously. Now when he heard Liu Qing mention his magical sixth sense, Chu Yang's heart was also very complicated. This was the third time, and each time it was very accurate, but Chu Yang couldn't be 100% sure whether he really had this magical ability. After a few seconds, Chu Yang shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. If he really had this ability, it would definitely appear again in the future when he encountered a crisis. Looking up at Liu Qing's expression, he was still a little worried. Chu Yang said seriously, "If you are still worried, I will arrange some safety measures in this valley later, so that it will be foolproof." "What safety measures?" Chu Yang smiled and deliberately kept Liu Qing in suspense. "You will know when I'm done." Liu Qing stamped his feet and rolled his eyes at Chu Yang again. As the night deepened, the wind started to blow at the seaside, and the temperature on the island gradually became colder. In the small cave in the valley, Chu Yang and the others set up a campfire again. "Chu Yang, you help Xiao Lin deal with the wound and stop the bleeding. Xu Qing and I will prepare food for the evening." In front of the campfire, Liu Qing began to divide the work and assign tasks. "Why do I have to help him deal with the wound?" Chu Yang was unhappy. "Sorry, I faint at the sight of blood." Before Liu Qing could speak, Xu Qing took over Chu Yang's words and said seriously. Chu Yang was very skeptical of Xu Qing's words, and he must have known Xiao Lin's unruly character and was unwilling to do so. The next moment, Chu Yang turned his gaze to Liu Qing and gave him an expression that said, "You can't faint at the sight of blood, too." Seeing Chu Yang's eyes, Liu Qing couldn't help but cover his mouth and smile, "Because you know more than me, you can definitely handle it." After that, regardless of whether Chu Yang was willing or not, he and Xu Qing started to get busy. "What kind of logic is this? If you know more, you will suffer." Chu Yang couldn't help but feel indignant, complained, and shook his head. Chu Yang was helpless. Suddenly, Chu Yang remembered a saint's words, "The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility." Now she is the only man here, and he knows more than them. "Oh, forget it, I'll just be a saint for once." Chu Yang said secretly, feeling a sense of accomplishment, and the original indignation in his heart was much better. After some preparation, Chu Yang began to treat Xiao Lin's wound. There were no medicines on the deserted island, so there was no medicine for disinfection. Chu Yang could only settle for the second best, using sea water to disinfect Xiao Lin's wound, because sea water has salt, which can be regarded as a natural disinfectant. After disinfection, the bleeding of Xiao Lin's wound stopped, and Chu Yang carefully wrapped Xiao Lin's wound. After doing all this, Xiao Lin's face looked much better. After finishing the work, Chu Yang saw that Liu Qing and Xu Qing were still busy preparing food. He did not want to sit idle either. He found a stone that was convenient for him and walked directly to the entrance of the valley. For safety, Chu Yang was ready to start arranging some safety measures. Episode 012 Hopeless. In the night, a figure can be clearly seen grabbing a stone and digging hard on the ground. This person is Chu Yang. Chu Yang is now digging hard at the entrance of the deep valley. Of course, he is not looking for trouble. He is setting a trap. Will the black wolf mentioned by Liu Xing return to the valley? This also reminds Chu Yang that the black wolf will not come back in a short time, but this is a deserted island. In addition to the black wolf, there must be other wolves and other ferocious beasts. In addition, Chu Yang cannot be 100% sure whether his mysterious sixth sense ability is true. Will he be able to respond to the next crisis? For safety reasons, Chu Yang plans to set a trap at the entrance of this valley. Is it better to be prepared? Half an hour later, a deep pit as tall as an adult and more than 2 meters wide appeared at the entrance of the valley. This deep pit almost covers the entrance of the valley except for a few dozen centimeters on the side. After half an hour of hard work, Chu Yang was very tired. He sat by the pit and gasped for breath. Although he was tired, Chu Yang smiled with satisfaction when he looked at the huge pit in front of him. Fortunately, the ground here is relatively soft, otherwise it would be impossible to set up the trap. With this deep pit trap, there would be no danger if any wild beasts broke in. Maybe there would be some food. This is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After a short rest, Chu Yang started to get busy again. He found a lot of small branches and built them all on the surface of the deep pit. Then he added a thick layer of leaves on these small branches, and finally covered the leaves with fine sand. On the surface, it looked exactly the same as before. If an uninformed person walked here, he would never find that there was a deep pit trap underneath. Looking at his perfect masterpiece, Chu Yang nodded with satisfaction. If he didn't know, he wouldn't be able to find this trap, let alone the mindless beast. Chu Yang returned to the cave without any worries. Liu Qing and Xu Qing had prepared the food, but they did not start eating. They sat quietly, obviously waiting for Chu Yang. Xiao Lin also woke up at this time, sitting aside with her head tilted up, her face full of pride, like a proud white swan. Chu Yang naturally ignored Xiao Lin. Walking into the small cave, Chu Yang immediately smelled a fragrance, and his hungry stomach could not help but start to call out, "Wow, so fragrant." Looking at the grilled fish and shrimp on the ground, Chu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help drooling. Simple yogurt, color and fragrance, and on this deserted island, without any tools and seasonings, being able to make fish and shrimp like this is already very good. Chu Yang also sighed that he was not as good as her. After being praised by Chu Yang, Liu Qing seemed a little embarrassed. Looking at Xu Qing, "These were not done by me, all Xu Qing's credit." Chu Yang looked at Xu Qing and was a little surprised. She really didn't expect that Xu Qing was not only beautiful, but also proficient in cooking. "I have studied cooking for a while before, but there are no tools or ingredients here, and I don't know how it tastes. I know it must taste good. In the future, the task of making food will be handed over to you, so that we can eat delicious food every day." Chu Yang patted the fine sand on his body, sat down and said to Xu Qing with a smile. Chu Yang is also very happy now. The delicious food made by Shihua himself is not something that everyone has the opportunity to eat. In addition, with Xu Qing's help in making food in the future, Chu Yang's burden will be much lighter. In this way, he will have more time to find other food and water sources. As long as you don't dislike it. Well, I will help you in the future, so that I can also let you teach me delicious cooking skills, and I am very happy. Oh, since you like to watch it, then you can watch it slowly. This lady is hungry, I will eat first. At this moment, Xiao Lin, who had been ignored by Chu Yang, looked at Chu Yang with disdain, and then spoke unhappily. Xiao Lin was not polite at all, and directly picked up the largest grilled fish and a few shrimps and started eating. Chu Yang's brows frowned all of a sudden, and Liu Qing's face was a little unnatural, because there were not many fish and shrimps. The food here was originally enough for Chu Yang and Liu Qing to share. After Xu Qing and Xiao Lin, it was not enough. Now Xiao Lin took almost half of the food away. He really didn't treat himself as an outsider. The atmosphere of the scene was a little wrong. Chu Chia was injured now, so she should eat more. Let's share the rest. If it's not enough, there are still some shells, I can grill some more. Xu Qing also felt that the atmosphere was wrong, and quickly spoke to dissolve the atmosphere. No, let's just leave it like this. Chu Yang shook his head and said that they didn't have enough food now, and there were 2 more people. They couldn't just look at the present, but also consider the days to come. Chu Yang and the other 3 divided the remaining food among themselves, and the dinner ended quickly. Hey, where is the water? I am thirsty and need water. After Xiao Lin joined the insurance, she was almost dehydrated due to excessive blood loss. She shouted at Chu Yang, her tone was still high, with an undisguised arrogance. Now he didn't seem to be asking Chu Yang, but rather ordering. Fortunately, Chu Yang had seen how cunning he was. There is no water here. If you want to drink water, you can find it yourself. Chu Yang didn't indulge him, and said impatiently. Humph, how could there be no water? Are you deliberately playing tricks on me, or do you want to take this opportunity to embarrass me and make me beg you? Xiao Lin's attitude did not restrain at all, but became more and more powerful. I tell you, don't dream. It's unreasonable. I've already told you that you're petrified. There's no water here. We're also short of water. I've saved you once. It's fine if you don't feel grateful. If you continue to make trouble, please leave here. Chu Yang's tone was polite, but it was a warning. Why should I leave here? It's not your home. Xiao Lin didn't hold back at all in response to Chu Yang's warning. After a pause, Xiao Lin looked at Chu Yang and laughed in a weird way. Hey, I heard what you said just now. You just want to be grateful. Oh, I tell you, this lady has plenty of money. Now you water me and I'll give you money. Give money? Chu Yang shook his head. This man is simply hopeless. Episode 013 The Only Position. Chu Yang was completely defeated by Xiao Lin. Money is indeed omnipotent outside. As long as you have money and pay a high price, you can buy anything you want. But the problem is that this is not outside. This is a deserted island with no people. Money is just a useless piece of waste paper on this deserted island. Chu Yang looked at Xiao Lin as if he was an idiot. He was too lazy to pay attention to him. Talking to such a person is simply a waste of saliva. Okay, Xiao Lin, stop arguing. There is really no other water source here except sea water. Not only you, but we have never drunk water. You should bear it first. Xu Qing on the side didn't want Xiao Lin to continue arguing, so she quickly stood up to smooth things over. He also knew that Xiao Lin had a temper, but after all, they were classmates. If you don't like it here, you can leave at any time. No one will stop you. Liu Qing also spoke at this time, with a cold tone. Liu Qing was naturally on the same side as Chu Yang. In addition, she couldn't stand Xiao Lin's personality as a young lady. Humph, I won't leave. Xiao Lin snorted in annoyance, and Lao Shen leaned towards the small cave. Xiao Lin was about to take a rest, and then he found a backpack beside him. This backpack was what Chu Yang had brought back from the beach. When Chu Yang carried Xiao Lin back, he just threw it beside him. Xiao Lin opened the backpack and saw the last bottle of water Chu Yang had left in the backpack. This was also the only mineral water they had left. Oh, you said there was no water, but you hid it. Xiao Lin saw the mineral water in the backpack and cursed Chu Yang. The next moment, Xiao Lin opened the mineral water and drank it crazily. Xiao Lin drank half a bottle of mineral water in one breath. When Chu Yang saw this scene, his face turned black, and a flame rose in his eyes. This time Chu Yang was really angry. This was their only bottle of water, which could even save their lives at a critical moment. As soon as he went crazy, Chu Yang stood up and snatched the remaining half bottle of water from Xiao Lin's hand without any courtesy. Looking at the half-empty bottle of mineral water in his hand, Chu Yang glared at Xiao Li and even had the urge to strangle him to death. Fury filled his heart. Chu Yang raised his palm directly to Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin was also frightened by the angry Chu Yang, and the whole person was stunned for a moment. However, Xiao Lin quickly recovered her temper and exploded again. If you dare to touch a finger of this lady, after leaving this deserted island, this lady will definitely hire someone to cripple your hand. Xiao Lin did not feel that there was anything wrong with what she did, but threatened and warned Chu Yang directly and very impolitely. Chu Yang glared at Xiao Lin, gritted his teeth, and then slowly took his hand back. It was not that Chu Yang was afraid of Xiao Lin's threat and warning, but because even if he taught Xiao Lin a lesson, the water would not come back at all. At this point, continuing to be angry would not solve any problems. However, Xiao Lin did not think so. He thought Chu Yang was afraid of his threats and warnings, and mocked Chu Yang. Humph, useless thing, have you had enough trouble? Just as Xiao Lin finished speaking, Liu Qing stood up and pointed at the half bottle of water left in Chu Yang's hand. Liu Qing asked, "Do you know how important this bottle of water is to us? This is our only source of water now, and it is even life-saving water at a critical moment. If you drink it now, if we can't find the water source tomorrow, not only will you lose your life, but all of us will be finished." Xu Qing, who has always been gentle, also turned her eyes to Xiao Lin at this time, and blamed Xiao Lin a little. "You are indeed wrong about this matter. You don't know the importance of water to us at this moment, but at least you could ask before drinking it just now." You heard Liu Qing's questioning and Xu Qing's blame, and Xiao Lin was annoyed all of a sudden. "Since you have joined forces to bully me, isn't it just a bottle of water? I will pay you back 10 times or 100 times in the future. Is this okay?" Xiao Lin still believed that he was not wrong. It was just half a bottle of water. He thought that Chu Yang and the others had teamed up to bully him. Thinking of this, Xiao Lin became even more furious. He glared at Chu Yang with a murderous look, and then moved to a corner deep in the cave with indignation and began to sleep. When Chu Yang saw this scene, he shook his head and sighed. It was too much. It was okay to be unreasonable, but he didn't know he was wrong at all. Forget it, now that the matter has happened, getting angry won't solve the problem. After speaking, Chu Yang handed the remaining half bottle of water to Liu Qing, and glanced at Xu Qing again. "There is only half a bottle of water left. You drink it." They didn't replenish the water source today, so they must have reached the limit. Besides, there is only half a bottle left anyway. Even if we keep it, it won't be of much use. "No, this is our last water." Liu Qing shook his head and refused. Although Xu Qing had just joined here, she also understood their current situation and the preciousness of this water source. Yeah, I can still hold on, so I'd better keep it for now. That being said, Liu Qing and Xu Xing were salivating when they saw the remaining half bottle of water. It was impossible for them to not want to drink water now. Seeing their expressions, Chu Yang spoke again and said, "Don't worry, I will continue to look for new water sources tomorrow, and I am sure, really." Liu Qing's eyes lit up when he heard Chu Yang's words. Really? Chu Yang nodded seriously. Seeing Chu Yang's affirmation, Liu Qing's face lit up, and after hesitating for a moment, he still took the last half bottle of water. Liu Qing and Xu Qing both drank several big gulps, but they did not drink all the water, but left a part of it tacitly. Because they knew that Chu Yang's situation was similar to theirs, and the rest was for you. Liu Qing handed the remaining water to Chu Yang, who naturally understood his intention, smiled, and was not polite. He drank all the remaining water in one breath, replenished some water, and immediately felt refreshed. As the night deepened, the temperature on the deserted island was still getting colder and colder, but fortunately Chu Yang and his friends had a cave shelter, plus there was a fire, which made them much warmer now. As the night deepened, Chu Yang and his friends gradually felt tired, and they lay down in their own positions, and they began to prepare to rest and sleep. After adding a lot of dry firewood to the fire at the entrance of the cave to prevent it from going out, Chu Yang also prepared to find a place to have a good rest for a night, to recharge his energy, and to continue looking for water tomorrow. Well, when Chu Yang prepared his position, his eyes were stunned. This small cave is not big or small, but it is still a bit crowded to accommodate for people sleeping at the same time. The position in the corner on the left was occupied by Xiaolin early, and the position on the right was Liu Qing, and Xu Qing was next to Xiaolin. Now there is only one position between Liu Qing and Xu Qing. Episode 014, The Sense of Crisis reappears. Chu Yang is now in a very complicated mood, with excitement and nervousness. Being able to sleep with Shahua on the same pillow, and with two Zahuars on the left and right, this is just like a dream. Now it has really happened to Chu Yang. If this spreads out and is known by others, I wonder how many people will envy, jealousy and hate it. 10 years of training together, sleeping on the same pillow for a shorter training. Oh, I must have been a great good man in my previous life, I must have. Chu Yang said in his heart with pride. After calming down a little, Chu Yang tiptoed to the middle of Liu Qing and Xu Qing with a nervous mood and lay down carefully. A wave of unique fragrance of women rushed into Chu Yang's nose. Chu Yang could even vaguely feel the breath of Liu Qing and Xu Qing. At this moment, Chu Yang's heart was beating like a rattle. It was impossible to say that he didn't feel anything. Faintly, Chu Yang also felt that Liu Qing and Xu Qing looked a little strange. Liu Qing and Xu Qing were not asleep yet. Their hearts were beating fast. After all, they were sleeping with a person of the opposite sex. Although they closed their eyes, they were afraid of embarrassment, so they did not dare to make any noise. However, after half an hour, they seemed to be too tired and fell into a deep sleep. Only Chu Yang was left, feeling nervous and excited. This night was very peaceful and nothing happened, but for Chu Yang, it was destined to be a sleepless night. The next day came in a blink of an eye. The sky was bright, but there was no sun today. The whole sky was gloomy. Chu Yang got up early with a pair of big panda eyes. After a while, Liu Qing and Xu Qing also got up. After a night's rest, they were full of energy and radiant. Neither of them had any makeup on their faces, as there was no such condition on this deserted island. Their hair was a little messy, but this still couldn't hide their stunning charm. Xiaolin also woke up, but because of her leg injury, she continued to lie down. Chu Yang, your eyes, did you not sleep well last night? Liu Qing saw Chu Yang's panda eyes as soon as he got up. The funny look made Liu Qing feel a little funny and concerned. Chu Yang nodded with a bitter smile. It was not that he didn't sleep well, but that he didn't sleep at all. Sleeping with the two beauties is indeed a dream of many people, but it is also a painful and tormenting thing. Is it because of the injury? Liu Qing continued to ask with concern. Well, no. Chu Yang shook his head weakly. Xu Qing, who was standing next to him, also saw Chu Yang's big panda eyes and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. But the next moment, Xu Qing seemed to know why Chu Yang didn't sleep all night, and a blush flashed across her face instantly. After seeing Xu Qing's strangeness, Liu Qing was slightly startled, and immediately knew what was going on. She lowered her head shyly and stopped talking. The three people stood face to face, and the atmosphere was awkward. After several seconds, Chu Yang coughed dryly and quickly changed the subject. Get ready first. We will set out to find water soon. The two girls nodded. The shells left yesterday, Chu Yang and his friends used them as breakfast. After eating, they were ready to leave the valley. Now they not only need to find water, but also new food. Stop. Just when Chu Yang and his three friends were about to leave, Xiao Lin hurriedly called them. His face looked a little flustered. You guys leave, what should I do? Originally, Xiao Lin's tone was the same as yesterday, with a condescending attitude, but halfway through, he gradually lost confidence, and there was a hint of panic and fear. Chu Yang and his three friends glanced at Xiao Lin, and they could tell at a glance that Xiao Lin was afraid and didn't dare to stay here alone. Chu Yang and Liu Qing didn't speak. Xu Qing looked at Xiao Lin with a comforting tone. Xiao Lin, we will go to find food and water and will be back soon. But Xiao Lin hesitated. Although he was afraid, Xiao Lin didn't admit it. However, his panicked expression betrayed him. In the end, he even looked at Xu Qing with a begging look. Sister Xu Qing, why don't you stay with me and let the two of them find food and water? Xiao Lin can only ask Xu Qing for help now, because Chu Yang can't stand him. As for Liu Qing, she has always been cold to her. After all, one more person means one more strength. It's okay for you to stay here alone. Xu Qing said to Xiao Lin. No, how about I go with you? You can't even take care of yourself now. You can't help us at all. When Chu Yang heard Xiao Lin's words, he quickly stopped his idea. Chu Yang was telling the truth. Putting aside his unreasonable temper, his leg injury was not suitable at all. Not only could he not help, but he would hinder them. Xiao Lin was anxious when he heard Chu Yang's words. Hey, don't worry. This valley is absolutely safe. There is only one entrance to the valley. I have set up traps there. Just stay in the camp. Chu Yang didn't want to waste time arguing with him, so he interrupted Xiao Lin. After speaking, Chu Yang turned around and prepared to leave. Shang Jiyu Liu Qing followed Chu Yang, and Xu Qing hesitated for a while, then turned around and left together. After leaving the valley, Chu Yang looked into the depths of the deserted island covered with dense forests. Today, Chu Yang did not plan to look for water on the beach, because he had tried this method yesterday and it was useless and fruitless. Besides, they had no water source now. They only had one chance. If they didn't find water, they would be finished. Therefore, Chu Yang could not take risks, so he decided to enter the dense forest of the deserted island to find water. Deep in the deserted island, there are dense forests everywhere, so there must be water, otherwise these people would not be able to survive. Chu Yang is very confident, which is why Chu Yang told Liu Qing to rest assured last night. After walking for half an hour, Chu Yang and his team came to the edge of the dense forest on the deserted island. Chu Yang paused, looked at Liu Qing and Xu Qing beside him, and said seriously, after entering the dense forest, you should be careful to follow me. Chu Yang's face was very serious and solemn, because just now, he suddenly felt a little uneasy in his heart, and the magical sixth sense appeared again. This is the fourth time this feeling has appeared. The previous 3 times, each time there was a crisis, and it was a fatal crisis. Chu Yang had to take it seriously. Episode 015 Red and White Python. After looking at the lonely forest, Chu Yang knew that it must be something special. This was why he had been reluctant to enter the forest, but now he had no other choice. After a while, the 3 of them stepped into the forest. It was cold and damp, with weeds growing everywhere, and there was no road in the forest. It was easy to get lost. For this, Chu Yang had already prepared. Wherever he passed, he would pull out some weeds and tie them to the trees, so that they would not get lost. When they went back, they could just follow the marks and return the same way. In a blink of an eye, Chu Yang and the other 3 had been walking for more than 10 minutes. The further they went inside, the darker and damper the forest became. The trees inside were getting bigger and bigger. Some trees even needed 1 or 2 people to hold them together. At this moment, Chu Yang's steps suddenly became consistent, and he said to Liu Qing and Xu Qing in a low voice, "Stand still." Chu Yang's face also became very gloomy at this time, and his brows were furrowed. "Chu Yang, what's wrong?" Liu Qing saw Chu Yang like this and asked hurriedly. Because Liu Qing knew very well that Chu Yang couldn't be like this for no reason. He must have something wrong. "You guys stand here first, just in case. I mean just in case. If there is any danger later, you guys should leave quickly. Chu Yang told Liu Qing and Xu Qing seriously. Although he looked calm on the surface, Chu Yang secretly held the self-defense stick he carried with him tightly. When Xu Qing and Liu Qing heard Chu Yang's words, their hearts skipped a beat at the same time. Did they encounter any danger? The two girls looked around and it seemed that there was nothing unusual at all. Chu Yang didn't explain to Xu Qing and Liu Qing. He looked closely at the front of them, because just now, his magical sixth sense appeared again. Unlike the flash outside the dense forest just now, this time it was real. And this time Chu Yang could also feel that the direction of the crisis was right in front of them, not far away. Suddenly, there was a sound of weeds swaying in the half-man-high grass in front of Chu Yang. There must be something in the weeds. With such a big noise, it must be something big. When Liu Qing and Xu Qing heard the noise, their hearts jumped to their throats. Chu Yang's heart was also beating to the limit. If a ferocious beast came out, such as a tiger or a lion, they would be in real danger. The sound of the weeds swaying was getting louder and louder. The next moment, Chu Yang looked forward and froze. He finally saw clearly what was in the weeds. It was a snake, a big python with red and white staggered patterns all over its body. The snake's head was as big as the mouth, and the snake's body was as thick as an adult's calf. It was estimated to be at least 2 meters long, winding and circling, like a small hill. What kind of snake is this? Chu Yang stared at the red and white python motionlessly, feeling his scalp tingling and his heartbeat speeding up. Chu Yang had never seen such a big snake before, and it was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. Although it was the first time he saw it, judging from the inverted triangle shape of the python's head, it was definitely a highly poisonous snake. If bitten by it, it would definitely be dead. At this time, Liu Qing and Xu Qing, looking at the python not far away, were not only stunned, but also directly frightened. Their bodies trembled, as if they would collapse at any time. While Chu Yang and the others were looking at the python, the red and white python's cold eyes without any emotion were also staring at the three of them, and from time to time it would spit out the snake tongue of the surname Hong. You hurry up and leave. Chu Yang said to Liu Qing and Xu Qing in a low voice. It's not that Chu Yang couldn't leave at this time, but if he left, Xu Qing and Liu Qing would be finished. Chu Yang was thinking that while the red-card python hadn't attacked them yet, he would let the two of them leave first, so that he could leave alone easily. My legs are numb, Xu Qing said with a pale face and a trembling voice. At this moment, the red and white python spit out the scarlet snake tongue again, and it actually flashed directly towards Ms. Liu Qing and Ms. Xu Qing, and slid away. The speed was like flowing water, extremely fast. Xu Qing and Liu Qing saw this, their faces turned pale and they screamed in fear. Not good. Chu Yang's pupils shrank suddenly, and his heart skipped a beat, thinking it was not good. Gnashing his teeth, Chu Yang had almost no time to hesitate. He held the wooden stick tightly in his hand, took a big step, and rushed up in a flash. In a blink of an eye, Chu Yang appeared in front of Xu Qing and Liu Qing. The red and white python also arrived at this time, raised its bowl-sized snake head, opened its ferocious mouth, and prepared to bite Xu Qing, who was closest to him. Chu Yang didn't even think about it. He used all his strength and hit the red and white python directly at the part below its head. Hit the snake. Hit it at the 7-inch point. With a snap, a cracking sound was heard, and the wooden stick fell on the 7-inch point of the red and white python without any suspense. The wooden stick in Chu Yang's hand broke, and the red and white python that was about to bite Xu Qing suddenly wilted and lay on the ground motionless. It was unknown whether it was dead or not. Chu Yang didn't care whether he was dead or not. He held the broken wooden stick in his hand and stepped forward to stab the red and white python again at the 7-inch point. There are many cases where the snake was bitten instead of being killed. The half-wooden stick in Chu Yang's hand pierced into the 7-inch point of the red-card python, and Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis is finally over. Are you all right? Xu Qing and Liu Qing shook their heads. Is he sure he is dead? After looking at the motionless python, Xu Qing was still in shock, her face full of fear. As for Liu Qing, he had recovered a lot, after all, he had experienced a lot. It was too late to die. Then let's go quickly. Xu Qing was not only afraid of the python, but she didn't even dare to look at it. Wait, let's deal with the snake first, and take it back when we go back. Chu Yang stepped forward and dragged the python aside, putting it in a conspicuous place, so it would be easy to find when we go back. Although we didn't know what kind of snake it was, no matter what kind of snake it was, the snake gall, snake meat, snake skin, and even snake venom were all good things, especially on this deserted island. After doing all this, Chu Yang clapped his hands, very satisfied, and happily prepared to move on. This trip was not in vain. Although they experienced a crisis, they harvested a big snake. The snake meat was enough for them to eat for a while. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that through this incident, Puyang can be sure of one thing, that he really has a magical sixth sense to predict crises. Episode 016 Watery Wild Fruits. How did I get this magical sixth sense? While Chu Yang was happy, he was also very curious. He had never had this ability before. It was before the cruise ship accident, which means that he had it after the accident. Forget it, it's not a bad thing anyway. With this magical ability, at least he can be much safer on this deserted island in the future. Unable to figure it out, Chu Yang didn't think about it anymore. However, Chu Yang now has a lot of worries in his heart. Now it seems that only Liu Qing knows that he has magical abilities. In the future, he should keep the whole secret. People are afraid of being famous, and pigs are afraid of being fat. If other people in the outside world know that I have this ability, no one knows what will happen. If I am caught and used as a guinea pig for research, it will be bad. Let's move on. After putting the red and white python away, Chu Yang, Liu Qing and Shu Qing continued to go to the dense forest. This time, Chu Yang did not feel any sense of crisis, so they were very calm along their way. After walking for several minutes, Chu Yang and his friends saw a small pond, which was a hot spring. Chu Yang and his friends were very surprised that this small pond was actually a natural hot spring. However, to their disappointment, the water in this small pond was not fresh water, but sea water. The three of them continued to walk, and after more than 10 minutes, they still did not find any other water source. Chu Yang and his friends were all filled with frustration and despair. Look, there are fruit trees ahead. Just when the three of them were frustrated, Shu Qing pointed in a direction ahead and suddenly shouted happily. Hearing Shu Qing's words, he quickly looked over. Oh, it's a wild fruit tree. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. There were so many wild fruits. Liu Qing's face was also a little excited. Although they did not find a water source, the wild fruits contained a lot of water. Now for them who have no water source, it is definitely a life-saving national teacher. And wild fruits not only have water, but can also fill the stomach, which is simply killing two birds with one stone. The three of them hurriedly ran in this direction. This wild fruit tree is not very big, but it has lush branches and leaves, and the tree is full of green fruits the size of a child's fist. These fruits look similar to green apples. Judging by eye, there are at least hundreds of them. I don't know if these wild fruits are poisonous. What if they are poisonous? Shu Qing was very happy when she saw the wild fruits on the tree, but suddenly she thought about it and became a little worried. After all, they have never seen this kind of wild fruit. Yes, that's right. If it is poisonous, we will be doomed if we eat it. The excitement on Liu Qing's face gradually disappeared, and she was also a little worried. But Chu Yang smiled at the two girls. Don't worry, these wild fruits, there is absolutely no more talk. Chu Yang pointed to the wild fruits that fell on the ground. These wild fruits only have a layer of skin on the outside, and the flesh is empty. It looks like they have been eaten by birds or insects. If these fruits are really poisonous, those small animals like insects and birds will not eat them at all. This is the best way to identify them. Chu Yang explained to the two girls. The next moment, Chu Yang picked a green wild fruit and took a bite. It was full of juice and had a hard texture, which was no different from an apple. The only flaw was the taste. It was a bit strange. It was sour and bitter. It was a bit hard to swallow. I don't know if it was not ripe or the wild fruit itself tasted like this. After eating a fruit, Chu Yang, who was originally hungry and thirsty, felt much better. It's great. These fruits are enough to support us for several days. Chu Yang looked at the fruits on the tree with an indescribable joy on his face. Although the taste was not very good, it was full of water. Well, that's right. Although we haven't found a water source for the time being, at least we don't have to cough for the next few days. Liu Qing and Shu Qing were delighted again when they saw that the fruits were really not poisonous. After a while, the two girls also began to taste the unripe fruits. The taste was the same as Chu Yang's, sour with some bitterness, and a little hard to swallow. But they didn't dislike it, because these were the only necessities for them to survive. Chu Yang and the other three ate several fruits in a row, which greatly replenished the water they had lost in the past few days, and then began to pick and sort them. They didn't pick all the fruits. On the one hand, they didn't have the tools to carry them away, and on the other hand, they didn't want to waste them. If I pick them and can't take them away, they will rot sooner or later, so it's better to keep them on the tree. Anyway, they also know the location of the fruit tree, and they can come anytime. Until the three of them couldn't take them at all, Chu Yang and the other two returned the same way. Of course, Chu Yang didn't forget the red and white python on their way back. Back to the valley, the tide at the business seaside had just receded at this time, and it took them only more than an hour to find the water source this time. You are finally back. Xiao Lin saw Chu Yang and the other three coming back. He looked very happy and jumped to the outside of Shandong to greet them. Of course, Xiao Ling was not worried about them. He just didn't dare to stay in the valley alone. Hey, have you found a water source? Take it out quickly. Alas, I'm thirsty. After a while, Xiao Lin asked impatiently. Chu Yang threw the big python on the ground, and then said to Xiao Lin indifferently that we didn't find a water source, but only found some wild fruits that can replenish water. What? Huh? No water source. Xiao Lin's face changed when he heard Chu Yang's words. No water source. Then keep looking. Oh, Xiao Lin wanted to contradict Chu Yang, but he stopped talking halfway, and stepped back with his eyes wide open. What a great god! Xiao Lin saw the big python Chu Yang threw aside, his face panicked, and he screamed and threw it away quickly. What? Throw it away? Chu Yang curled his lips. Are you crazy? This is our food. This snake meat is enough for the four of us to eat for a day. Hearing Chu Yang say that he wanted to eat this snake meat, Xiao Lin panicked even more. Alas, I think you are crazy. You actually eat such a disgusting thing. I tell you, Xiao Lin, would never eat such a disgusting thing even if I starved to death. Chu Yang glanced at Xiao Lin and didn't say anything. It didn't matter to him whether he ate it or not. It was okay if he didn't eat it. Leave some more for him. Afterwards, Chu Yang didn't talk to Xiao Lin anymore. He said to Liu Qing and Xu Qing that he was going out for a while, and then left the valley. Because on their way back, Chu Yang saw a lot of things washed ashore by the tide on the beach at low tide. These things might still be useful to them. In addition, Chu Yang also wanted to try his luck again. Last time, he found a backpack on the beach. There were 2 bottles of water in the backpack. This backpack must have been drifted over from the cruise ship accident. Maybe this time, he could pick up food and water from the beach. Episode 017 accidentally obtained a cell phone. When he arrived at the beach, there were a lot of bottles and cans of garbage on the beach. After searching around, Chu Yang was a little disappointed because he didn't find any backpacks, let alone food and water. However, in addition to bottles and cans of garbage, there were a lot of clothes on the beach, all kinds of them, including women's skirts, men's clothes, and even a lot of underwear. These clothes must have been from the cruise ship and washed here by the waves. Oh, these clothes are useful. Chu Yang saw a sack next to him, picked up the sack, and began to collect these clothes. On this deserted island, they don't have any clothes. Although they didn't know whether these clothes had been worn by anyone, they were necessities for them. They had no choice at all. They couldn't wear the same clothes all the time. What if they got dirty or torn? If they didn't have other clothes to change into, wouldn't they be naked? Chu Yang packed all their clothes, men's and women's, into the sack. He even collected the underwear. While collecting them, he said to himself with a beautiful imagination, "This silk underwear is nice. It must be more charming with Xu Qing's willow-like waist." Chu Yang's mind suddenly flashed the scene of Xu Qing's willow-like waist last time. Suddenly, a hot current rushed to his head. Also, this small black-edged underwear, the size is absolutely suitable for Liu Qing. Chu Yang is now like a master of clothing matching. He has tailored clothes for Xu Qing and Liu Xing. It was fortunate that Liu Qing and Xu Qing were not here. If they knew what Chu Yang was doing and what was going on in his mind, they would definitely kick Chu Yang into the sea. A few minutes later, Chu Yang collected all the intact clothes and put them into a sack. But Chu Yang had not left yet. He continued to look for anything valuable on the beach. This iron plate is good. There is no pot here, so this iron plate can be used. This bottle is not bad either. There is also this scrap iron. It can be used to make self-defense weapons with some time. Chu Yang is now like a rag collector. He happily puts one thing after another into the sack. As long as it is of some value, Chu Yang will not let go of any of it. Until the sack could no longer hold any more, Chu Yang stopped. With these things, his life will definitely be upgraded to a higher level. Chu Yang said secretly in his heart. Carrying the sack, Chu Yang began to return with a full load. Liu Qing and Xu Qing were busy preparing lunch. They were talking and laughing. Now that they had wild fruits to replenish water, everyone was in a much better mood. Xiao Lin sat alone outside the cave. Not only did he not help, but he was disgusted with the lunch. Hey, the bumpkin actually picked up a bunch of garbage as treasures. Xiao Lin saw Chu Yang coming back with a big sack of things from the Western Zabur, and he made all kinds of taunts. Chu Yang was too lazy to pay attention to him and just ignored him. Chu Yang, what did you bring back? Xu Qing and Liu Qing saw Chu Yang coming back, and they also came over. Looking at the full bag of things, they were a little curious. They are all good things. The things in here, you can use them too, can we use them too? Liu Qing and Xu Qing looked at each other. Chu Yang smiled again, and then, poured out all the things in the sack. TSK, country bumpkin. Xiao Ling sneered when she saw what Chu Yang poured out. Chu Yang started to sort out the things he brought back. Liu Qing and Xu Qing were confused when they saw the things Chu Yang brought back. They were all bottles and jars, some clothes, and some scraps of copper and iron. What were these things used for? After Chu Yang sorted out these things, he began to explain to them. These bottles and jars can be used to store various things, the iron plate can be used to cook food, and as for these clothes, we can also use them to exchange blood. The temperature here is also very cold at night, which is just right for us. After hearing Chu Yang's explanation, Xu Qing and Liu Qing suddenly realized, and a look of joy instantly surged on their faces. Girls, all like to be clean, and they are no exception. But now they are on this deserted island without any conditions. Now that they have these clothes, they can wear clean clothes in the future. Chu Yang, you are so smart. Liu Qing praised Chu Yang. Then, Liu Qing and Xu Qing happily began to choose these clothes. As for Xiao Lin, he had originally sneered at the clothes Chu Yang brought back, but now he remembered that he was on a deserted island, and his face suddenly became a little embarrassed. At the end, Xiao Lin also jumped over and picked out a few clothes. Chu Yang glanced at Xiao Lin and didn't say anything, continuing to ignore him. After choosing the clothes, Liu Xing and Xu Qing were very happy, and they wanted to dry the clothes immediately, and then change the dirty clothes they had been wearing for a long time. Oh, by the way, there are some things for you. Chu Yang searched among the things he had sorted out, and then gave a set of black underwear to Liu Qing and a set of white to Xu Qing. Liu Qing, this black set is suitable for you, the size is just right. Xu Qing, this white set is for you, the size should be about the same. Liu Qing and Xu Qing were originally curious about what else Chu Yang had for them, and when they saw the underwear Chu Yang handed over, the necks of the two women turned red. Especially what Chu Yang said later, which made them blush. Oh, you bastard! Liu Qing rolled her eyes at Chu Yang, saying in shame and anger. But in the end, Liu Qing still took the black underwear and turned into the cave with a red face. While walking, Liu Qing's heart was beating fast, wondering how Chu Yang knew the size was right. Suddenly, Liu Qing remembered the scene when she was exposed in front of Chu Yang. When she thought of this, Liu Qing felt her cheeks start to get hot. Xu Qing didn't say anything, but took the white underwear with a red face, and then left in a panic. TSK, shameless. Xiao Lin glared at Chu Yang unhappily, and turned around to leave. Chu Yang saw the backs of Liu Qing and Xu Qing, scratched his head, and shook his head. Chu Yang picked up the two large pieces of iron he had just picked up from outside, and prepared to make them into sharp tools. Because now, whether it is the big snake or the goat left by the black wolf, they need sharp tools to cut them into pieces. Chu Yang couldn't wait, because as long as they had sharp tools, they could eat meat. Chu Yang, Chu Yang. Just as Chu Yang was about to think of a way to make this iron sheet into a sharp tool, Liu Qing hurriedly ran out of the small cave. What's the matter? Chu Yang looked at Liu Qing curiously. Liu Qing walked over, danced in front of Chu Yang for a while, and then handed over something in his hand. Look, what is this? Chu Yang looked at it carefully, and after seeing clearly what was in Liu Qing's hand, his eyes widened. This is a mobile phone. Episode 018. Let's wash together. Seeing the phone in Liu Qing's hand, Chu Yang was stunned with excitement. What do they want most on this deserted island now? Of course, they want to leave this unknown deserted island and return to the outside world. But they have been waiting for several days and have not seen any rescue. Now the appearance of this phone is like seeing light in the darkness. With a phone, they can contact the outside world and leave this deserted island. Huh? What? What phone? Xu Qing and Xiaolin heard Chu Yang's exclamation and ran over excitedly at the first time. Especially Xiaolin, you can't take care of your original leg injury now. Where did you find this phone? It was in the pocket of the clothes you gave me just now. I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. This luck is too good. Chu Yang laughed, and Xu Qing and Liu Qing also laughed happily. At this moment, Xiaolin snatched the phone from Liu Qing's hand and said excitedly, "Oh, great, we can finally leave this hellhole. I'll call my dad now and ask him to pick us up by post." Chu Yang and the others were a little dissatisfied with Xiaolin taking away their phones, but after hearing what Xiaolin said, they didn't say anything. Anyway, as long as there was rescue, they could leave this deserted island. But what Chu Yang and the others didn't know was that although Xiaolin was preparing to find rescue, he was now starting to think about it. He secretly glanced at Chu Yang and sneered in his heart. You dare to take advantage of me, and you deliberately target me everywhere. You will stay on this deserted island forever. Obviously, after Xiaolin was ready to find rescue, he didn't plan to take Chu Yang away. When he thought of Chu Yang being alone on the deserted island in the future, Xiaolin felt extremely proud and happy. After a while, Xiaolin was impatient to turn on his phone, but the next situation made Xiaolin freeze. No matter what he did, the phone couldn't turn on. Hey, damn it! Xiaolin cursed angrily. Xiaolin, what's the matter? Xu Qing saw Xiaolin's angry look and asked hurriedly. Chu Yang and Liu Qing also looked at Xiaolin. Hey, what a crappy phone, it can't be turned on at all, making this lady happy in vain. Xiaolin raised the phone in his hand angrily and wanted to smash it. Chu Yang was quick and snatched the phone back from Xiaolin. This is the only way for us to leave the deserted island at present. Do you want to stay on this deserted island for the rest of your life? Chu Yang scolded Xiaolin severely. Even if you want to be a spoiled brat, you have to distinguish between the occasion and the situation. It is said that big breasts mean no brains. Looking at Xiaolin, I feel that this phrase cannot be applied to him at all. He has no breasts and no brains. After scolding Xiaolin, Chu Yang began to check his phone. After a careful inspection, the surface was intact and there was no damage. However, no matter what Chu Yang did, he could not turn it on. What happened? Chu Yang? Liu Qing asked nervously. Xu Qing and Xiaolin also looked at Chu Yang. This time, Xiaolin did not know whether it was because of Chu Yang's reprimand or because he also wanted to leave this deserted island, so he did not throw a tantrum. Chu Yang shook his head at him. Alas, it still cannot be turned on. I know. Next, Chu Yang slapped his forehead, as if he remembered something. Just now, those clothes were washed ashore by the tide. The phone was in the pocket of the clothes, so it must have been soaked in sea water. After hearing this news, everyone's faces suddenly changed from nervousness to disappointment, frustration, and despair. Originally, they thought that with this phone, they could leave the deserted island, but they didn't expect such a result. Oh, don't lose heart. With this phone, at least there is hope. Maybe we can dry the water in the phone. Hey, maybe it can be used. Chu Yang looked at them and comforted them, and at the same time he was comforting himself. It is better to have hope than no hope. Yes, after hearing Chu Yang's words, his originally gloomy face suddenly brightened. We can use the fire to dry the water in the phone. Let me do it. Xiaolin actually took the initiative to speak and took on this task. Chu Yang looked at Xiaolin, who took the initiative to speak, his face full of curiosity. Is he really guilty? Or is the sun rising from the west? Shaking his head, Chu Yang didn't know what Xiaolin was up to. But Chu Yang still gave the phone to Xiaoli. Okay, this task is handed over to you. You must take good care of the phone and stop being so arrogant. If there is any problem with the phone, our last hope of leaving the deserted island will be gone. The reason why Chu Yang gave the phone to Xiao Lin with confidence is that he also knows that Xiao Lin wants to leave this deserted island more than anyone else. In addition, among the four of them, Xiao Lin is the most idle now, so this task is most suitable for him. Don't worry, I will never let this phone be plugged in incorrectly. I will definitely find rescue and take us away from this ghost place. Xiao Lin is full of confidence. After saying that, Xiao Lian also added in her heart that we can leave, but you stay here alone. Chu Yang can't read minds, so naturally he doesn't know what Xiao Lin is thinking. If he knows, he will definitely strangle him to death immediately. Forget it. Chu Yang nodded, and then prepared to continue to do his own things. However, before Chu Yang turned around, Liu Qing called Chu Yang, "Do we need your help with something else?" Xu Qing also looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang saw this and asked curiously, "What? What's the matter?" Qingya Beikai, Liu Qing felt a little embarrassed. After hesitating for a while, he slowly said, "We haven't taken a bath for several days. Didn't we encounter a hot spring in the jungle before? But the jungle is not very safe, so we want your help." Speaking of this, Liu Qing paused, but Chu Yang's heartbeat was galloping, and he blurted out, "You don't want me to take a bath with you, do you?" As soon as Chu Yang said this, he immediately attracted several white eyes, and Liu Qing and Xu Qing blushed. "Oh, you stinky hooligan, what are you thinking? We want you to help protect us." Liu Qing looked at Chu Yang with shame and anger, and stamped his feet. When Chu Yang heard Liu Qing's words, his face suddenly became bitter, and he looked very disappointed. "So that's how it is. Why bother? Why not just take a bath together? It can not only protect you but also save time." Episode 019. It really works. Chu Yang couldn't help but think of the scene of bathing with Xu Qing and Liu Qing. A warm current suddenly surged up in his nose. Har har har, this scene is simply deadly. Of course, Chu Yang was just thinking about it in his heart. He didn't dare to say it out loud or show it. I want to go to the hot springs if there are any." Xiao Lin, who was standing by, jumped out immediately after hearing Liu Qing and Xu Qing say they were going to take a hot spring bath. As a rich lady, life on a deserted island was already tormenting her. She couldn't stand not taking a bath for 2 days. Chu Yang glanced at Xiao Lin, and then at the injury on Xiao Lin's leg. "Your leg injury is not suitable for touching water. You should stay here honestly." Chu Yang was not really concerned about Xiao Lin's injury, but because Xiao Lin had a leg injury and could not walk at all. If he went, he would be the one who was the most tired and suffered. Chu Yang did not want to do such a thankless job. Under Xiao Lin's vicious gaze, Chu Yang and the other two left the valley. Soon, the three of them came to the hot spring they had encountered on their way to pick wild fruits, the wilderness and dense forest. This hot spring was not big, just a small pool. The area was about the size of a bed, and could only accommodate 2 people at most. "Liu Qing, you wash first, I will wait until you finish washing and then wash," Xu Qing said to Liu Qing. Although they were all women, Xu Qing was still a little reluctant. After all, this was not a swimming pool, and they did not have any swimsuits at all. Well, Liu Qing also agreed with Xu Qing's proposal. Xu Qing turned around, Chu Yang looked at the hot spring, and then looked at Liu Qing in front of him. Humph! There was no intention to leave. When Liu Qing saw Chu Yang still standing there, his face flushed and he glared at him in shame and anger. "What are you doing here?" "Of course I am protecting you," Chu Yang said seriously. "Alas, you don't need to watch me right to protect me, you bastard." Liu Qing held his forehead with his delicate hand, blushed and stamped his feet. "Go over there." Liu Qing pointed to the left of the dense forest. Chu Yang's face fell, and he slowly walked to the direction Liu Qing pointed. "You are not allowed to peek," Liu Qing added behind Chu Yang. Chu Yang smiled bitterly, shook his head, and walked to the place Liu Qing pointed. This place is about 7 or 8 meters away from the hot spring. The surrounding area is full of dense forests, which almost covers the hot spring. In addition, the terrain here is lower than the hot spring, and there are all kinds of dense weeds around, so you can't see any picture of the hot spring not far away. It turns out that this little calf had already observed the surrounding situation when he came here. Chu Yang was dejected. Originally, Chu Yang still had some beautiful fantasies in his heart. He thought that the one who is close to the water will get the moon first. But now, the beautiful fantasies in Chu Yang's heart were shattered. The dense forest was very quiet. There was not even the sound of some insects. Although Chu Yang was 7 or 8 meters away from the hot spring and could not see the hot spring, he could clearly hear the sound of Liu Qing entering the water from the direction of the hot spring. It was close at hand, but far away in the sky. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Now Chu Yang finally understood what the farthest distance was. It would be great if he could encounter the danger of wild beasts now. Chu Yang looked up at the sky that was almost covered by the dense forest, and said secretly again, if he really encountered any danger, wouldn't he be close to the water at this moment, and then he could be a hero to save the beauty. Thinking of this, Chu Yang fell into a beautiful fantasy again. However, Chu Yang's beautiful fantasy was shattered again, because until Liu Qing finished the hot spring and put on his clothes, nothing happened. Everything was calm around. Liu Qing had finished her hot spring bath and changed into the clothes Chu Yang had given her. Her fluffy hair was dripping with water, and she was wearing a pair of tight jeans that showed off her perfect curves. She wore a white shirt on her upper body, which was round and full, and was faintly visible between the gaps between the buttons of the shirt. A simple set of clothes, now worn on Liu Qing, looked better than any brand name, and the size was just right, as if it was tailor-made. And this simple set of clothes also fits Liu Qing's cold temperament very well. When Chu Yang saw Liu Qing walking towards him, his eyes lit up and he was stunned for a moment. When Liu Qing saw Chu Yang's strange eyes, a hint of shyness suddenly appeared on her face, and she said in shame and anger, "You stinky hooligan." After saying that, Liu Qing stood aside. Although Liu Qing looked a little angry on the surface, she actually seemed to be flirting with Chu Yang. Even at this time, Liu Qing was a little happy in her heart. Women dress up to please themselves. The strange look Chu Yang gave her just now was enough to prove her charm. Chu Yang looked at the shyness on Liu Qing's face, and his heart was even more uneasy. Soon, Chu Yang heard the sound of Xu Qing walking into the hot spring not far away. Now that Liu Qing was by his side, Chu Yang naturally didn't dare to have any thoughts, otherwise his label of a stinky gangster in his heart would definitely rise to another level. Chu Yang stood there carelessly, but at this moment, Xu Qing's frightened shouting came from the hot spring. When Liu Qing heard Xu Qing's voice, her face suddenly changed, and Chu Yang's face also became a little complicated at this time. This thief, when did God become so effective, really appear? Is Xu Qing really in danger? Chu Yang exclaimed in his heart. However, he didn't have the beautiful fantasy just now, but cursed himself in his heart, saying that he shouldn't have done it. If Xu Qing really got into trouble, he would be a sinner. At the same time, Chu Yang was somewhat curious. If there was really any danger, why didn't his magical sixth sense appear? What are you still standing there for? Go and see what happened to Xu Qing. Liu Qing saw Chu Yang stunned and shouted to him seriously. In a panic, Liu Qing forgot for a moment that Xu Qing was taking a bath in the hot spring and was not wearing any clothes at all. Yeah. Chu Yang was also awakened by Liu Qing's words. Even if the magical sixth sense did not appear, Chu Yang was sure that he really had a magical sixth sense and could sense the emergence of a crisis, but Chu Yang was not sure whether this magical sixth sense would fail or not. This was a matter of life and death. Chu Yang did not dare to be careless and rushed towards the direction of the hot spring. At a distance of 7 or 8 meters, Chu Yang arrived at the hot spring in almost a few seconds. Xu Qing, what happened? As soon as Chu Yang arrived at the hot spring, Lin Meng asked Xu Qing hurriedly. At the same time, Chu Yang looked up at Xu Qing and froze, because Xu Qing was naked now. Episode 020, Making Sharp Tools. Because of the shock, Xu Qing stood directly in the hot spring pool. The hot spring was not very big, and the depth was naturally limited, reaching Xu Qing's knees. Therefore, Xu Qing was now standing in front of Chu Yang with almost no view. Chu Yang was standing by the hot spring. When he saw this scene, he seemed to be electrocuted. He froze in place with his mouth wide open. Now not only Chu Yang was stunned, but Xu Qing also realized in an instant that she was naked after seeing Chu Yang's actions. Xu Qing's face flushed in an instant, and she was panicked. The next moment, Xu Qing was shocked again and shouted louder than before, then she was at a loss to protect her private parts with both hands, and the whole person squatted and curled up in the hot spring water, with her head lowered, not daring to look at Chu Yang. Now Xu Qing wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Her body was actually seen naked by a man, and this man had only known her for a few days. He also knew that Chu Yang did not mean it. During this period of time, through getting along with Chu Yang, he also knew that Chu Yang was not a bad person, but Xu Qing still couldn't accept it. Xu Qing, what's wrong with you? Liu Qing also rushed over at this time. Hearing Xu Qing's shouting again, he hurriedly asked if she saw any wild animals. Chu Yang also woke up and asked Xu Qing. Although Chu Yang's mind was full of confusion because of what happened just now, fortunately Chu Yang's heart was also relatively strong, and he looked like nothing happened on the surface. I don't know, but I just found that there seemed to be something in the bushes on the right. Xu Qing pointed to the right side of her and said. Chu Yang and Liu Qing immediately looked in the direction Xu Qing pointed. Sure enough, in the direction Xu Qing pointed, there was a lot of movement in the bushes, and the surrounding weeds were swaying. There really is something. Liu Qing's expression changed when he saw this. He took several steps back and hid behind Chu Yang. Liu Qing was still frightened by the last encounter with the red and white python. Besides, they could even encounter this python. In this dense forest, it would not be strange to encounter other wild animals. But it must not be a ferocious beast. Liu Qing prayed secretly in his heart. Chu Yang's heart was lifted up all of a sudden. He stared at the grass with movement. His whole body was tense. He thought to himself, what should I do if I really encounter a ferocious beast? After about half a minute, a white shadow emerged from the grass. Looking closely, it turned out to be a wild goat. After the wild goat emerged from the grass, it found that Chu Yang and his group were running away in a panic. The three of Chu Yang were relieved immediately. Oh, it turned out to be a goat. Yeah, luckily it's a goat. If it was any other ferocious beast, we would be in danger. Liu Qing said with lingering fear. Xu Qing in the hot spring pool was also obviously relieved, and her face was a little embarrassed. She was actually scared by a goat, but the next second she blushed again. Can you turn around first? I'll put on my clothes first. Xu Qing lowered her head and whispered. Yes, shy and anxious, thinking of what happened just now, she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Liu Qing didn't know what happened just now, and thought it was Xu Qing. Now because she was not wearing clothes, she nodded awkwardly and turned around. Chu Yang also turned around and returned to the place 7 or 8 meters away just now. He looked at the location of the hot spring. Chu Yang couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The scene just now was simply too exciting. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of Xu Qing's graceful figure, willow-like waist, and that private part. Chu Yang felt his nose warm and started bleeding. He started bleeding. Chu Yang reached out and wiped the blood off his nose. He took several deep breaths and stopped thinking about the air. Only then did the bleeding stop. More than 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The sun set and night began to fall. Xu Qing put on her clothes and walked out of the hot spring with Liu Qing. Xu Qing was wearing a beige casual outfit. Although it was a bit loose, it still couldn't hide Xu Qing's perfect figure. Chu Yang, do you want to wash? Xu Qing and I will help you. Liu Qing looked at Chu Yang and asked. Xu Qing on the side lowered her head and didn't dare to look up at Chu Yang. No need. It's getting late. Let's go back to the valley first. Chu Yang shook his head. It wasn't that Chu Yang didn't want to wash. He was also feeling uncomfortable during this period. But night was about to fall. Who knows how many dangers there would be in this dense forest at night. For safety reasons, Chu Yang decided to give up first. Besides, now he could take a bath in the sea directly beside the hot spring. The three of them started to return along the same route. On their way back, Xu Qing kept her head down and remained silent, and kept a distance from Chu Yang intentionally or unintentionally. After walking out of the dense forest, Liu Qing seemed to notice that something was wrong with Xu Qing, and asked her with concern, "What's wrong with you?" "No, nothing, I'm actually still thinking about the wild goat just now." Xu Qing replied quickly. Liu Qing nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Xu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Liu Qing didn't notice it. She was also a little relieved in her heart. Fortunately, Liu Qing came a step late, otherwise he would have seen what happened just now. In a blink of an eye, Chu Yang and the other three returned to the valley. "Hey, I'm hungry." Xiao Lin sat outside the small cave, looking at Chu Yang and the other three who had just returned unhappily. The eldest lady's temper came up again. It was unknown whether it was because she had not been taken to the hot spring just now, or because of something else. Since their food was only the big python and wild goats, there were only some wild fruits left. Liu Qing took the initiative to go to the beach to see if there were any fish, shrimps or shells. Xu Qing also went with him. Now only Qiao Lin and Chu Yang were left together. He was also extremely at a loss. Chu Yang shook his head, then found the 2 pieces of iron again and started to work on his own. Whether he could eat meat tonight depended on whether these 2 pieces of iron could be made into sharp tools. In addition, Chu Yang must have a sharp weapon for self-defense now. To make sharp tools, high temperatures were naturally indispensable. Chu Yang dug a hole next to the cave, then lit a pile of wood on it, and then spread some fine sand on it. A simple forging furnace was ready. Then Chu Yang put 2 pieces of iron in it and dry burned them. When the 2 pieces of iron were burned red, Chu Yang finally needed to hammer them into shape and make them into the shape he wanted. Episode 021: A Sumptuous Dinner. 2 pieces of iron, one in the shape of a kitchen knife and the other in the shape of an axe. In order to save time, Chu Yang did not change the shape. On this deserted island, there were no hammering and forging tools, so Chu Yang could only use stones. After hammering hundreds of times, a sharp tool in the shape of a kitchen knife was formed. With this sharp tool, I can finally eat meat tonight, and it will be much more convenient in the future. Looking at the kitchen knife in his hand, Chu Yang smiled very satisfied. Even if it looks a little ugly, the sharpness is not a problem at all. Well, I didn't expect that you, a country bumpkin, know a lot. You can actually use a useless piece of iron to make a simple kitchen knife. Qiao Lin on the side has been watching Chu Yang and has been busy. When he saw the simple kitchen knife in Chu Yang's hand, he was somewhat surprised. After hearing what Qiao Lin said, Chu Yang imitated Liu Qing and rolled his eyes at him. If it weren't for a country bumpkin like me, you would have starved to death on this deserted island. Chu Yang couldn't stand the condescending attitude of Miss Qiao Lin. Fortunately, she was not alone on this deserted island. There were also Liu Qing and Xu Qing. Thinking of this, Chu Yang felt very relieved. HMPH, you dare to talk to me like this? I just ate some of your rotten fish and shrimp. After leaving this deserted island, how much money do you want? I will compensate you. Just because of Chu Yang's retort, Miss Qiao Lin's temper suddenly exploded again. What the hell, you? Qiao Lin was angry and anxious, but on this deserted island, he could do nothing to Chu Yang, so he could only vent his anger on the pile of dry firewood in front of him. After venting his anger on the pile of dry firewood scattered all over the ground, Qiao Lin finally vented some of his anger and looked at Chu Yang again. But this time, Qiao Lin did not continue to lose his temper, but looked Chu Yang carefully from head to toe. Eh? Mr. Chu, have we met before somewhere? Chu Yang was shocked when he heard Qiao Lin's words. He thought to himself, did he recognize him? Where did he find out something just now? But Chu Yang shook his head quickly. If he really recognized him, he would not ask this question now. Turning his head to the side with some guilt, Chu Yang said to Qiao Lin, I am just a country bumpkin, but you are a rich lady. I can't afford to marry you, let alone know you. Yeah, that's right. Qiao Lin nodded, thinking that it made sense, thinking to himself that he must have made a mistake. How could he know him? Seeing that Qiao Lin was not talking, Chu Yang started to busy himself again. There was also a piece of iron in the shape of an axe blade. Chu Yang decided to forge it into a self-defense tool. Using the same method as before, a sharp weapon was formed after more than 10 minutes. As long as you find a hard wooden stick as a handle, it will be a simple axe. Chu Yang was very satisfied with the axe-shaped iron sheet weighing about 4 or 5 pounds in his hand. Although it is very different from a real axe, it can at least be said to be a very good self-defense weapon, much better than a wooden stick. If Chu Yang had this axe during the last sneak attack on the Black Wolf, what about the Black Wolf? It couldn't run away at all, and would be directly gutted by Chu Yang. Looking at the sky, Chu Yang put away the axe and planned to prepare dinner first. At the moment, Chu Yang didn't find a satisfactory wooden stick handle. With the axe and the simple kitchen knife he had just made, Chu Yang dragged the python to the beach and gutted it. Snake gall, hey, this is a good thing. Chu Yang took out a 3-finger-sized green object from the python's body, and then put it in a bottle for preservation. Snake gall has the effect of detoxification. The more poisonous the snake, the stronger the effect of the gall. Chu Yang is now on this unknown desert island without any medical supplies, and no one knows what dangers he will encounter. Therefore, this snake gall may be their life-saving item in the future. After collecting the snake gall, Chu Yang began to dismember the python. Except for the snake gall and snake meat, Chu Yang threw the other snake parts directly into the sea. At night, in a small cave in the valley, Chu Yang and his friends sat around the fire. On the rocks in front of them were fish and shrimps. These were harvested by Liu Qing and Xu Qing at the seaside. Tonight's harvest was also very good. Pieces of snake meat were roasted golden on the iron plate, and waves of meat fragrance filled the air. After the production was completed, Chu Yang put the roasted snake meat and fish and shrimps together. Although their dinner was only 3 simple types of golden roasted snake meat, fish and shrimps, and green wild fruits, this was definitely the most sumptuous meal they had ever had on the desert island. It smells so good, so delicious. Xu Qing and Liu Qing smelled the fragrance, their eyes lit up, their faces were full of intoxication, and they kept swallowing their saliva. However, Liu Qing and Xu Qing looked at the meat in front of them, but they didn't dare to touch it, because this was snake meat, and they were still very resistant in their hearts. Don't you plan to try it? Chu Yang looked at Liu Qing and Xu Qing and said. The 2 women were still a little hesitant. Chu Yang smiled, and stuffed a large piece of golden snake meat into his mouth. While eating with an intoxicated face, he said to Liu Qing and Xu Qing, "Well, it's delicious, it's simply a delicacy on earth." Looking at Chu Yang's intoxicated expression, Liu Qing and Xu Qing swallowed their saliva and looked at each other. The 2 gritted their teeth and finally decided to go all out. They also grabbed a piece of golden snake meat, and then closed their eyes and stuffed it directly into their mouths. When they put the golden snake meat into their mouths, Xu Qing and Liu Qing widened their eyes. They didn't expect the snake meat to be so delicious. With a start, knowing the deliciousness of snake meat, the 2 women began to feast on it, one piece after another, as if they had been hungry for several days. Fortunately, Chu Yang prepared more, otherwise, they would not be able to eat it without caring about their image. After several minutes of gorging, Liu Qing and Xu Qing burped with satisfaction. "Xiaolin, you should eat some too. This meat is really delicious." Xu Qing saw Xiaolin eating sea fish and shrimps alone with disgust on his face, and handed him a piece of golden snake meat. Xiaolin frowned when he saw the snake meat handed over by Xu Qing, and said unhappily, "Even if I starve to death, I will never eat these disgusting things. You can eat it or not." Chu Yang on the side didn't indulge him and started eating it himself. Xu Qing saw Xiaolin's attitude and didn't say anything more. She looked at the remaining golden snake meat, and Xu Qing and Liu Qing couldn't help but start eating again. The 3 of them were eating with gusto. Xiaolin glanced at Chu Yang and the other 3 who were enjoying their meals, and then looked at the sea fish and shrimp in his hand. He had already disliked them, and now he felt that they were even less delicious. Episode 022, Too Early to Be Happy. Seeing Chu Yang and the others eating with relish, Xiaolin threw the sea fish and shrimp in his hand to the ground in disgust. He felt very unbalanced. Why could they eat delicious food while he could only eat these rotten fish and shrimp? Could it be that snake meat was really so delicious? Xiaolin took a look at the golden snake meat that Xu Qing had just handed to him, and thought to himself that maybe it was because he was angry, or maybe it was because he was curious about Chu Yang and the others eating. Xiaolin gritted his teeth and prepared to try it. He closed his eyes and slowly put the golden snake meat to his mouth, then took a small bite and tasted it. Xiaolin was stunned. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It was definitely many times better than the sea fish and shrimp on the wall just now. And I don't know if it was because he had never eaten meat except for fish and shrimp on the deserted island. Xiaolin thought that this was definitely the best meat he had ever eaten, even the delicacies from mountains and seas now could not compare to it. Chu Yang also saw Xiaolin eating snake meat and curled his lips. "How does it taste?" "Well, you are not as disgusting as I imagined." "HMPH, it's just SOSO." Xiaolin hummed and answered Chu Yang. The next moment, Xiaolin ignored Chu Yao and put a large piece of snake meat in his mouth. While eating, he kept putting the rest of the snake meat in front of him. He was not polite at all. Chu Yang saw Xiaolin swallowing the flames and curled his lips. He was really stubborn. He could just say it was delicious. Finally, all the remaining snake meat went into Xiaolin's stomach. Liu Qing and Xu Qing were also full and burped. Only Chu Yang looked at the pile of sea fish and shrimps left, with a helpless look on his face. He thought that after making the sharp tools today, he could have a good meal of meat, but he didn't expect that all of them were eaten by the 3 of them. This night was a waste of work. Shaking his head, Chu Yang could only deal with the sea fish and shrimps. After dinner, everyone ate some wild fruits to replenish their water. After eating and drinking, it was almost late at night, and everyone was ready to rest. Chu Yang still slept between Xu Qing and Liu Qing as he did last night. Although he was still distracted, Chu Yang was really tired and fell asleep in a daze. It was another peaceful night, and the next day came in a blink of an eye. Great, great, early in the morning, a loud screaming sounded in the valley, and it lasted for a long time. Chu Yang was awakened by the loud screaming sound in a daze, and Xu Qing and Liu Qing also opened their hazy sleepy eyes. The three people looked over and saw Xiaolin standing at the entrance of the small cave, jumping and shouting from time to time. After a while, he laughed loudly alone again. What was wrong with him so early in the morning? Chu Yang was full of confusion. Xu Qing and Liu Qing also looked at each other, confused. Xiaolin also saw the three people who woke up at this time, jumping on one foot and dancing like a madman. Half a day, did you see the sun rising from the west? Chu Yang half-jokingly said that a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. He didn't believe that Xiaolin would have any good news. Maybe it was good news for him alone, but it would definitely be a big bad news for them. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Xiaolin naturally heard Chu Yang's half-joking and half-mocking meaning, and said unhappily. However, it seems that because of his good mood today, Xiaolin did not continue to argue with Chu Yang as he did before. Xiaolin, what is the good news? Hurry up and tell me, don't keep us in suspense. Xu Qing urged Xiaolin. Har, okay, I'm going to tell you now, you must listen carefully. Xiaolin smiled ecstatically, then took out something and shook it in front of the three people. This thing is the mobile phone that I gave to Xiaolin earlier, asking him to find a way to dry the water inside. I want to tell you great news, that is, this mobile phone can be turned on. After saying that, Xiao Lian touched the dark mobile phone, and the screen suddenly lit up. The mobile phone is turned on. When Chu Yang and the others heard Xiaolin's words, the three of them trembled at the same time and stayed in place stiffly. It took more than 10 seconds for them to recover. That's really great. The mobile phone can be turned on. In this way, we can contact the outside world quickly and leave this deserted island in a short time. Xu Qing said excitedly. Yes, that's right, we can finally leave. Liu Qing was also excited. Of course, Chu Yang was the same as them, and he was extremely excited in his heart. You finally did a good thing. Chu Yang originally had a lot of opinions about Xiaolin, and he didn't like it no matter how he looked at it, but now there are some changes. This time, you have to thank me well. With his head held high, Xiaolin was like a proud little swan. Okay, as long as we can leave this deserted island, you can hurry up and call for help. Chu Yang urged Xiaolin. Xiaolin sneered at Chu Yang, then excitedly turned on his phone. Now, as long as he dialed his father's number, he could leave this damn place. However, after a few seconds, Xiaolin was stunned, and his face suddenly changed, because he found that he couldn't make a call anyway. Well, it's impossible, how could this be? Xiaolin gritted his teeth and said with an ugly face. Xiaolin, what happened? Xu Qing asked anxiously when she saw Xiaolin's face. Chu Yang and Liu Qing also felt that something was wrong, but Xiaolin kept a gloomy face, which made Chu Yang very anxious. Oh, what happened? Is there a problem with the phone again? Oh, shut up, it's all your fault that you kept urging me, and I couldn't make a call. Xiaolin snorted in anger at Chu Yang and the others' anxiety. Xiaolin didn't believe in evil and continued to try to make a call, but the result was the same as before, the call couldn't be dialed out at all. Hey, what kind of broken thing is this? Xiaolin was anxious and angry when he answered the phone and wanted to smash the phone. Chu Yang saw Xiaolin's actions and stepped forward to stop him before Xiaolin made a move and snatched the phone away. When he opened the phone and looked at it, Chu Yang's face drooped all of a sudden. They were too happy just now, because the phone couldn't be used at all. Episode 023 Wolf Howl Outside the Valley. Some people say that God is very fair. If he opens a door for you, he will definitely close a door for you. It is undeniable that this sentence makes sense. God opened a door for Chu Yang and the others, gave them a mobile phone, and let them see the hope of leaving this deserted island, but he closed a door for them. There is no cell phone signal here. That's right, there is no signal on Chu Yang's cell phone now. Without cell phone signal, what's the difference between this cell phone and a brick? They can't even call for emergency help, let alone contact the outside world. There is no cell phone signal here, Chu Yang said to Liu Qing and Xu Qing. When the two girls heard Chu Yang's words, a look of disappointment and loss instantly appeared on their faces. For a while, several people didn't speak. In the last second, they were still excited and happy to leave this deserted island, but they didn't expect that their hope would be shattered in the next second. Their mood at this moment was like falling from a high building into the abyss at the bottom of the valley. It seems that we can't leave this deserted island. Xu Qing sighed dejectedly, and Liu Qing's face was also very gloomy. As for Xiao Lin, he was even more distraught. Oh, well, everyone doesn't have to be dejected. As long as we are alive, we will definitely have hope to leave this deserted island. Chu Yang saw the faces of the crowd and quickly spoke to comfort them. Also, although there is no mobile phone signal here, maybe we can get the signal if we go to other places. The whole deserted island is so big that we will definitely find a place with signal. Chu Yang was also comforting himself and cheering himself up. If he gave up now, there would be no hope. HMPH, self-deception, nice words, leave, what can we leave with? Now this mobile phone cannot be used because there is no mobile phone signal. Xiao Lin heard Chu Yuan's comfort, glared at Chu Yang angrily, blaming him and swallowing him up, as if Chu Yang was a sinner. It was Chu Yang who made them unable to leave, it was Chu Yang who made the mobile phone have no signal. Anyway, all this was Chu Yang's fault. Chu Yang heard Xiao Lin's words and suddenly became a little annoyed. It was not Chu Yang's fault, so everyone should say less. Seeing that Xiao Lin and Chu Yang were about to quarrel again, Xu Qing quickly stood up and persuaded them. I also think what Chu Yang said just now makes sense. The whole deserted island is so big. Although there is no signal here, there may be a mobile phone signal somewhere. The most important thing now is that we must not give up. Yes, that's right. We must not give up. As long as we don't give up, there is hope. In addition, although we are not as good as outside, at least we are not short of food for the time being. Liu Qing's face also returned to normal. As for Xiao Lin, he snorted twice in annoyance and didn't say anything else. Chu Yang didn't pay attention to Xiao Lin anymore. Since Liu Qing and Xu Qing were willing to persist, he would naturally not give up. He turned off his mobile phone and put it in his pocket. After all, there is no charging equipment here. If a signal is found one day, but the mobile phone is out of power, it will be bad. At present, we can save a little bit. Leave the mobile phone with me for the time being. I will go out and start looking for mobile phone signals on this deserted island, and I can also find water sources at the same time. As for you, stay and wait for my news. Chu Yang began to arrange the next things. I will go with you. At this time, Xu Qing and Liu Qing answered in unison. After speaking, Xu Qing and Liu Qing looked at each other. Chu Yang was surprised that Xu Qing and Liu Qing both asked to go with him at the same time. However, Chu Yang recovered quickly and did not choose who would go with him. Humph, I can go alone, you all stay. Originally, Chu Yang had no intention of taking anyone with him, because the destination Chu Yang chose to go to was the deserted island and dense forest, and only there were towering mountains inside, and maybe there would be a mobile phone signal. Chu Yang knew the dangers of the deserted island and dense forest, and he could not guarantee that he would encounter some ferocious beasts. Whether it was Liu Qing or Xu Qing, taking them would only increase Chu Yang's burden, but it would be different if he went alone. If he really encountered a ferocious beast, it would not be able to beat Chu Yang, but at least he could run away without any scruples. Xu Qing and Liu Qing wanted to say something, but stopped talking. When they saw Chu Yang's firm expression, they nodded. After packing up, Chu Yang took the axe he had made before, and then prepared to go out. Xu Qing and Liu Qing had nothing to do in the valley, so they also prepared to go out with Chu Yang, and then go to the seashore at low tide to find some fish and shrimp food. After all, these fish and shrimp food are still the main food for the four of them for the time being. Just as they were about to leave, a low roar of a beast sounded in the valley. Chu Yang and the other four people changed their faces. This was the sound of a wolf howling. There was a wolf outside. Xiao Lin was stunned for a moment, panicked and scared, screamed, his face was pale, and his body was shaking because of fear. He had never been to such a scene before. It was already very good that he could still stand now. Now he didn't have the arrogant and condescending temperament he had before. Xu Yan, me, what should we do? Not only Xiao Lin was scared, but Liu Xing and Xu Qing were also scared. Their faces turned pale, their hearts were in their throats, and their eyes kept moving towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang stood there, his face was extremely solemn, and he held the axe he had made before tightly in his hand. It was impossible to say that he was not afraid. Chu Yang had seen the attack power of wolves last time. If the black wolf had not been seriously injured last time, which gave them an opportunity to take advantage of it, they would not be able to stand here now and would have become the food of the black wolf long ago. At the same time, Chu Yang was also a little curious. Why didn't his magical sixth sense appear? Now that he had clearly met a wolf, why didn't he feel a sense of crisis? Chu Yang was a little suspicious again. Did this magical sixth sense fail again? The low wolf howl sounded again, but it sounded like it was outside the valley, in the same position as before. The wolf didn't seem to have any intention of coming in. Huh? Strange? Chu Yang suddenly frowned, and a look of confusion emerged on his solemn face. Chu Yang, what's wrong? Liu Qing asked hurriedly after hearing Chu Yang's words. Xu Qing also stared at Chu Yang and was silent for a while. Chu Yang then slowly said, Why do I suddenly feel that the sound of the wolf's howl is a little familiar, and it seems a little weak? Episode 024. It's that black wolf again. Nonsense, don't all wolves roar like this? What are you still doing here? You are the only man here, why don't you go out and drive him away? Before Chu Yang finished speaking, Xiaolin interrupted him in a panic. When Chu Yang heard what Xiaolin said, he was immediately angry and laughed. Why didn't he think of it before? Well, he is the only man here. Well, he only remembered it now that he is in danger, and he actually asked him to go out and drive the wolf away. Isn't this asking him to die? No brain. Chu Yang cursed Xiaolin directly. You Xiaolin was angry and anxious at once, gritting his teeth at Chu Yang. Oh, don't copy at this time, do you all want to become the food of this wolf? Liu Qing interrupted Xiaolin's words without any courtesy, and Xiaolin restrained himself. Liu Qing ignored Xiaolin and continued to look at Chu Yang. Chu Yang, I feel the same as you, I feel that the wolf's laughter is so familiar. When Chu Yang heard Liu Qing's words, his eyes widened. It was fine if he felt familiar, it might be his illusion, or he was overthinking, but now he was not the only one, even Liu Qing felt the same way. After 2 seconds, Chu Yang trembled all over, as if he thought of something. Is that the wolf from last time? Chu Yang and Liu Qing exclaimed in unison. The two looked at each other, and they were both surprised that the other party could think of the same thing at this time. Now Chu Yang and Liu Qing can confirm that the wolf's howl sounded the same as the black wolf they met last time. Chu Yang was relieved at this time. No wonder he felt a little familiar when he heard the wolf's howl just now, and at the same time, he felt that the sound was a little wrong, and it sounded a little weak. Now it is easy to explain, because the black wolf was seriously injured, but he didn't die, and he dared to come back. Chu Yang said with some curiosity. After he seriously injured the black wolf last time, Chu Yang thought that the black wolf would definitely not survive. Even if it survived, it would definitely not dare to come back. But he didn't expect that it would come back again after such a short time. How come he appeared again, and returned to this valley? Could it be that this valley was the lair of the black wolf? Liu Qing said seriously. Liu Qing actually just said it casually, but Chu Yang nodded seriously. There is this possibility. There is another possibility, that is, the black wolf came to retaliate against us because of the last incident, to retaliate against us. Will there be other wolves? Will they meet a wolf pack? When Liu Qing thought of this, his face turned pale again. One wolf was enough to scare them. If they really met a group of wolves, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chu Yang was silent when he heard this, because he was not sure what the purpose of the black wolf's return was. Are there other wolves following? Have you met wolves before? Xu Qing, who was standing by, had been listening to the conversation between Chu Yang and Liu Qing. Although he was frightened, he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Chu Yang looked at Xu Qing and nodded. He didn't say anything else because he was thinking about what to do next. This is no joke. If there is a slight mistake, it is possible that all of them will have to explain here. Oh, right, the trap. Suddenly, Chu Yang had an idea and thought of the trap he had set outside the valley before. A plan emerged in Chu Yang's mind. You all stay here. I'll go check the situation first. After a while, Chu Yang spoke to Liu Qing and the others. Now, except for standing up by himself, there is no way for Liu Qing and Shu Qing to deal with this black wolf. That is impossible. As for Qiao Lian, she only knows how to act like a big lady. Apart from this, she is useless. It's even more impossible. Chu Yan, be careful. Liu Qing spoke to Chu Yan, his tone full of concern and worry. If it really doesn't work, come back if there is danger. Shu Qing also spoke. Chu Yan nodded to them. For safety, Chu Yang was also very alert, holding the axe tightly in one hand and the sharp simple kitchen knife he made in the other hand. With heavy steps, Chu Yang came to the entrance of the valley. Chu Yang did not walk out of the valley, but stood on the edge of the trap at the entrance. Chu Yang looked outside the valley and saw a big black shadow standing outside the valley. It was the black wolf that Chu Yang had met before. It's really this beast. Seeing this black wolf, Chu Yang was still frightened. He almost died under its claws last time. The next moment, Chu Yang looked around the valley. Except for this black wolf, there was nothing around. In other words, there was no wolf pack at all. The black wolf came here alone. Seeing this scene, Chu Yang felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. If they really met a wolf pack, Chu Yang alone, plus Liu Qing who had no fighting power at all, the three of them, well, except for finding a good feng shui location to lie down and wait for death, there was no result at all. However, there was only this black wolf, and this black wolf was injured. Chu Yang still had the trap as a backup, which could fight him. Wolves are social animals. Why did this black wolf always go alone? Chu Yang was a little curious. Just when Chu Yang was curious, the black wolf also found Chu Yang. After seeing Chu Yang's appearance, the black wolf, who had been standing outside the valley without moving, suddenly became manic, roaring to the sky, and the wolf's eyes turned red, baring its teeth, grinning with a ferocious mouth, revealing sharp fangs. It looked like it wanted to rush over immediately and tear Chu Yang into 8 pieces. Obviously, the black wolf recognized Chu Yang now. It was Chu Yang who almost killed him last time. I didn't expect that you, a beast, would be so difficult to deal with. When Chu Yang saw the black wolf going crazy and baring its teeth, he trembled inwardly and took 2 steps back involuntarily. But the next moment, Chu Yang stopped. There was a trap in front of him. What was he afraid of? What he was worried about now was that he would not come over. As long as he came over, he would have to recognize him after falling into his trap. I'll slaughter you, come here. Chu Yang put the simple kitchen knife and axe on his waist, and then hooked his finger at the black wolf with red eyes with a provocative look on his face. Seeing Chu Yang's provocation, the black wolf became even more crazy. The wolf body pressed down in a bow shape, and the sharp wolf claws kept rubbing the ground, ready to attack Chu Yang. Episode 025 Bold Ideas. However, what Chu Yang did not expect was that after half a minute, the black wolf still did not make any offensive moves, but the crazy wolf howls continued, which was like thunder and rain. Shouldn't it be? Did he notice his trap? Or did he also have a magical 6th sense of crisis? Chu Yang felt very curious and shook his head. Chu Yang did not think much about it. It was just a beast. How could it really have the magical 6th sense of crisis like him? Since he didn't come over, then find a way to make him come over. Little beast, don't you want to eat me? Why are you so scared now? Come here if you have the guts. Grandpa will stand here without moving. Chu Yang didn't care whether the black wolf could understand him or not. He continued to hook his fingers and yell at the black wolf, saying provocatively, "Come here, I'll chop you up and cook you into a pot of wolf meat soup." As Chu Yang provoked, the black wolf's claws rubbed the ground frantically. The next moment, the black wolf finally couldn't hold back, and its red wolf eyes locked onto Chu Yang. Their half-bowed wolf body suddenly moved, and the black wolf pounced on Chu Yang like an arrow. A beast is always a beast. Chu Yang saw the attack launched by the black wolf, and he couldn't help but sneer happily. He watched the black wolf getting closer and closer to him, 2 meters, 1.5 meters. Chu Yang was still silently counting how far the black wolf was from the trap in front of him. Finally, the black wolf came to the trap that Chu Yang had set up before, and the black wolf fell directly into the deep pit. After the black wolf fell into the deep pit, it roared even more crazily and angrily, and the sound kept echoing in the valley. Liu Qing, Shu Qing, and Xiao Lin, the 3 women in the valley, heard the crazy and angry roar of the black wolf, and their faces turned pale with fear. I wonder how Chu Yang is doing. Is he in danger? Frightened, Liu Qing was worried about Chu Yang again. It should be, maybe, he will be fine. Shu Qing comforted him with a trembling voice, but he was also unsure. What should we do? What should we do? Xiao Lin was also panicked, and the whole person was panicked. Now they all hope that Chu Yang will not get into trouble. Even Xiao Lin is no exception, because Chu Yang is their only lifeline at the moment. If Chu Yang really gets into trouble, the consequences for them will be disastrous. No, listen carefully, it seems to be Chu Yang's voice, he is fine. Liu Qing suddenly heard Chu Yang's voice vaguely, and hurriedly spoke to Shu Qing and Xiao Lin, motioning them to be quiet and listen carefully. After hearing Liu Qing's words, Shu Qing and Xiao Lin quickly quieted down, and the three of them looked at the entrance of the valley with their ears erected. Little beast, now you are in my hands, you are still so fierce, believe it or not, I will kill you now? Liu Qing and the other three girls really heard Chu Yang's voice this time. It seemed that he was not only fine, but also subdued the wolf. Shu Qing said excitedly, great, we are finally safe. Xiao Lin also jumped up excitedly and said, let's go out and take a look. Hearing that Chu Yang was fine, Liu Qing's face relaxed and her heart finally relaxed. A moment later, the three girls walked towards the entrance of the valley together. At the entrance of the valley, they saw Chu Yang. Chu Yang was indeed fine. Now, he was squatting on the edge of a deep pit at the entrance of the valley, constantly saying provocative words with pride. As they got closer, Liu Qing and the others finally knew who Chu Yang was talking to. It turned out that the wolf had fallen into Chu Yang's trap. It was indeed the black wolf from last time. Liu Qing saw the black wolf in the trap and recognized it at a glance. Angry and crazy roars continued to come out from the deep pit trap. The black wolf inside seemed to be confronting Chu Yang's provocative words. Hearing the crazy wolf howl and seeing the fierce look of the black wolf in the trap, Liu Qing and the other three girls couldn't help but shrink their necks. Don't be afraid, this little beast can't get out of this trap. Seeing the three of them looking scared, Chu Yang smiled and comforted them. This trap was specially processed by Chu Yang. Not only is it deep, but the surrounding walls inside the trap are all smooth stones. The black wolf can't get out at all. Hearing Chu Yang's words, Liu Qing and the other two were obviously relieved. Chu Yang, what are you going to do with this wolf? Liu Qing asked Chu Yang. What else can I do? Just kill it. I have eaten all kinds of delicacies since I was a child, but I have never eaten wolf meat. Tonight we can have a full meal of meat again. Before Chu Yang could speak, Xiao Lin on the side immediately took over the conversation and said viciously that he had just scared himself. If it wasn't for the wolf in front of him, Xiao Lin would have definitely taken action himself. Shu Qing nodded and agreed with Xiao Lin's suggestion. Liu Qing didn't speak, but he also felt that the black wolf couldn't be kept. It wasn't that he didn't have love, because the animal in front of him was not a cat or a dog, but a ferocious wolf. Chu Yang looked at the black wolf in the trap and didn't speak. If it were in the past, Chu Yang would definitely agree with them, and even Chu Yang had the same idea as them. The first thing he did was to sharpen his knife and prepare to kill the wolf and make it their food. But suddenly, Chu Yang had a new idea in his mind, and he lowered his head and frowned. After several seconds, Chu Yang still didn't speak, and it seemed that he was thinking about something. Liu Qing looked at Chu Yang and felt that something was wrong. What's wrong with Chu Yang? Shu Qing and Xiao Lin also saw Chu Yang. They felt a little strange. After about 10 seconds, Chu Yang finally relaxed his brows and shook his head at Liu Qing and the others. We won't kill this black wolf yet, let's keep it for now. Liu Qing and Shu Qing were stunned. Chu Yang continued, think about it, we have this black wolf in the valley, at least on this deserted island, many wild animals dare not come, we can be much safer. In addition, if we can train this black wolf into a hunting wolf, then we will not only have an extra bodyguard in the future, but also an extra helper in finding food. Chu Yang said out a bold idea of his. This idea was also just a sudden inspiration. Maybe this idea is a little unrealistic, ordinary people don't even dare to think about it, but Chu Yang wants to try it. In other words, there is no harm in trying. If it really doesn't work, then won't it be over to deal with this black wolf at that time? Episode 026, Preparing to Train Wolves. A word of surprise brings 1,000 waves. Liu Qing, Shu Qing and Xiao Lin were all stunned after hearing Chu Yang's bold idea. He actually wanted to train wolves to be hunting wolves. This was simply too crazy. Not only had they never seen it, they had never even heard of it. Mr. Chu, are you crazy? Oh, this is a wolf. Do you think it's a cat or a puppy? Xiao Lin was anxious when he heard Chu Yang's words. If you don't kill him now, what if he runs out one day? Humph, it doesn't matter if you want to die, but don't hurt us. For your own safety, Xiao Lin immediately jumped out to protest. Although Xu Qing and Liu Qing didn't say anything, they were worried. Xiao Lin's words were not unreasonable. This was not an animal like a cat or a dog, but a ferocious wolf. If there was any mistake, it might endanger his life. I don't agree, I strongly disagree. Xiao Lin continued to roar loudly. Chu Yang heard Xiao Lin's protest and looked at him. Why do I need your consent to do anything? This black wolf, I caught it. I want to deal with it as I wish. This is my business. You Xiao Lin was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, but he didn't know how to refute. Chu Yang, have you thought it through? This is definitely not a joke. Liu Qing also looked at Chu Yang at this time and said. Yes, this is a wolf, and a fierce wild wolf. It is definitely not a trivial matter to tame him. Chu Yang knew what they were worried about, and replied slowly, don't worry, I know my limits. Since there is this idea of taming him, it is natural to consider the safety issues. Even if they don't say it, Chu Yang has considered all these just now. Chu Ying is not impulsive, but has thought it over carefully. Okay, you go back to the valley first and leave it to me. Chu Yang spoke to Liu Qing and Xu Qing again. Liu Qing and Xu Qing hesitated for a while, and finally looked at each other and nodded. They didn't understand where Chu Yang got the confidence to tame the black wolf. However, they also knew that Chu Yang was not an impulsive person. On the contrary, Chu Yang considered everything. If they hadn't met Chu Yang, they might not have survived on the deserted island this time. Even if they could survive, they would never be as comfortable as they are now. Therefore, Liu Qing and Xu Qing finally chose to believe Chu Yang. As for Xiao Lin, he still disagreed with Chu Yang's idea. He was anxious and angry, but now he was the only one who disagreed, and it didn't have any effect at all. Crazy, you are all crazy. I hope you don't regret it. If something really happens, you will cry at that time. Xiao Lin was furious and cursed, then turned back to the valley. After seeing them all leave, Chu Yang turned his eyes to the black wolf in the trap again. After a period of rage and madness, the black wolf seemed to understand its situation. Its red eyes disappeared and it howled in a low voice. There was a touch of sadness and pleading in the wolf's howl. It seemed that he was begging Chu Yang to let him go. Humph, the little beast actually has such a high mind. Chu Yang was stunned when he heard the black wolf's pleading howl, but then Chu Yang laughed happily. Since the black wolf has such a high mind, it is not a bad thing for them, and it is even beneficial for them to tame it. Chu Yang did not soften his heart because of the black wolf's temporary pleading. This was all an illusion. The black wolf had a high mind, and the wolf was a ferocious beast. It was not so easy to tame it. If he really gave in now, something would definitely happen. After a while, Chu Yang found a lot of branches again, covered the hole in the deep pit, and then covered the surface of the branches with fine sand and mud. Soon, the pit of the trap was completely covered except for a small hole that Chu Yang deliberately left to prevent the black wolf from suffocating. Okay, you, just stay in the trap for now. Chu Yang clapped his hands, then turned and left the valley. Chu Yang planned to leave the black wolf alone in the trap to train it. Chu Yang had never trained a wolf before, but he had seen pigs run even though he had never eaten pork. When he was in the countryside before, Chu Yang had trained a local dog. There are indeed differences between wolves and dogs, but the methods are almost the same. If you want to tame them, the first thing to do is to smooth out their wildness. Without wildness, the next thing will be much easier. After leaving the valley, Chu Yang once again entered the dense forest on the edge of the deserted island. This time, Chu Yang entered the dense forest with two tasks: 1. To find a mobile phone signal. At the same time, Chu Yang could also take the opportunity to find a water source. Although they have wild fruits now, it is only a temporary solution, not a long-term solution. The most important thing is to have a source of water. After looking in the dense forest, Chu Yang chose to go deeper to the east, because the location of the wild fruits is in the south. It is inevitable that there is not much meaning to continue to choose. Chu Yang does not want to go too deep into the dense forest. As before, Chu Yang would make a clear mark on the roadside as he walked, so as not to get lost. In a blink of an eye, most of the day passed. Chu Yang did not find a water source, but found a towering mountain. It took more than half an hour for Chu Yang to climb up this towering mountain. Near the top of the peak, this is also the only highest mountain around. I hope there will be a mobile phone signal here. Chu Yang thought to himself, and quickly took out his mobile phone, turned it on and dialed the emergency number, but the signal icon on the mobile phone was always grey, and the emergency number dialed was just a burst of busy tone. Alas, there is still no signal. Chu Yang shook his head in disappointment. Although Chu Yang had anticipated this outcome before he made the call, he still couldn't accept it when he really faced it. Forget it, let's continue looking for other places. Chu Yang comforted himself and adjusted his mentality. As long as there is a chance, there must be hope. Turning off his phone, Chu Yang prepared to go down the mountain. Well, as he was walking down the mountain, suddenly, a sense of crisis flashed through Chu Yang's mind. Chu Yang's whole body tensed up instantly, and the magical sixth sense appeared again, which meant that there would be a crisis coming to him next. Is there a wild animal around? Chu Yang had this thought in his mind at the first time, and he looked around cautiously, but the surroundings were calm. Not to mention wild animals, there was not even the sound of insects. Episode 027, A Blessing in Disguise. There is no wild animal, could it be another crisis? Chu Yang frowned, thinking of his magical sixth sense. Chu Yang had also carefully studied its rules. This magical ability appeared 4 times in total. The first time was when the cruise ship he was on had an accident, the second time was when he encountered the tide on the deserted island, the third time was when he encountered the black wolf, and the fourth time was when he was looking for water and encountered a python. The 4 crises were big and small. Each crisis that appeared in advance felt different. The bigger the crisis, the stronger Chu Yang's sense of crisis, and vice versa. Chu Yang's sense of crisis was not very strong now. It just flashed by, which meant that the crisis was not very big. No matter what, it was better to be careful. Chu Yang did not relax. He was tense and his whole body was still extremely condensed. No matter whether it was a big crisis or a small crisis, it could appear and let him sense it, which meant that it would definitely threaten his life. Chu Yang continued to go down the mountain with great vigilance, step by step. Soon, Chu Ying had reached the halfway point of the mountain. Seeing that she was about to go down the mountain, Chu Ying breathed a sigh of relief. However, she never relaxed her attention to the surroundings. As long as there was any movement around, she would be able to find it immediately. But it was precisely because Chu Yang's attention was now all around that Chu Yang, who was going down the mountain, suddenly stepped on a soft ground and his feet sank into it. The next moment, Chu Yang lost his balance. Because Chu Yang was going down the mountain, the road down the mountain was also very steep. Chu Yang lost his balance and his body immediately began to roll down the mountain. While rolling, Chu Yang grimaced in pain and wanted to stop rolling, but there was nothing else for him to grab except weeds and trees around. The damn Chu Yang cursed in his heart. However, Chu Yang did not lose his mind. While rolling, he protected the important parts of his body with both hands. The sharp weeds kept scratching him, and his body kept hitting the stones on the ground. Chu Yang was soon in a mess. After rolling for almost a minute, a damp and cool breeze suddenly came from the front of Chu Yang. Chu Yang looked closely and his face turned pale. He was trembling because there was a cliff below. Oh no, Chu Yang was so disappointed when he saw this. While rolling, Chu Yang was also like crazy, constantly looking for various things to grab on the ground with his hands, but Chu Yang only grabbed weeds, which were all uprooted, and there was no way to stop Chu Yang's rolling body. As he got closer and closer to the cliff, Chu Yang's pupils kept shrinking. I can't enlarge it anymore. Is this the end of today? Chu Yang said in despair. This cliff is estimated to be 7 or 8 meters high. Although it doesn't sound high, it is almost equivalent to several floors. Moreover, there are all kinds of hard rocks under the cliff. If you really fall from it, there is a 99% chance of falling to death directly. There is also a 1% chance that you may not die, but you will definitely become a severely disabled person who is half dead. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. In a few seconds, Chu Yang has reached the edge of the cliff. His body has almost fallen 1/4, and both feet are in the state of stepping on empty air. At this critical moment, Chu Yang's left hand suddenly grabbed a basketball-sized hard stone. Chu Yang, who was about to fall, suddenly froze. Crack, crack, many stones fell from Chu Yang's side, and the sound of these stones shattering after falling off the cliff could be clearly heard. Hey! Chu Yang's forehead was covered with sweat, but he must hold on. He must hold on. Chu Yang gritted his teeth and said fiercely. He was talking to himself and begging the stone he was holding now. Don't let go at this time. If the stone loosens, he will definitely die. Perhaps God heard Chu Yang's voice and showed his power. The basketball-sized stone did not loosen at all. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, Chu Yang continued to grit his teeth and held the stone tightly with his other hand. Now, his feet were suspended in the air and he could not use any strength at all. Therefore, Chu Yang could only use his arm strength to make his body go up. Fortunately, Chu Yang had good arm strength. After spending some effort, he climbed up a little bit, and then his feet touched the stone on the cliff. With some strength, he finally climbed up and found a safe position on the edge of the cliff. Chu Yang was almost exhausted. He lay down directly, gasping for breath. His heart was beating wildly, as if it wanted to jump out of his throat. It was a close call. He almost said goodbye to this world. Chu Yang glanced at the cliff not far away, and said with lingering fear that this was simply too exciting and too thrilling. It could almost be said that he had just walked through the gates of hell. It took several minutes for Chu Yang to gradually recover, and the whole person felt like he had been reborn. Fortunately, the phone was not damaged. Chu Yang looked at himself, who was extremely embarrassed, but Chu Yang checked the phone as soon as possible. Seeing that the phone was fine, Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief again and put the phone back into his pants pocket. The next moment, Chu Yang frowned immediately and his body trembled. Huh? Why are my pants wet? Looking closely, Chu Yang saw that his trouser legs were indeed wet. Is there water around here? Chu Yang widened his eyes, but Chu Yang looked around, and looked at the road above where he had just rolled down. It was all dry weeds, and there was no water at all. Chu Yang frowned even more, and was a little curious. Why were only his pants wet, while the rest of his body was dry? Could it be that Chu Yang suddenly thought of a place? Just now, when he climbed up from the cliff, his feet stepped on the cliff wall, and he felt a cold feeling at that time. But Chu Yang had no time to think about it because of the life-threatening situation just now. Now it seems that there must be water on the cliff wall. There is water on the cliff wall. Humph, this time it can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Chu Yang laughed happily. The water on the cliff wall must be fresh water. Now Chu Yang wanted to go over and check it out immediately, but this is a cliff. After the shocking scene just now, even if Chu Yang had 10 courage, he would not dare to go over. Looking around, Chu Yang chose a dense forest on the side of the cliff to go down. About 10 minutes later, Chu Yang stood at the foot of the cliff. He looked up and saw that the cliff was made of stone. The stone was wet. Drops of water flowed out from the cracks in the cliff and then dripped from the stone. The sound of the water dripping, in Chu Yang's ears, was like the most beautiful channel in the world. Chapter 28 Xiao Lin is gone. Looking at the water drops dripping from the rocks on the cliff, Chu Yang's eyes lit up as if he had seen some priceless treasure. Now Chu Yang was so excited that he seemed to have won the 5 million lottery jackpot. No, he was even more excited than winning the jackpot. Because of the water, they could survive on this deserted island. Although there was little water here, just a few drops flowing out from the cracks in the rocks, as long as these drops were collected for their daily life, it would definitely not be a problem. There is still time to make a simple water storage system, so that we can come and get water tomorrow. Chu Yang said excitedly. After a while, Chu Yang began to act. In this dense forest, there were no tools, let alone water storage tools. But these did not bother Chu Yang at all. Chu Yang first found a flat place at the bottom of the cliff and used the axe he brought to dig a small hole on the ground. This was the water storage system Chu Yang prepared. After digging this small pit, in order to prevent the water from being sucked away by the soil on the ground, Chu Yang sealed the bottom and the surrounding area with stones. A simple water storage system was completed. Now there is only one step left, using tools to collect the water drops dripping from the cliff into this water storage system. There are no water pipes here, but the most abundant in the dense forest are various mountain vines. Chu Yang found more than a dozen soft mountain vines in the dense forest, made these soft mountain vines into siphons, one end of which was connected to the mountain crack with water on the cliff, and the other end was placed in the small pit of the water storage system. After almost an hour of hard work, this simple water source system was completed and now began to work. The water in the cracks of the cliff began to flow into the small water pit along the soft mountain vines. The system flows out, a spark can start a prairie fire, and tiny drops of water can also gather into a sea. After almost another hour, the small pit of the water storage system made by Chu Yang has now gathered a lot of water sources. Finally, I saw drinkable water. Chu Yang was extremely excited when he saw the water gathering, and his trembling body fell to the ground. Chu Yang drank the water that had been gathering for more than an hour. He had not drunk water for several days and almost forgot the taste of water. It was sweet and sweet. This was the first feeling Chu Yang had after drinking the water. The next moment, Chu Yang laughed happily, and it took a long time for his excitement to gradually calm down. Looking at the sky, it was already sunset, and it was time to go back. Chu Yang carefully checked the water storage system, and after finding no problems, he began to prepare to go back to the valley. Although he did not find a mobile phone signal this time, he unexpectedly found a water source, which was definitely a huge gain for Chu Yang. Walking out of the dense forest, Chu Yang returned to the valley. The sun was setting and night was about to fall. Outside the valley, Chu Yang met Xu Qing and Liu Qing. The two girls came back from the beach, each holding a plastic bag in their hands. They seemed to be looking for food on the beach. Chu Yang, Chu Yang. Liu Qing and Xu Qing saw Chu Yang and the other two and hurried over. What's on you? Xu Qing was very curious when she saw Chu Yang in such a mess. You were in danger, are you injured? Liu Qing also saw it and hurried forward to ask anxiously. It's okay, just some minor problems. I'm not injured. Chu Yang answered lightly, and didn't tell them about the shocking crisis that happened today. It's all over, and it's useless to tell them. Now he is safe. It's good that it's okay, it's good that it's okay. Liu Qing heard that Chu Yang was okay, nodded, and the whole person was obviously relieved. But the next moment, Liu Qing felt something. Was his concern for Chu Yang too obvious and too much? Sure enough, the next moment, Xu Qing cast a meaningful look at him. Liu Qing was startled, and quickly explained with a red face, and Xu Qing, don't misunderstand me, I am worried about Chu Yang because we need him on this deserted island now, there is no other meaning. I understand. Xu Qing smiled meaningfully again. Liu Qingmei's explanation was fine, but once she explained, it sounded more like a demonstration. Chu Yang was also stunned on the spot. Liu Qing seemed to have other intentions for him. Is this a dream? Chu Yang had a feeling of unreality. But the next second, Chu Yang shook his head, perhaps he really misunderstood. After all, apart from this deserted island, he and Liu Qing belonged to two different worlds. By the way, Chu Yang, did you find a mobile phone signal? Liu Qing quickly began to change the subject. Xu Qing looked at Chu Yang nervously when she heard this topic. I didn't find a mobile phone signal. Oh, but I found something else. Speaking of this, Chu Yang kept it a secret. Liu Qing and Xu Qing were very disappointed when they heard the first half of Chu Yang's words, but when they heard the second half of Chu Yang's words, they began to look at Chu Yang expectantly. Hurry up and tell me, don't keep us in suspense. Liu Qing also urged. Chu Yang smiled and said, I found a place with water. If nothing goes wrong, we can have water to drink tomorrow. What? Liu Qing and Xu Qing were shocked when they heard the news. After several seconds, they excitedly realized that they had found water. That's great, really. I almost vomited after eating wild fruits. Finally, I don't have to eat them anymore. Humph. By the way, we have a good news for you. What is this? After being excited, Liu Qing opened the plastic bag in his hand. Chu Yang looked closely and found that the plastic bags in Liu Qing and Xu Qing's hands were full of sea crabs. It seems that we can have another meal tonight. Chu Yang laughed and said, today is a really good day. Not only did they find a water source, but Liu Qing and Xu Qing also caught a lot of crabs. They had both food and water. Good things come in pairs. The three of them entered the valley. When they passed the trap at the entrance of the valley, the black wolf in the trap noticed the movement and quickly let out a few begging wolf howls. Liu Qing and Xu Qing were instinctively afraid, shrank their necks, and hurriedly trotted into the valley. Chu Yang followed them in. As for the black wolf, Chu Yang ignored him and didn't even look at him, because it was not the right time yet. After arriving at the valley, Xu Qing and Liu Qing were ready to start busying dinner, and Chu Yang was also ready to clean up his embarrassed self. But suddenly, Chu Yang's face changed. Why is Xiao Lin missing? Chu Yang looked around the valley and didn't see Xiao Lin at all. Episode 029 No News. Originally, Chu Yang thought that Xiao Lin was somewhere else in the valley, but after looking around the valley, he still didn't see Xiao Lin. Where did he go? Chu Yang frowned. Maybe she went out to relax. She came back by herself soon. After a while, Chu Yang relaxed his frown and thought to himself that with her character as a young lady, she had nowhere to go on this deserted island, and her leg injury had not healed yet. Chu Yang did not think about it anymore and changed his messy clothes. When he collected clothes on the beach earlier, Chu Yang also prepared several sets for himself, a pair of casual pants and a simple t-shirt. Although they were a bit loose, they were still suitable. In a blink of an eye, the sunset fell and the night fell. Liu Qing and Xu Qing were busy for almost half an hour. The sumptuous crab dinner was ready. They sat next to the small cave and prepared to start dinner. By the way, why didn't I see Xiao Lin? Where did he go? Xu Qing looked around and felt very confused. If it was normal, Xiao Lin would definitely be the first person to sit and wait for dinner, but today he not only didn't sit here waiting for dinner, but he didn't even see anyone. I don't know. I haven't seen him all night. Liu Qing shook his head. Hey, when you left the valley to look for food today, was he still in the valley? At this time, Chu Yang hurriedly asked Liu Qing and Xu Qing. His tone was very anxious, and even his expression looked a little nervous. This made Liu Qing and Xu Qing even more curious. Why was Chu Yang so nervous about Xiao Lin? They usually quarreled and bickered a lot. They couldn't stand each other, but now they looked very nervous, but Liu Qing and Xu Qing didn't think much about it. Xu Qing nodded and said affirmatively, when Liu Lin and I went out in the afternoon, Xiao Lin was still in the valley. Well, because he was afraid, he wanted to go with us, but he had an injury on his leg, so we let him stay in the valley. Liu Qing added. Chu Yang frowned, but didn't say anything. He looked up at the gradually darkening night, and he finally felt something was wrong. It's already night. If Xiao Lin really just walked out of the valley to relax, she should be back now, right? If she hasn't come back now, something must have happened. Oh no, Xiao Lin might have been in trouble. Let's go find her. Chu Yang stood up anxiously, not even bothering to eat dinner, and prepared to leave the valley. Xu Qing and Liu Qing saw Chu Yang so anxious, and vaguely felt that something was unusual, but because they were worried that Xiao Lin was really in trouble, they didn't think much about it and followed Chu Yang out of the valley. Although Xiao Lin's temperament and personality made people uncomfortable, no matter what, she was still an abnormal classmate. They were all victims stranded on this deserted island. The beach at night was particularly desolate and bleak. Except for the whistling sea breeze and the sound of the waves, no other sound could be heard. Chu Yang and the other three stood on the beach and began to look for Xiao Lin's figure, but because of the night, they couldn't see far at all, and it was just pitch black around them. Xiao Lin, Xiao Lin. Chu Yang kept shouting at the top of his lungs, Xiao Lin, where are you? Where are you? Xu Qing and Liu Qing also shouted and searched around, but their voices were like falling into the sea. No one responded at all, and there was no trace of Xiao Lin around. Could he have run away and wanted to survive on this deserted island alone? After shouting for a long time, there was no news. Liu Xing began to guess that it was impossible. With her character as a young lady, she didn't know any knowledge of survival, and it was impossible for a person to live on a deserted island. Chu Yang denied it without thinking. That's right, Xiao Lin is not a fool, he should be very clear about this. Xu Qing also thought it was impossible. Liu Qing nodded, he also knew that this possibility was almost zero, but apart from this possibility, he couldn't think of any other possibility. If he encountered any danger in the valley, there must be some traces left in the valley. When they went back just now, everything in the valley was normal, so it could only be Xiao Lin who left the valley by himself. Chu Yang was also sure of this, Xiao Lin must have left the valley by himself. What he couldn't figure out at the moment was why Xiao Lin left the valley by himself, and why there was no news after he left. By the way, when you left the valley before, besides wanting to go with you, did Xiao Lin have any other unusual behavior? Chu Yang asked Xu Qing and Liu Qing again. Now we can only see if there are any clues to find. After hearing Chu Yang's words, Liu Qing and Xu Qing began to recoil seriously. After a while, they both shook their heads. There is nothing unusual, just like usual, and I don't feel anything wrong. Xu Qing also spoke. Chu Yang's heart sank for a while. There was nothing unusual, and nothing wrong, but a living person suddenly disappeared. What on earth is going on? It's not a solution for us to keep looking like this. The deserted island is so big, let's search separately. You two go in one direction, and I go in another direction. Chu Yang looked at the dark seaside around him, and then said seriously to Liu Qing and Xu Qing. Well. Liu Qing and Xu Qing nodded. Whether there is news or not, you will gather at the entrance of the valley in about half an hour, and you must also pay attention to your own safety. After Chu Yang gave the two girls a warning, he began to look for Xiao Lin on the left beach, while Liu Qing and Xu Qing began to look for Xiao Lin on the right beach. As time passed, the night gradually became darker, and the wind and waves on the beach became more and more violent. On the beach, Chu Yang shouted Xiao Lin's name at the top of his voice, while carefully paying attention to whether there was Xiao Lin's figure around. 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed, and there was still no trace of Xiao Lin, but Chu Yang did not give up. He comforted himself in his heart that Xiao Lin should not be in trouble. It is possible that he just got lost on the beach. But after searching for half an hour, time passed, and there was still no news. Chu Yang stopped and did not continue to move forward, because this range was already far away from the camp where they settled. Chu Yang gritted his teeth and began to return the same way, comforting himself in his heart. Perhaps Liu Qing and Xu Qing will have news. Back at the valley entrance, Xu Qing and Liu Qing had just returned. How is it, have you found Xiao Lin? Chu Yang asked anxiously. Liu Qing and Xu Qing shook their heads at Chu Yang at the same time. Although there is no news about Xiao Lin, we have discovered another thing. Liu Qing suddenly spoke. Chapter 30. Although there is no news about Xiao Lin on the footprints on the beach, we have discovered another thing. What is it? Chu Yang frowned and asked. Xu Qing and Liu Qing looked at each other, and Liu Qing continued to say that we just found a lot of footprints on the beach. Footprints? Chu Yang's face changed. Was this footprint left by Xiao Lin or someone else? It seemed that he saw what Chu Yang was thinking. Xu Qing added that Liu Qing and I had just observed these footprints. This was not left by Xiao Lin, or to be precise, this was not the footprints of us women, but the footprints of men. Is there someone else here? Chu Yang was shocked. However, Chu Yang recovered quickly. Since they were stranded on this deserted island, Xu Qing and Xiao Lin were also washed to this deserted island by the tide before. Now there are other people on the deserted island. This is not go. Where are the footprints? Take me to see. Chu Yang was very curious about the footprints. He wanted to see if he could find the person who left these footprints. In addition, a thought suddenly came to his mind. Could Xiao Lin's disappearance be related to the people who left the footprints? Under the guidance of Liu Qing and Xu Qing, Chu Yang soon came to a beach by the sea. Just as Liu Qing and Xu Qing said, there were many footprints on the beach, which were clearly visible under the moonlight. But where did these footprints come from, and where did the people who left the footprints leave? There were no other footprints around. Chu Yang's original idea of following these footprints to see if he could find the person who left the footprints was suddenly shattered. As for whether Xiao Lin's disappearance was related to the person who left the footprints, it was even more unknown. There were more than one person's footprints, at least 3 people. Checked all the footprints here. Chu Yang said in a deep voice. 3 people. Liu Qing and Xu Qing were shocked. They really didn't notice these details. Chu Yang half squatted and pointed to the several groups of footprints in front of him. Then take a closer look. These footprints are of different sizes. Liu Qing and Xu Qing began to check carefully. After a closer look, it turned out to be true. It seems that there are other people besides us on this deserted island, but we don't know who they are. Speaking of this, Chu Yang paused and stopped talking. When Liu Qing and Xu Qing heard Chu Yang's words, their faces suddenly changed. Could there be any savages on this deserted island? Liu Qing was shocked. Xu Qing also shrank his neck. If there were savages, wouldn't we be in great danger? We could be eaten by them at any time. When Xu Qing thought of this scene, her heart was lifted. Chu Yang was amused when he saw the two people's frightened look. You have too much imagination. Except in movies and TV series, how could there be savages in this world? Don't scare yourself for no reason. And look at these footprints. They are obviously all footprints with soles. How can savages have these shoes? Liu Qing and Xu Qing heard Chu Yang's words, looked at the footprints, and found that there were indeed sole marks. They were a little embarrassed. They were indeed too nervous. The next second, Liu Qing rolled his eyes at Chu Yang. It's your fault. What you said just now was that there were savages on this deserted island, right? Xu Qing nodded in agreement. The reason why they were so nervous just now was that they were brought into this atmosphere by Chu Yang. Chu Yang smiled bitterly and said, well, it's my fault. I didn't make it clear just now. What I mean is, on this deserted island, besides us, have these people discovered that our Xiao Lin's disappearance has something to do with these people? Xu Qing and Liu Qing nodded suddenly. It turned out that Chu Yang wanted to express this meaning. It was a false alarm. Do you suspect that Xiao Lin's disappearance has something to do with the person who left the footprints? Chu Yang nodded, then shook his head. I'm not sure, but now apart from this suspicion, I can't think of any other possibilities. Liu Qing and Xu Qing fell silent instantly after hearing this. Chu Yang's words were not unreasonable. Xiao Lin was a healthy person, and he disappeared without any trace, and he did not encounter any danger from wild animals. In addition, he had an injury on his leg, so it was impossible for him to leave on his own. The appearance of these footprints is likely related to Xiao Lin's disappearance. But now the important thing is whether Xiao Lin took the initiative to go with them, or was forcibly taken away by these people. If it is the former, it is better, but if it is the latter, the situation will be bad. Not only is Xiao Lin in danger, these people may also target them. Liu Qing and Xu Qing looked at each other, both of them frowned. Liu Qing suddenly asked Xu Qing, do you think Xiao Lin took the initiative to go with these people? Xu Qing thought for a while, and then looked at Chu Yang again. In my opinion, he is very likely to take the initiative to go with these people. Doesn't he usually shout that he has opinions about Chu Yang and quarrel with Chu Yang? Liu Qing shook his head, which was exactly the opposite of Xu Qing's idea. The next moment, Chu Yang also shook his head like Liu Qing. If Xiao Lin's disappearance was really related to these people, then he definitely did not leave with these people on his own initiative. I think so too. Liu Qing also nodded, but Xu Qing was curious, why? Yes, Xiao Lin really couldn't stand Chu Yang. If he had a choice, he would definitely choose to leave us. But what did you forget about the most important point? It's the mobile phone. Chu Yang said with a complicated expression. We all know that Xiao Lin's desire to leave this deserted island is definitely no less than ours. If he takes the initiative to leave with others, he may not say hello to us, but he will definitely not forget his mobile phone, which is the only hope to leave the deserted island. Oh, why did I forget this? Xu Qing suddenly realized. But then Xu Qing's face changed. In this case, he must have been taken away by someone. Isn't he in danger? Liu Qing didn't speak. Chu Yang's face became more and more complicated, and he fell into deep thought. If Xiao Lin's disappearance is really related to these footprints, his current situation is indeed not optimistic. What if it is not related to these footprints, but there is no news now, the situation may be even worse. These are just our guesses, and we have no evidence to prove that these footprints are related to Xiao Lin. Perhaps, there are other possibilities. Chu Yang said to Liu Qing and Xu Qing. After speaking, Chu Yang sighed deeply, as if the words just now were comforting himself. Okay, it's getting late, let's go back to the valley first. Chu Yang turned and walked towards the valley. After walking a few steps, Chu Yang looked at the dark sea behind him and murmured to himself, I have tried my best. I hope you are safe. Episode 031 Initial Results. Chu Yang and his two companions returned to the valley. It was almost midnight. After searching for Xiao Lin for a whole night, they were already hungry. They sat by the fire and began to enjoy the crab feast prepared by Liu Qing and Xu Qing. However, the atmosphere without Xiao Lin tonight was different from the past. None of the three spoke. The atmosphere was strange and depressing, especially Chu Yang. After eating a little, he lost his appetite. His expression became very complicated. Everyone could see that he was worried. He was completely different from the Chu Yang in the past. Liu Qing and Xu Qing naturally noticed that something was wrong with Chu Yang. They looked at each other and thought that Chu Yang's abnormality must be related to Xiao Lin. In addition, they suddenly remembered Chu Yang's nervousness when he was looking for Xiao Lin. Due to the emergency situation, they had no time to think. Now they calmed down and thought that there seemed to be something they didn't know. By the way, when they first met Xiaolin, didn't Chu Yang say that he knew Xiaolin? Liu Xing recalled the scene when they first met Xiaolin. As he thought about it, Liu Qing became more curious. The beautiful eyes suddenly looked at Chu Yang. After hesitating for a while, Liu Qing slowly said tentatively, "Chu Yang, why do you seem to care about Xiaolin's situation?" Xu Qing also pricked up his ears and looked at Chu Yang, because he was also very curious. It is obvious that Chu Yang and Xiaolin are like water and fire, and they don't like each other, but now that Xiaolin is in trouble, he is very nervous. Is that so? Chu Yang saw the eyes of Liu Qing and Xu Qing, calmed down the complicated expression on his face, and spoke. Liu Xing and Xu Qing nodded very tacitly. It was so obvious that they knew it without seeing it. Chu Yang suddenly became a little nervous. After a while, Chu Yang recovered and explained, "We are all classmates, and we have been together for several days. He and I are not on the same page, but now that he is in trouble, it is normal for me to worry. Aren't you worried about him too?" Liu Qing and Xu Qing heard Chu Yang's explanation, and they both gave Chu Yang an unbelieving look. Chu Yang looked a little evasive. "Well, I am full, you continue to eat, I have something else to do, I will go first," leaving a message. Chu Yang left the cave and walked towards the entrance of the valley. Liu Qing and Xu Qing saw that Chu Yang deliberately avoided the question, and the two looked at each other again. Now they were more certain that there must be a story between Chu Yang and Xiaolin that they didn't know. However, Liu Qing and Xu Qing did not decide to break the casserole to get to the bottom of it. Everyone has their own story, Chu Yang has it, and they have it too. Since Chu Yang is unwilling to say it, it means that he doesn't want others to know it. Chu Yang came to the entrance of the valley alone. He didn't come empty-handed, and he was holding a piece of bloody goat meat in his hand. In the trap at the entrance of the valley, the black wolf heard the noise outside and kept howling. The howl of the black wolf now was very different from the howl before entering the trap. Before, it was full of wildness and ferocity, but now it was gentle and soft. Chu Yang heard the howl of the black wolf now and smiled with satisfaction. "I have locked you up for so long, and finally smoothed your fierceness and wildness." After a while, Chu Yang removed the branches above the trap, and the black wolf in the deep pit appeared. The black wolf crawled in the deep pit without any struggle, and looked very docile, and the fierce look disappeared. However, after the originally docile black wolf saw Chu Yang above, it climbed up from the ground in an instant, roared, and the wolf eyes turned red at this moment, baring its teeth, and the fierce wildness was exposed again. Chu Yang saw that the black wolf suddenly changed from docile to fierce, and he was not surprised at all. He picked up a goose egg-sized stone and smashed it hard on the black wolf. The black wolf felt pain and roared, "Little beast, if you dare to be fierce to me again, I will smash you to death with a stone tonight." Chu Yang's face changed, and he said coldly to the black wolf fiercely. At the same time, Chu Yang picked up another stone, like a brick, and kept weighing it up and down in his hand. The black wolf seemed to understand Chu Yang's words, and his whole body kept retreating, but the space in the deep pit was limited, and the black wolf had no place to retreat. In the end, he could only lean against the corner of the wall. "Get down now." Chu Yang raised the stone in his hand and ordered the black wolf in an unquestionable commanding tone. The black wolf's red wolf eyes stared at Chu Yang, or to be more precise, stared at the brick-sized stone in Chu Yang's hand. "Get down." Chu Yang ordered again. After a confrontation, the wolf finally succumbed to the brick-sized stone in Chu Yang's hand, bent its legs, and crawled on the ground. Chu Yang saw this scene and smiled triumphantly at the black wolf. Now it was just meat on his chopping board. He could give birth to it if he wanted it to, and die if he wanted it to. He didn't believe that he couldn't tame it. Chu Yang was more confident in his wolf-taming plan. After a day of trapping him in a trap, his ferocity had been temporarily smoothed out, and the test just now was also initially effective. With such a good start, other training will begin next. After a while, Chu Yang also put down the stone in his hand. Pulling out the axe on his waist, Chu Yang cut off a small piece of the goat meat he brought, and then shook it at the black wolf. When the black wolf saw the goat meat in Chu Yang's hand, it stood up again, and its red wolf eyes turned green, glowing. The wolf's mouth was constantly dripping with saliva. Having been trapped in this trap for a whole day, the black wolf had not eaten any food. Now that he saw food, he naturally could not calm down. "Get down." Chu Yang shook the mutton in his hand and ordered the black wolf again. This time, the black wolf did not hesitate at all and obeyed Chu Yang's order and got down. Not bad, not bad. Chu Yang smiled and praised, then threw a piece of goat meat in his hand. The black wolf swallowed the goat meat thrown by Chu Yang in one bite, then raised his wolf eyes and looked straight at Chu Yang with his tail wagging for mercy. Now, you call for me. Chu Yang cut another small piece of goat meat, held it in his hand, and kept shaking it. The black wolf almost did not hesitate at all and directly obeyed Chu Yang's order. Chu Yang laughed happily. Liu Qing and Shu Qing in the valley heard the wolf howling one after another, and they shrank their necks involuntarily, and then they heard Chu Yang's laughter. The two girls knew that Chu Yang must be training the black wolf, and shook their heads. Shu Qing and Liu Qing looked towards the entrance of the valley. What a madman! Episode 032 Xiao Hei. The next day, it was dawn. Chu Yang stood at the trap at the entrance of the cave with a very satisfied smile on his face. His training method was really effective. After a night of training, he had gained a lot of results in training wolves. First, he locked the black wolf alone in the trap to wear down its wildness. At the same time, he starved it for a day. This was when it was the hungriest and weakest. Then he used tough means, but the black wolf knew his fate and knew that Chu Yang could take his life at any time. When the black wolf surrendered, Chu Yang used the method of slapping him and giving him a piece of candy, and began to reward him with goat meat, and by the way, instilled his own instructions into him. Now the black wolf can already obey simple instructions. Lie down. Chu Yang suddenly ordered the black wolf in the trap. The black wolf in the trap no longer showed any ferocity. It raised its eyes and looked at Chu Yang very docilely, then without any hesitation, it crawled docilely and lay down. Stand up. Chu Yang ordered again. Black Wolf stood up quickly. Not bad, not bad. As long as you obey my orders in the future, I will never treat you unfairly. Chu Yang smiled happily, with a smug look on his face. After all, he had a real wolf in front of him. He actually tamed a wolf. If it was in the past, this would never have been possible. Although it was not completely tamed, it was just a practical problem. Black Wolf was already familiar with its commands. The Swift Wolf project was more than half successful. After 10 days of training, it would not take long for the others to completely tame it. It's time to give you a name now, so that it will be convenient for us to communicate in the future. Chu Yang held his chin with his hand and looked at the black man in the trap. What name should he give him? Hi? Little Wolf? Big Wolf? Chu Yang kept thinking about what name to give Black Wolf, but after thinking a lot, Chu Yang was not very satisfied. Oh, forget it, just call him Xiao Hei, it is easy to understand, concise and clear. Finally, Chu Yang simply gave him a simple name based on the Black Wolf's hair. From now on, your name will be Xiao Hei Lang. Remember, I will be your master from now on. Chu Yang spoke to the Black Wolf. When the Black Wolf heard Chu Yang's words, it howled loudly, as if protesting against the name Xiao Hei, which was both rustic and unpleasant. However, the Black Wolf's protest had no effect. After Chu Yang named the Black Wolf, he looked at the sky and prepared to rest for a while. He also had to stay alert at all times on this deserted island. As for the Black Wolf, Chu Yang still kept it in the trap and did not let it out. Although the current training has yielded great results, it is a ferocious and fierce wolf after all. At the moment, he is only temporarily obedient because of Chu Yang's methods. If he is really let out, he does not know what will happen in the next moment. The Black Wolf is likely to become a feral beast again. Therefore, under such uncertain factors, Chu Yang thought that it would be better to keep him locked up, and continue to use the methods used tonight to train continuously. When Black Wolf saw Chu Yang, a subconscious mind would be formed. At that time, the training would be truly completed. At that time, Black Wolf would definitely become a great helper around Chu Yang. When the sky was bright, Liu Qing and Shu Qing began to prepare breakfast, and Chu Yang woke up. After waking up, the first thing Chu Yang did was to look around the valley, as if he was looking for something. After a while, Chu Yang shook his head. He hadn't come back all night, and there was no news. It seemed that he was really missing. The he in Chu Yang's mouth was naturally Xiao Lin. Originally, Chu Yang still held a glimmer of luck. Perhaps Xiao Lin was just lost, or he would come back by himself for some other reason, but now it seems that he is really in trouble. Chu Yang's expression was a bit complicated. It took a long time for him to recover. He sighed and said, "Forget it. Let it go. We are all in trouble on this deserted island now. It's best if nothing happens." Chu Yang didn't think about it. He really did his best for Xiao Lin. After walking out of the cave, Xu Qing and Liu Qing had prepared some simple breakfast. Chu Yang first handed the goat he had taken from the black wolf to Xu Qing. The goat was now their only main food. Next, Chu Yang had other things to do, so the task of handling the goat was handed over to Xu Qing and Liu Xing. Xu Qing was proficient in Chu Yi, so Chu Yang was relieved to let her handle it. "I'm going to go out now to see how the water source I found yesterday is. By the way, I'll get some water back. You can stay in the valley," Chu Yang said to Liu Qing and Xu Qing. "Be careful yourself." Liu Qing and Xu Qing nodded. They looked at Chu Yang and they were a little worried. At the same time, they were also a little excited because they would have water to drink soon. Chu Yang nodded and turned to leave, but just after taking a few steps, Chu Yang suddenly thought of something. He turned around and continued to look at Liu Qing and Xu Qing, and said seriously, what if you encounter any danger, you can release the black wolf I trapped in a trap as soon as possible." Chu Yang suddenly thought of the footprints on the beach last night. Whether these people found them, whether they were staring at them, whether they were good people or bad people, Chu Yang and his friends didn't know at all, so it was better to keep a little more careful. Xu Qing and Liu Qing heard what Chu Yang said, and they also understood the real meaning of Chu Yang's words at once. After looking at each other, they nodded heavily. "Well, I will be back soon, leaving a message." Chu Yang turned and left the valley. According to the marks left, Chu Yang entered the dense forest of the deserted island. This time, Chu Yang did not go in empty-handed. In order to get water, Chu Yang also brought the empty bottles he had collected on the beach before. Not long after, Chu Yang came to the cliff water source he found yesterday. Not bad, so much water was collected in one night. Chu Yang was very excited when he saw that the basketball-sized water storage system stored more than half of the clear water. So much water is enough to fill 2 bottles, and this bottle is 500 milliliters. With these 2 bottles of water, if they drink sparingly, it will be enough for him, Liu Qing and Xu Qing to last for 2 days. In addition, they now have wild fruits to replenish water. The water storage system here can collect a lot of water every day. The problem of lack of water source has finally been temporarily solved. They don't have to worry about the water source problem anymore. Episode 033 Meeting People in the Forest. Chu Yang quickly filled the 2 bottles. There was still a lot left in the water storage system, which naturally could not be wasted. Chu Yang lay on the ground and drank all the rest, gulping it down. "It has been several days since I came to this deserted island. This is the first time that Chu Yang has drunk water so heartily." He burped and a satisfied expression appeared on Chu Yang's face. "This feeling is really good." Holding the 2 bottles of water he had collected, Chu Yang was walking through the dense forest and returning along the same route. Along the way, Chu Yang did not encounter any danger and quickly walked out of the dense forest. However, just as Chu Yang was about to walk out of the dense forest, suddenly, Chu Yang's footsteps paused and his brows frowned. There were footsteps. Just now, he vaguely heard footsteps from the dense forest not far away from the deep side. The next moment, Chu Yang looked towards the dense forest on the deep side. After about 10 seconds, 2 figures emerged from the weeds. "Is there anyone?" Chu Yang was shocked when he saw these 2 figures. It has been several days since they came to this deserted island. Chu Yang always thought that they were the only ones on this deserted island, but he didn't expect that there were other people. Could it be that the footprints on the beach last night were theirs? Chu Yang instantly remembered the footprints on the beach last night and guessed secretly in his heart. Although it was a guess, Chu Yang felt that this guess was very likely. He didn't expect to meet them here. After the 2 figures walked out of the weeds, they walked towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang had no intention of showing up for the time being, and quietly hid behind the trunk of a big tree. People's hearts are hidden in their stomachs. If they were really the ones who left footprints on the beach last night, Xiao Lin's disappearance might be related to them. It is possible that they were captured by them. These people are definitely not good people. The 2 of them walked closer and closer to Chu Yang, and Chu Yang finally saw their appearance in secret. Both of them are men, about the same age as Chu Yang. One has a handsome face, a thin body, and decent clothes. Although his clothes look a little dirty, it can be seen from the logo that they are expensive brands. The other one is the opposite. He is tall and burly, bare-chested, dark-skinned, and his muscles are clearly visible. He looks honest and simple. Damn it, how could we encounter such a deserted island where no one lives, we can't get out, and there is no rescue at all? Are we really going to spend our lives on this deserted island? As the distance got closer, Chu Yang could clearly hear their conversation. The thinner man suddenly complained angrily, "Okay, Chen Ming, stop complaining. Anyway, we are at least alive. It's better than those who died on the cruise ship, right?" The burly man next to him comforted him. They are also victims on the cruise ship. Are they also from Jianghai University? Chu Yang didn't know them, but it was clear from the conversation just now that they were the same as himself. Shaking his head, Chu Yang was not sure about their identities. They might be from other universities, because there were other universities besides teachers and students of their university on the cruise ship. That's right, we are still alive now, but it's worse than death. This damn place has nothing. We found a girl last night, and we could have more fun on this deserted island. Who knew she died? It's really unlucky. The man named Chen Ming said angrily again. Hui Wunan frowned and nodded. This woman was also quite pretty. It was a pity that she died like this. I don't know who did it, but he was so cruel, he is really a beast in human clothing. Alas, I hope to leave this damn place as soon as possible. Chen Ming sighed. Kuei Wunan's brows relaxed. Then we should hurry to find food now, there is not much food left, if we can't find it, we may starve to death in this place. The most important thing is that we have no water now, I am almost dying of thirst, if we can't find water, I am afraid I can't hold on for long. Chen Ming said with a gloomy face. While talking, the two of them quickly passed by the big tree in front of Chu Yang. As for Chu Yang hiding behind the tree, they naturally didn't find him. The two walked farther and farther and entered another dense forest. After seeing them walk away, Chu Yang's figure gradually appeared. Chu Yang frowned tightly, his face was not good, and his expression was full of complex colors. The girl is dead. After a while, Chu Yang muttered to himself, and then a sadness surged on his ugly face. Chu Yang naturally heard the conversation between the man named Chen Ming and the burly man clearly. Chu Yang did not care about the other contents of their conversation, because Chu Yang's mind was full of the girl they just talked about. The first thing Chu Yang thought of was Xiaolin. Is that girl Xiaolin? Xiaolin is dead, how is this possible? Chu Yang could not accept it for a while. After a long time, Chu Yang slowly recovered and gritted his teeth. Maybe it was not necessarily him, but it could be someone else. He must see his body with his own eyes. Looking at the direction the two people left, Chu Yang followed them. Chu Yang must find out whether the dead girl was Xiaolin and who did it. In the dense forest, Chu Yang's figure shuttled through the forest very easily. In order to follow the two people, Chu Yang was also very cautious. Chu Yang's tracking skills were also very good. He had been hiding behind the trunk of a big tree and kept a distance from the two people. They didn't notice it at all. In a blink of an eye, it was noon. The man named Chen Ming had been walking in the dense forest with the burly man. From the conversation just now, it was not difficult to hear that they were looking for food and water. However, food and water are not so easy to find. They searched for a whole morning and got nothing. No, I'm exhausted. I have no strength. What kind of hell is this place? Not to mention food and water, there is not even a ghost. After searching for a long time and finding nothing, Chen Ming sat on a stone in frustration. The burly man's face was not good either, with a sense of frustration and despair. Alas, no more, no more. We will not get anything if we go back and search again. The further we go into this hell, the more panicked we will be. If we get lost, we will all die here. Chen Ming stood up and said indignantly. The burly man hesitated for a while, but finally nodded. Then let's go back the same way. Now we can only hope that Wang Dong might have something to gain. After a while, Chen Ming and the burly man did not continue to go deep into the dense forest, but started to go back the same way they had just gone. Wang Dong. He was actually on this deserted island too. Chu Yang looked at the backs of the two people returning the same way, and a complex expression flashed across his face, muttering to himself. Episode 034 Familiar Wang Dong. After a while, Chu Yang's complex expression finally recovered a little. Chu Yang did not expect to meet an acquaintance here, but Chu Yang's face did not show any joy. In his heart, Chu Yang did not want to see this acquaintance at all. But in order to find out whether the girl was Xiao Lin, Chu Yang finally followed them. After following the two people through the dense forest for almost half an hour, the two people walked out of the dense forest and began to slow down. Chu Yang's pace also slowed down, knowing that their destination should be nearby. Finally, Chen Ming and the burly man came to the edge of the dense forest. Several tall trees around were lush and leafy, and there was a very open area in the middle, about half the size of a basketball court. There was a fire in the middle of the open space, and there were many bottles and cans and various backpacks next to the fire. What surprised Chu Yang was that there were actually two outdoor tents here. If someone who didn't know this saw this scene, no one would associate it with a deserted island, and would definitely think they were camping in the wild. I didn't expect that they had so many daily necessities here. Chu Yang couldn't help but sigh. They were both stranded on a deserted island, but the other party lived so comfortably, and then recalled the cave where he, Liu Qing, and Xu Qing lived. This was the difference. Shaking his head, Chu Yang recovered quickly. Chu Yang was just sighing simply, because he knew very well in his heart that they seemed to be living well on the surface, but it was not difficult to hear from the conversation between Chen Ming and the burly man just now that their actual situation was not optimistic, and they also lacked water and food. Alas, I'm so tired. Why haven't Wang Dong and the others come back yet? They won't find enough food and water to eat by themselves, right? The man named Chen Ming sat tiredly in an empty place, constantly complaining and grumbling. The burly man thought about it, shook his head and said, "Now we are all grasshoppers on the same rope, they shouldn't, right? Why not? Did you forget that they had food and water before? If I hadn't discovered it earlier, they would definitely hide it privately." The burly man was silent and said to me, "We should make plans early and be more careful. They must have no good intentions. They might harm us at any time." Chen Ming's eyes flashed at this time. "Darjuan, why don't we take the initiative and build a wall? At night, when they are not prepared, we can take away all their food and water. You go with me. Your skills plus my brains are definitely better than being with them." Chen Ming kept instigating. Kuei Wunan scratched his head and shook his head after a while. "Oh, forget it, Chen Ming. Oh, one more person means more strength. We should unite." Chen Ming's face suddenly darkened when he heard the burly man's words. "It's been so long, and they haven't come back yet. I'll go find them." Kuei Wunan ignored Chen Ming and turned around and walked into the dense forest again. What a pig brain. Chen Ming looked at the back of the burly man leaving, curled his lips, and cursed in a low voice. Chu Yang, who was hiding in the dark, saw this scene and shook his head and laughed. Seeing Chen Ming with a bad face, he thought to himself that this man was almost a pig brain. Now he was stranded on this deserted island, full of crises, lacking food and water. It would be fine if they were not united together, but he was secretly thinking something bad. This man is definitely a villain. Chu Yang remembered Chen Ming. After all, they were all on this deserted island, and they might meet again in the future. If you meet this kind of villain in the future, you must not have any intersection with him. As for the burly man, Chu Yang thought he was not bad. After a while, Chu Yang was also a little anxious. This time he came to see if the girl was Xiao Lin, but now he didn't know where the girl was. After hesitating for a moment, Chu Yang wanted to leave, but when he thought of Xiao Lin, Chu Yang gritted his teeth and thought he should wait a little longer. After looking around, Chu Yang prepared to find a safe place to hide. Finally, Chu Yang's eyes fell on a big tree with lush branches and leaves. Chu Yang climbed up the tree with brisk movements and hid on the tree. This place is very close to the foothold of those people, but it is very safe with the lush trees covering it. They would never think that there would be a person on the tree. Another half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. There was a sound of footsteps in the dense forest. Chu Yang looked in this direction. 3 people came out of the dense forest not far away. One of them was a burly man, and the other was also a man wearing glasses. He looked like a weak scholar. The last one walked in front with a smug look on his face, holding a big wild rabbit in his hand. Is it really him? Chu Yang saw the shaved man and shook his head. It was indeed his acquaintance Wang Dong. Chu Yang didn't know these people, but Wang Dong was the most familiar to Chu Yang, because they were not only in the same department, but also in the same class. In the open field, Chen Ming saw the burly man and the man with glasses coming back and stood up from the ground. Chen Ming, who was originally unhappy, saw the big wild rabbit in Wang Dong's hand and laughed happily. It seems that we can have a big meal tonight. Wang Dong came over, put the big wild rabbit in his hand on the ground, and looked at Chen Ming with a sneer. Chen Ming, I have prepared the food for tonight. Have you found a water source? Chen Ming felt very harsh when he heard Wang Dong's words, as if he was deliberately mocking him. But Chen Ming was helpless. He gritted his teeth. Food and illness are all water sources. How can they be so easy to find? Humph, don't forget our bet. If you don't find water, you won't have a share of the big meal tonight. Wang Dong continued to sneer. Wang Dong, you are deliberately making fun of me, right? Well, okay, don't quarrel. Now we are all victims of this deserted island. We should unite with each other. The burly man stood up to persuade. As for the man with glasses, he stood aside weakly, looking a little timid. Wang Dong and Chen Ming looked at each other unconvinced, but did not continue to argue. After a while, Wang Dong looked at the burly man. Oh, by the way, has the body of the girl in Da Jun been dealt with? Chu Yang on the tree heard what Wang Dong said and pricked up his ears attentively. Oh, it's dealt with. Oh, I did some simple treatment over there and buried it. The burly man pointed in a direction of the dense forest. Wang Dong nodded and sighed. Alas, we are classmates after all, but I don't know which beast in human clothing did this. If I knew, I, Wang Dong, would never let him go. As he said this, Wang Dong glanced at Chen Ming intentionally or unintentionally. Episode 035 Mistaken for the Murderer. After hearing what Wang Dong said, he was furious, as if his tail was stepped on. Wang Dong, what do you mean? Do you think I was the one who did it? You suspect me, but I think it was you who did it. What evidence do you have to say it was me? Wang Dong was also angry. Then what evidence do you have to suspect me? Chen Ming said angrily. The two quarreled again, but Chu Yang, who was hiding in the tree, looked more and more unhappy. He didn't care about the quarrel between Wang Dong and Chen Ming. Neither of them was a good person. What Chu Yang cared about was the girl. From their words, he could tell who had murdered the girl. Combined with the time when Xiao Lin disappeared, the girl was most likely Xiao Lin. A few seconds later, Chu Yang walked down the tree quietly with an unhappy face. Chu Yang had no interest in the quarrel between Wang Dong and Chen Ming. He looked at the direction that Kuei Wunan had pointed to just now, and went in that direction with a heavy heart. After walking for about 2 minutes, Chu Yang stopped in the bushes in front of him. There was a piece of wet soil on the ground, which was obviously moved by someone else. Chu Yang knew very well that the place where the burly man mentioned buying girls must be here. Chu Yang gritted his teeth, pulled out the axe at his waist, and dug the ground. After digging for about 10 centimeters, a girl's body appeared in front of Chu Yang. The girl had short hair, wore a long skirt, and looked beautiful, but her face was very pale, which made her scalp numb. Chu Yang's heart was trembling when he looked at the girl, because this was the first time she saw a dead person so close, and it was impossible to say that she was not afraid at all. However, Chu Yang was somewhat fortunate that this girl was not Xiao Lin, and Xiao Lin was still alive. This classmate, there is a reason for the incident, and I did not mean to disrespect you. I am sorry, you rest in peace. After confirming that it was not Xiao Lin, Chu Yang bowed deeply to the girl with apology, and then prepared to bury it. Several minutes later, Chu Yang sat on the ground, still a little frightened, feeling a chill on his back. The girl's appearance just now was always in his mind. She was actually strangled to death. This person was indeed a beast in human clothing, no, worse than a beast. Chu Yang remembered the deep strangulation mark on the girl's neck just now, and a surge of anger suddenly surged in his heart. It was outrageous that he was so cruel to a girl. He didn't know how Xiao Lin was. Then, Chu Yang thought of Xiao Lin again. Since Xiao Lin's disappearance had nothing to do with Wang Dong and the others, where was he? Is he alive or dead now? After thinking for several minutes alone, Chu Yang gradually recovered. Looking at the direction of the dense forest, Chu Yang prepared to go back to the valley. As for Wang Dong and the others, Chu Yang didn't want to have any intersection with them. But just as Chu Yang was about to leave, Chu Yang suddenly felt a chill on his back again, as if he was being stared at by several pairs of eyes. A sense of crisis instantly surged from Chu Yang's heart. No, there's danger. A thought flashed through Chu Yang's mind. As long as his magical sixth sense appeared in his heart, something bad would definitely happen. There was a sound of something stepping on the thick leaves on the ground behind him. Chu Yang tightened the axe in his hand, and his heart was in his throat. The next moment, Chu Yang slowly turned around and looked up. His heart instantly sank. He seemed to have fallen into the bottom of a valley, because he saw wild boars as big as a hill, and not just one, but 5. This is a herd of wild boars. Oh my god, if I buy a lottery ticket with this luck, I will definitely win the first prize. Chu Yang complained helplessly in his heart. 5 wild boars as big as a hill came towards Chu Yang with a sound, their red eyes locked on Chu Yang, their teeth bared, and their saliva kept flowing out. It was obvious that these 5 wild boars had set their sights on Chu Yang. Not only that, they also regarded Chu Yang as food. Chu Yang looked at the 5 wild boars that were slowly approaching, and he did not move. It was not that Chu Yang did not want to move, but that he could not move. If he moved now, his whole body would move, which would arouse their wildness. These 5 wild boars would treat him as a prey even more crazily, and he would lose his life faster. Comparing speed with jungle boars, even if there were wheels on their feet, they would not be able to beat them at all. A huge tree blocked the wild boar and was directly broken in half by the wild boar. The tree fell down with a loud bang, and the ground trembled slightly. Chu Yang's heart was also trembling wildly. This power was too abnormal. If this hit a person, hit him, Chu Yang could not imagine the scene. Hey, what should I do, what should I do? Chu Yang kept thinking of ways in his heart. If he moved, he would die. Yes, if he did not move, he would die. A touch of despair emerged in Chu Yang's heart. Someone? Who? Just then, several figures hurriedly came from the dense forest beside Chu Yang. Chu Yang turned his head and saw that it was none other than Wang Dong and the other 4. Chu Yang sighed helplessly. They must have heard the noise just now and came here. The 4 people who came were Wang Dong and the other 4. When they saw Chu Yang, the 4 of them were stunned at the same time. From their expressions, it can be seen that they were also very shocked that there were other people on this deserted island. Who are you? Chen Ming questioned Chu Yang. Hey, did you move that piece of land just now? At this time, Wei Wunan saw the place where the girl was buried, and his face changed. She was the one who dealt with the girl. Hui Wunan was naturally very familiar with this place. In addition, Chu Yang was covered in mud, so he recognized what Chu Yang had moved just now. When the others heard the words of the burly man, their faces suddenly became gloomy. They all knew that the murdered girl was buried here. Now a stranger suddenly appeared here and moved this place. This is definitely not a coincidence. Could he be the murderer? Wang Dong and his friends had this idea at the first time. After having this idea, they also determined that Chu Yang was the murderer. No, Chu Yang saw their faces and his face suddenly became ugly. They thought he was the murderer. This was a big misunderstanding. Chu Yang hurriedly wanted to explain, but just when he wanted to speak, Chu Yang didn't know how to explain at all. He said that he followed them here to check if it was Xiao Lin. Although this statement was indeed true, it was only his one-sided statement. He didn't have any evidence at all. In addition, they were caught by such a coincidence. If it were him, he would not believe it without evidence. Episode 036 I Can't Swim. You beast, why did you kill Lingling? Hui Wunan gnashed his teeth and glared at Chu Yang. Wang Dong and the others also looked gloomy. You misunderstood me. I don't know him at all. It was only because of some special circumstances that I followed you 2 earlier. Chu Yang explained to Kuei Wunan. Kuei Wunan and Chen Ming were shocked when they heard Chu Yang's words. They were followed just now, but they didn't notice it at all. Chen Ming denied Chu Yang's explanation. Chu Yang was speechless. As expected, no one believed his own explanation. Shaking his head, Chu Yang felt very wronged in his heart. He was mistaken for the murderer. Gnashing his teeth, Chu Yang looked at Wang Dong. Wang Dong is me. Originally, Chu Yang didn't want to have any intersection with Wang Dong, but at this time, in order to prove his innocence, Chu Yang had to reveal his identity. Chen Ming and the others heard Chu Yang's look, saying he knew Wang Dong, and looked at him curiously. Wang Dong was also confused. He stared at Chu Yang for a long time, feeling familiar, but he didn't recognize him for a while. Who are you? Chu Yang rolled up his clothes and wiped the mud off his face. It's me. Wang Dong saw Chu Yang wipe the mud off his face, and looked at Chu Yang again. This time, Wang Dong recognized Chu Yang, with a look of astonishment on his face, but he recovered quickly, and the astonishment on his face turned into disdain. It turns out that you are a coward. I didn't expect you to be alive. Wang Dong was sarcastic to Chu Yang. When Chu Yang heard Wang Dong's words, especially the word coward, his face darkened, and he gritted his teeth secretly. Chen Ming and the others beside him were surprised to see that Wang Dong really knew Chu Yang. Even if you know Wang Dong, what's the matter? It doesn't change the fact that you are a murderer. After a while, Chen Ming spoke to Chu Yang gloomily, and only Wu Nan and the weak-looking glasses man thought it made sense. Not only that, even Wang Dong cursed Chu Yang. Chu Yang, I didn't expect you to be such a person, to kill a female classmate. It's a shame to be in the same class with you and know someone like you. I, Chu Yang, was so angry that I sprayed a mouthful of water on their faces. However, at this moment, Chu Yang's sense of crisis suddenly increased. Chu Yang was smart and remembered that there were 5 big wild boars staring at them. Due to the dense forest and weeds around, and the fact that the 5 big wild boars did not move for the time being, Wang Dong and the other 4 could not see the big wild boar on the side of Chu Yang. Now seeing Chu Yang's fear, they thought that they knew that Chu Yang was a murderer and were afraid. Humph, now you know you are afraid, but it's too late. Wang Dong sneered, looking at Chu Yang's frightened look, and felt very happy in his heart. Chu Yang listened to Wang Dong's words and shook his head. I am indeed scared now, but I am not the only one who is scared. You will also be scared soon. What do you mean? You still want to kill people to silence them? Wang Dong looked at him with disdain, walked forward and put away his sleeves, as if he was going to deal with Chu Yang. Don't move. When Chu Yang saw Wang Dong coming, his heart trembled, and he pointed to his side. I have wild boars here, or 5 of them. If you are interested in Wang Dong, everyone will have fun. Har har har, Chu Yang, you really think we are fools? You don't want to use this trick to deceive us. Wang Dong laughed, as if he heard a joke. Chen Ming also sneered, brainless, think you can scare us like this? Let's go together, catch this murderer, and after leaving the deserted island, he must be punished by law. Chen Ming looked like he was full of justice. Chu Yang rolled his eyes at Chen Ming, idiot. After that, Chu Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. He looked in one direction of the dense forest and ran away directly, because Chu Yang had already found the 5 wild boars. He couldn't hold back any longer and was about to attack. If he didn't run, he would definitely die, but there was still a little hope. In addition, now with the appearance of Wang Dong and the other 4, they would definitely be able to distract the attention of these big wild boars. Don't run. When Wang Dong and the other 4 saw Chu Yang running away, they hurriedly chased after him. At this time, the ground began to tremble violently, and the big trees behind Chu Yang and the others were broken and fell down. Chu Yang didn't even look back, because he knew it was a big wild boar chasing them. Gritting his teeth, Chu Yang ran with all his strength. Wang Dong and the other 4 heard such a big noise and felt that something was wrong. They looked back and saw pigs. Wild boars. Chen Ming was so frightened that he was stunned. His legs were shaking. There really was a wild boar. Wang Dong and the other 3 had similar expressions. They were dumbfounded and their faces became extremely ugly in an instant. When they saw the destructive power caused by the wild boar and the messy forest everywhere, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva in fear. Oh, run! Run! I don't know who shouted, and Wang Dong and the others who were originally staying in place suddenly woke up. They didn't care about the east, south, west, north, and north around them, and ran as fast as they could. There were bursts of noises behind them, and Chu Yang and the others were sweating. Now they all wished they had more legs to run with me. Chu Yang looked another direction and shouted to Wang Dong and the other 4 behind him. The surrounding dense forests were relatively empty. The reason why Chu Yang chose this direction was that there were trees on this side. Although the wild boar was very fast, due to its weight, the trees would definitely limit its speed. There is another reason. This direction leads to the seaside. As long as they get out of the dense forest and jump into the sea, they will definitely be able to get rid of the crisis of the wild boar. The wild boar behind them was getting closer and closer to Wang Dong. After hearing Chu Yang's words, they followed Chu Yang without any hesitation and uprooted the trees one by one. However, as Chu Yang expected, with the obstruction of the trees, the speed of these wild boars slowed down a lot, and they also pulled away from the wild boars. A few minutes later, Chu Yang and his team finally walked out of the dense forest and came to the seaside. Zhao Hai and Chu Yang shouted to Wang Dong and his team, and then jumped directly into the sea. Plop, 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 the burly man, the man with glasses, and Chen Ming all jumped into the sea with Chu Yang. Only Wang Dong was still standing on the seaside, with an extremely ugly face. Wang Dong quickly jumped into the sea. In the sea water, Chu Yang shouted to Wang Dong. Wang Dong trembled and panicked for a long time, then he stammered and said, I can't swim. Chu Yang was confused. How did you get to this deserted island if you can't swim? Episode 037 taking the opportunity to slip away. Seeing Wang Dong still standing on the shore, Chu Yang could only worry. A moment later, the edge of the dense forest by the sea heard a series of sounds of trees being broken and falling. Those big wild boars have caught up. Wow! Wang Dong looked back and saw the roaring wild boars rushing towards him. He was so scared that he almost sat on the ground. Seeing that the big wild boars were about to catch up, Wang Dong gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind to jump into the sea. These big wild boars stopped at the seaside. As Chu Yan expected, as long as they jumped into the sea, these big wild boars would not be able to do anything to them. These big wild boars stared at the figures of Chu Yan and his friends in the sea with their red eyes, and made angry sounds. But in the end, these wild boars turned around and left the coast and went into the dense forest. What a close call! When Chu Yan saw these wild boars go into the dense forest and leave, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he reacted in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. At the same time, the sense of crisis in Chu Yang's heart disappeared all of a sudden. Chu Yang knew that he was finally safe now, and swam slowly to the shore from the sea. Seeing Chu Yang swimming to the shore, Kuei Wunan, Yang Jingnan and Chen Ming also followed him and looked at the dense forest not far away. Now, they are all still in fear. What happened just now? Fortunately you helped. The burly man sat next to Chu Yang, panting heavily, and said to Chu Yang with some gratitude. His attitude changed from before. Thinking back to the thrilling scene just now, the burly man was still frightened. If Chu Yang hadn't thought of this way to get rid of the wild boars, if they were caught up by these wild boars, the consequences would be disastrous. Chu Yang waved his hand at the burly man. He couldn't be considered to have saved them. Chu Yang didn't think too much about the previous situation. Looking at the things on his waist, Chu Yang's face drooped. The axe was still there, but the 2 bottles of water he had taken from the dense forest, which were also their only water at present, were gone. When Chu Yang thought of this, he felt a pain in his heart. Looking at the dense forest behind him, Chu Yang knew that it must have accidentally fallen somewhere when he was running away just now. Originally, Chu Yang wanted to go back and look for it, but when he saw the big tree that was hit by the wild boars, Chu Yang quickly calmed down. Oh, forget it. Chu Yang took a deep breath. If he met these big wild boars again, it would be bad. He was not so lucky every time to escape from their pursuit. He could find water if he ran out, but he only had one life. What was there to thank him for? What happened just now was caused by him. If it weren't for him, would we have met these big wild boars? At this time, Chen Ming said angrily to Chu Yang. In his opinion, it was all Chu Yang's fault. That can't be said. These big wild boars lived in groups nearby. Even if we didn't meet them this time, they were only a few hundred meters away from our camp. We could meet them at any time. The man with glasses on the side said something fair. The waving man nodded, agreeing with the man's words. At the same time, he was still scared. Fortunately, he found it early. If they attacked their camp without any preparation, none of them would be able to escape. Chen Ming was silent for a while, but soon his face turned angry again. Shut up, who are you on? You are actually speaking for an outsider. He is the murderer who killed the girl. Who knows if he deliberately led us here to kill us together? Fortunately, we are lucky this time and saved our lives. Moreover, we can't go back to our previous camp. Now there is no food or anything. It's all his fault. Seeing Chen Ming's anger, the man with glasses immediately lowered his head timidly. Hui Wunan looked unhappy and fell into silence. The big wild boars just now lived in a group near their camp. For safety, they definitely can't go back now. It's okay without the camp, but now they have no food and other things. What should they do next? Alas, he is very sick. Chu Yang was very annoyed when he heard Chen Ming's words. He saved his life, but not only did he not thank him, but he also blamed him for all the faults and regarded him as a murderer. It's really hard to be a good person. Oh, help me. Just then, a panicked cry for help suddenly sounded from the sea. Looking at the sound, it was Wang Dong, who was still struggling frantically in the water. Oh, it's Wang Dong. Oh, hurry up and save him. Seeing this, the burly man hurriedly shouted to the man with glasses and Chen Ming beside him. Yin Jingnan hurriedly got up and followed. Chen Ming hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly followed and swam towards Wang Dong. Chu Yang saw that they all went into the water to save Wang Dong, and his eyes lit up. Now was a good opportunity to leave, so he hurriedly got up and took the opportunity to run away. Although he and Wang Dong were classmates, Chu Yang didn't want to have any intersection with him at all. In addition, now they also regarded him as the murderer of the girl. They didn't believe his explanation, so it was better for them to live their own lives. In the evening, Chu Yang returned to the valley. Chu Yang! Chu Yang! Outside the valley, Liu Xing and Xu Qing ran towards Chu Yang anxiously, with worry on their faces. When they went out in the morning, Chu Yang said he was going to get water and would be back soon. But they waited for a whole day and didn't see Chu Yang come back. If Chu Yang didn't come back, they would go to find Chu Yang next. Are you okay? What happened? Liu Qing and Xu Qing looked at Chu Yang's embarrassed look and asked with concern. Hey, it's a long story, I'll tell you slowly in the evening. Chu Yang thought of what happened today and couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Suddenly, Chu Yang remembered the 2 bottles of water before and looked at Liu Qing and Xu Qing comfortably. Alas, maybe the water is lost. Tonight, let's continue to hold on. I'll go get new water tomorrow. Liu Qing and Xu Qing didn't take it seriously. They had survived these days, and it didn't matter if they had one more night. The 3 of them entered the valley, and Xu Qing and Liu Qing began to prepare dinner. Their food tonight was the goat, which was their only food besides wild fruits. The sun set in the west, and night was about to fall. At this time, a few uninvited guests came to the valley where Chu Yang and his friends lived. Episode 038 Uninvited Guests. Outside the deep valley, there is actually a valley. The scenery is really nice, much better than the place we chose to stay. A man with a big backcombed hair kept looking around the valley. Behind the big white head were 3 other men, a man with glasses, a burly man, and a man with a crew cut. These people were none other than Wang Dong and his group that Chu Yang met today. Isn't it? I didn't expect this kid to be so good at choosing a place. Humph, he really knows how to enjoy himself. Wang Dong was also very satisfied with this valley. This kid actually wanted to escape secretly. He definitely didn't expect that I had a trick up my sleeve. I pretended to go into the sea to save you and then secretly followed him. Chen Ming smiled with satisfaction. It turned out that Chen Ming had discovered Chu Yang when he just sneaked away. Wang Dong gave Chen Ming a thumbs up. He did a good job this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't know where to spend the night tonight. Hearing Wang Dong's praise, Chen Ming felt a little proud. Let's go in. After a while, Wang Dong waved his hand at the 3 of them and took the lead to enter the valley. Chen Ming followed behind him, and the man with glasses and the strong man also followed with a sigh of relief. Because they had encountered the wild boars near Wang Dong's place of residence before, they were still frightened by the wild boars, so they didn't dare to go back to that place of residence. Without food, nothing was brought out of the place of residence. Now night is about to fall, and there is no suitable place of residence. It is very dangerous on this deserted island. With Chu Yang's valley, they can finally rest assured. But what they don't know is that although the scenery of Chu Yang's valley is good, it is not so easy for Xiao Yao to enter, especially at the entrance of the valley. Chu Yang also set a trap, in which there is a big black wolf. Suddenly, a pig-killing scream sounded at the entrance of Shanhu. Chu Yang, who was about to have dinner with Liu Qing and the others, stood up suddenly when he heard the scream, and his face suddenly changed. Eh? Did you hear any sound? Chu Yang thought it was an illusion, and asked Liu Qing and Xu Qing. Liu Qing and Xu Qing raised their eyebrows and nodded to Chu Yang. That scream just now, yes, they also heard it, it was not a mistake. Chu Yang's heart sank. Hey! The first thing Chu Yang thought of was the trap he had set at the entrance of the valley. Someone broke in. Who could it be? Sure enough, after Chu Yang had this idea, a wolf howled at the entrance of the valley. Oh, help, pull me up. After a while, screams and the roar of black wolves continued to sound in the valley. Xu Qing and Liu Qing's faces changed. Through this sound, they also knew that someone had just entered the valley. You stay here, I'll go out and take a look. Chu Yang ran towards the entrance of the valley. At the entrance of the valley, Chen Ming, the man with glasses and the burly man leaned against the wall of the valley, looking at a deep pit under their feet with fear. A trap! Everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale. Because this was not only a trap, but inside the trap, there was actually a black wolf half a person tall. If they hadn't reacted quickly and stood behind Wang Dong, they would have fallen into the corridor pit like Wang Dong. Hey, you guys, pull me up. In the deep pit of the trap, Wang Dong looked at the black wolf in front of him, grinning and drooling at him, his body trembling constantly, and he almost pissed his ass. He cursed the person who set the trap 1,000 times in his heart. It's okay to set a trap, but why put such a big black wolf in the trap? Fortunately, there were no sharp tools placed underneath, otherwise he would have lost his life. Chen Ming and the other two heard Wang Dong's call for help and looked at each other. It was not that they did not want to pull Wang Dong up, but they were frightened when they saw the fierce black wolf with bared teeth below. Hey, Wang Dong, don't move. I heard from others that if you don't move when you meet a wolf, it will not attack you. Chen Ming looked at Wang Dong in the deep pit trap and said seriously. Are you telling the truth? Wang Dong asked tremblingly. Hey, it's absolutely true. Chen Ming answered firmly. Wang Dong swallowed his saliva and looked at the black wolf that was drooling at him. He always felt that Chen Ming's words were unreliable. However, the situation was urgent and there was no other way. Wang Dong decided to give it a try. He stabilized his trembling body. Wang Dong leaned against the wall of the trap and remained motionless. In order to prevent accidents, Wang Dong didn't even dare to breathe. Suddenly, the black wolf that was confronting Wang Dong retracted its bared teeth and stepped back several steps. Looking at him, it seemed that he really had no intention of attacking Wang Dong. Is it really effective? You see, he has become much quieter now. You keep it up, we will find a way to get you up soon. Seeing that this method is effective, Chen Ming smiled proudly. The man with glasses and the burly man also breathed a sigh of relief. As for Wang Dong in the trap, he almost sat on the ground. That was a close call. Wang Dong was about to say secretly that it was a close call. But at this moment, an accident suddenly happened. The black wolf that had retreated a few steps suddenly pounced directly at Wang Dong. R. Chen Ming, you bastard, didn't you say he doesn't bite? What a ghost idea. R. Wang Dong cursed and screamed like a pig. Assistant Xiao Hei, I order you now, stop. At this time, Chu Yang came out. When he saw that the people coming were Wang Dong and his group, Chu Yang was extremely surprised. But when he saw that Wang Dong, who fell into the trap, was being attacked by the black wolf, Chu Yang hurriedly ordered the black wolf. The next moment, the black wolf actually stopped attacking Wang Dong. Chu Yang was relieved when he saw this. After all, he had not completely tamed the black wolf yet, not to mention that there was no special situation with any signs. Even if the black wolf did not listen to him and bit Wang Dong to death, it was normal. He struck while the iron was hot. Seeing that the black wolf listened to his orders, Chu Yang continued to order the black wolf. The black wolf stepped on Wang Dong with its whole body. After hearing Chu Yang's order this time, it seemed to resist and did not execute it immediately. But fortunately, after a few seconds, the black wolf retreated from Wang Dong and then crawled down. Seeing this, Chu Yang quickly picked up a wooden stick from the side and handed it to Wang Dong, who grabbed the stick and hurried up. Chu Yang didn't know if the black wolf would go crazy again, so he decided to pull Wang Dong up first. This episode is over, please give me a thumbs up. Episode 039, adding insult to injury. Wang Dong was finally pulled up from the trap and lay on the ground. He looked like he had lost his soul. His face was extremely pale, and his clothes were torn like strips of cloth. He looked as miserable as he could be. But fortunately, except for a bite on his thigh by the black wolf, nothing else happened to him. It took almost a minute for Wang Dong to wake up from his shock. After waking up, the first thing Wang Dong did was to stare at Chen Ming and Chu Yan with his eyes wide open. The two of them looked as if they had some deep hatred. Chen Ming, you bastard, what a bad idea you just gave me, you almost killed me. Wang Dong roared at Chen Ming. Chen Ming looked a little embarrassed, but the next moment, Chen Ming's eyes fell on Chu Yang. Wang Dong, I just wanted to help you with good intentions. I have also heard of this method. If you want to blame someone, blame him. Who told him to set a trap here and put a black wolf in it? Wang Dong heard Chen Ming's words and shifted his attention to Chu Yang. Indeed, if you want to blame someone, you have to blame the culprit. Chu Yang, you are a coward and a jinx. You almost killed me twice today. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Wang Dong gritted his teeth and looked at Chu Yang, wishing he could eat him. I didn't invite you here. You broke into my place without permission. I don't welcome you here either. Go away. Chu Yang pouted and didn't bother to pay attention to them. He directly issued an order to expel them. Humph. Chen Ming stood up again, not thinking it was a big deal. You have made us unable to return to our place of residence. From now on, this will be our new camp. In addition, you are murderer. We must keep an eye on you. Right. Wang Dong and Chen Ming stood on the same side. Chu Yang looked unhappy. Are they relying on him? Chu Yang, what's going on? Liu Qing came out. Who are they? Shu Qing also came to Chu Yang. Liu Qing and Shu Qing heard the noise inside just now, and they also wanted to see what happened. In addition, they vaguely heard the murderer just now. Originally, it was a good thing to meet other victims on this deserted island, but since Xiao Lin disappeared, the two of them have become more wary. Well, Wang Dong and Chen Ming, who looked like they were going to eat people just now, were stunned when they saw Liu Qing and Shu Qing standing on the left and right of Chu Yang. The man with glasses and the burly man were also a little surprised, because they both knew Liu Qing and Shu Qing. One was the beauty of the computer department, and the other was the beauty of the finance department. They were all famous people in their school. You are Liu Qing? Oh, are you Shu Qing? You guys are stranded on this deserted island. Wang Dong's expression changed like turning a page of a book, and he smiled at the two of them. Facing the two big drama girls, Wang Dong was a little nervous, but more excited. Do you know me? Liu Qing glanced at Wang Dong and said curiously. Of course I know you, because we are both from Jianghai University, and Chu Yang and I are classmates. My name is Wang Dong. I didn't expect to meet you here. It's fate. Wang Dong introduced himself very enthusiastically. Hey, my name is Chen Ming, I am also from Jianghai, although I am from the Department of Civil Engineering, but I have heard of your names. Chen Ming also hurriedly came out and introduced himself with a smile. At the same time, his eyes kept scanning Liu Qing and Shu Qing. They are indeed beautiful. In secret, Chen Ming glanced at Chu Yang again, and his eyes flashed with envy and jealousy. I really don't know what kind of shit luck he had, and he actually met Tu Shihua at the same time. I'm Qian Darjuan, also from the Department of Civil Engineering. Hui Wunan also introduced himself. My name is Liu Jiang, a man with glasses from the Department of Chemical Engineering. Liu Jiang was a little shy and timid, and finally said. Liu Qing and Shu Qing heard their self-introductions and found out that they were all from the same university, and one of them was Chu Yang's classmate. The two of them relaxed their guard and felt a little happy. They were also a little curious about them. Why are they all from the same university? Just now they were arguing fiercely, and now Chu Yang's face is not right. What's the smell? Oh, it's barbecue. Chen Darjuan sniffed around and suddenly said loudly with his eyes shining. After hearing Chen Darjuan's words, Wang Dong and the others also sniffed carefully. The next moment, they swallowed hard. It was really the smell of barbecue. Their stomachs made hungry sounds. Well, after this day's thrilling events, they were already very hungry. We just prepared dinner, why don't we all eat together? Shu Qing saw that they were very hungry and said lightly. We were all classmates, so Shu Qing didn't think too much. After hearing Shu Qing's words, Wang Dong and the others were naturally willing and nodded vigorously. The group entered the valley and came to the fire in the small cave. On the iron plate, their last food, the goat meat, was being roasted. Wang Dong and the others were not polite at all and sat directly by the fire. The small cave, which was not big to begin with, now had for more people and suddenly became a little crowded. Oh, classmate Liu Qing, How long have you been on this deserted island? Have you met other classmates? Wang Dong deliberately sat next to Liu Qing, swallowing his saliva, looking at the roasted lamb on the iron plate, and taking the initiative to chat with Liu Qing. Chen Ming also sat next to Xu Qing in a familiar manner. The roasted meat on the iron plate was tempting, but he felt that Xu Qing was more beautiful. As for Chu Yang now, he was completely left aside by them, and there was no place for him in the crowded small cave. Damn, this guy is really shameless. Chu Yang glanced at Wang Dong, gritted his teeth, and then found a place to sit down. He was not hungry at all now. He felt full when he saw Wang Dong and the others. Wang Dong and the others ate all the mutton in a whirlwind. Except for wild fruits, they had no food left now. Chu Yang felt even more pained when he saw it. If these goat meats were given to him, Xu Qing and Liu Qing, they would be enough for 2 days of food. Now there was nothing left, which made them even worse because they were already short of food. Liu Qing and Xu Qing also looked a little unnatural. It seemed that they had noticed the expressions of Liu Qing and Xu Qing. Wang Dong patted his chest with his greasy hands and said to Liu Qing and the others, "Classmate Liu Qing, don't worry. We will protect you well in the future. We are definitely better than some jinxes." After saying that, he glanced at Chu Yang. Chu Yang's face darkened when he saw this, and he immediately became angry. They ate my food and lived in my house, but now they had the nerve to brag about themselves and mock others in front of others. What made Chu Yang even more unacceptable was that they seemed determined not to leave here. Episode 040 Retribution is coming. The fact is exactly as Chu Yang thought. Wang Dong and his men are not going to leave now. The scenery of this valley is much better than their original place of residence. The surrounding area can also shelter from wind and rain, and the safety problem is much better. Another important reason is that Xu Qing and Liu Qing are both actresses, both goddess-level beauties. Now they meet on this deserted island. It is a once-in-a-million-dollar opportunity. If you show off in front of them or come to be a hero to save the beauty, maybe you can get the beauty back. In a blink of an eye, night fell. Beside the fire in the small cave, Wang Dong and Chen Ming kept chatting, and Liu Qing and Gigi showed off their heroic deeds on this deserted island from time to time in front of them. As for the previous chase by the wild boar, almost pissing and peeing, and the incident of being scared out of their wits by the black wolf just now, it seems that it didn't exist at all. And the burly man Chen Darjuan and the bespectacled man Liu Jiang, one is introverted and taciturn, and the other is timid and weak, just sitting aside. By the way, I just heard you talking about the murderer. What's going on? Liu Qing only responded to Wang Dong's chat. At this time, he suddenly remembered what he had just heard. Xu Qing, who was standing by, was also a little unnatural about Chen Ming's chat, but he was not as cold as Liu Qing. Now that he heard Liu Qing talking, he took the initiative to sit next to Liu Qing. Did something happen in the deserted road? Sitting next to Liu Qing, Xu Qing became more natural and asked. Wang Dong saw that the cold Liu Qing actually took the initiative to talk to him. He was a little excited and decided to show off. With a change of expression, Wang Dong looked righteous, and then pointed at Chu Yang with great sorrow. We had met a female classmate on the deserted island, but she was killed yesterday by someone. The means were outrageous. The murderer was him. He was simply a beast in human clothing. Chu Yang heard Wang Dong's words and his face was full of black lines again. He had already explained it, so why did he still think it was him? Chu Yang now had the urge to stamp his righteous face with his shoe sole. What? Liu Qing and Xu Qing were shocked at the same time when they heard what Wang Dong said. A classmate was killed on the deserted island. After a long time, Liu Qing and Xu Qing recovered. Liu Qing hurriedly shook his head at Wang Dong, saying it was impossible. Chu Yang could not be the murderer. He would never do such a thing. Yes, you said that the female classmate was killed last night. Chu Yao was with us last night. It couldn't be her. What's impossible? You can't know a person's heart. Chen Ming looked at Chu Yang and snorted coldly, saying that we saw him turn over the girl's body with our own eyes today. The evidence is conclusive. As for the time of the crime, it is easier to explain. He could leave while you were sleeping at night, so you naturally couldn't find it. Alas, I advise you to stay away from such people in the future, otherwise who knows if he will continue to be such a beast in human clothing. Finally, Chen Ming added that it was impossible. He was not such a person. Liu Qing said with almost no hesitation, I also believe in Chu Yang. Xu Qing's attitude was also very serious. Chen Ming saw Liu Qing and Xu Qing defending Chu Yarn like this, gnashing his teeth secretly, and felt even more jealous of Chu Yarn. Wang Dong was also a little annoyed. I know what kind of person he is. As he said, Wang Dong sneered at Chu Yarn. You must have heard before that there was a big pervert who broke into the girls' dormitory in the middle of the night, right? Liu Qing and the other two girls nodded. They had also heard about this matter, and it caused a sensation on campus. Chen Ming, Chen Dajuan and Liu Jiang also looked at Wang Dong. What does this matter have to do with Chu Yan? After a while, Wang Dong sneered and pointed at Chu Yan again. He was the one who caused a sensation in the whole school. She dared to break into the girls' dormitory in the middle of the night. She was so bold, what else could she not do? A word of shock caused 1,000 waves. After hearing Wang Dong's words, everyone present was shocked and looked at Chu Yan.